the situation worse. Cause you wanna take advantage and control of the things that I manage to keep under control. Like my happiness, my family, and all of my music, my music, my music, my music, yeah. You had it all, you chose to abuse it, abuse it, abuse it, abuse it. So I'm tearing this and everything else between me and what I wanna do to pieces. I'm tearing you and everything else between me and you to memory. I'm so good now, even after everything that you did. Still alive and kicking. Better now, I'm awake now, I can see everything in front of me. I'm so good now, even after everything that you did. Still alive and kicking. Better now, I'm awake now, I can see everything in front of me. What's wrong with me? You wanna know what's wrong with me? I can ask you the exact same thing. What's wrong with me? You wanna know what's wrong with me? I could ask you the exact same thing. I have my opinion and you have yours. You don't have to like mine, cause I don't like yours. I have my opinion and you have yours. You don't have to like mine, cause I don't like yours. What's wrong with you? I wanna know what's wrong with you and why this doesn't make sense to you. What's wrong with you? I wanna know what's wrong with you and why this doesn't make sense to you, to you, to you, to you. I'm stronger now, even after everything that you did. Still alive and kicking. Ooh, I'm better now, I'm awake now, I can see everything in front of me. I'm stronger now, even after everything that you did. Still alive and kicking. Ooh, I'm better now, I'm awake now, I can see everything in front of me now. Now I see everything in front of me now. Now I see everything in front of me now. We've lost our minds. I won't lie, I can't believe I heard you say we've reached rock bottom. There is no love, that's why I'm giving up. I'm sorry about this ends today. I never thought we could get so low, and now I'm letting you go, and I'm blaming you for everything. These are the words that I need you to know. The truth is starting to show. Why I'm blaming you for everything.
This isn't just merch, it's what teams wear when they mean business. Every stitch, every print, every detail, made to perform. Trusted by the grind, from grassroots to championship halls. Build your team store. Wear the brand that wins. SpartanWare, trusted by the grind.
welcome back everybody to the rsc-eu stream, and welcome to your Challenger Playoffs day. My name is Hodge, and joining me is, a familiar face to a lot of people, making a grand return here at the right time. It is Danny Boy. Welcome back to the RSC broadcast, Danny. How you doing?
I'm not doing too bad. And first of all, how are you, Hodge?
I'm all right. Not too bad. I'm ready to get involved and get rashed with the Chally playoffs tonight. We've got some great fixtures to kick off the day all around the RSC globe. Here on the mainstream, we're going to be kicking things off with Chrome taking on Azteca. And first of all, I think we should have a look at that bracket just to see what's happening around the other streams, the Discord streams, wherever we go. Here it is. This is first of all what happened in the play-ins. We saw Ember go through, beating both Psycho and Fujiyoshi, and then on the other side it was Thralls who took down Rise and Kaizen. So both of those first round teams taking down the fourth seeds to make it to Championship Saturday here in Chally. And then in the upper bracket, Canaans took down Pulse in a game 7, and Eclipse were eclipsed by Chamali in a 4-0 sweep there, Danny. So there's been a lot of action happening in the play-ins, but it's left...
But I think actually the sides on the lower end in the forms of Ember might actually be the dark horse of the competition so far here.
Yeah, I would somewhat agree with that. I think it's playoffs. Anything can happen. Season records and all that sort of go out the window a little bit, because at this point a lot of it is just on the day playoffs form, and we've seen that time and time again in RSC. And I wouldn't be surprised to see it here today as well. But when we look at these two teams, right, it was both of these teams who've had pretty sort of good runs throughout their league play. We have Amarok, who finished second, but due to Illusory being DQ'd for not completing all 12 of their sub games, they took the first seed from the Ignis Conference. And then on the other side of things, we have Azteca Chamali, who finished second in the Glacies Conference, second to Deathcloud on 23 wins here in second. So yeah, I feel like it can really go any way on this sort of day, Danny, but yeah, playoff form, it really plays a big factor.
Well, it certainly is, and I might as well somewhat mention it since it's my first time on broadcast as well, since reappeared here. I'm talking to now an AGM here who has a tier win to his name as well. So you might as well ask you, Hodge, here, because normally I don't get to ask experienced people. Well, what's it like, first of all, being in that VC and then preparation of it? Because what I find surprising here, based on what even you just said there, Illusory, one of the most experienced franchise, making a very basic error, and suddenly here they left the door wide open here for the competition.
Yeah, I think when it comes to playoffs day and the preparations ahead of playoffs, a lot of it is just, trying to keep the players calm, making sure that the mentality is in the right spot. To use my prospect team as an example, it was trying to get the idea out of their heads that they'd already won it, because it was certainly something that was going through their heads, and they've made it very known in a prospect discussion as well throughout the season. So I feel like mentality is a big part of a playoffs run, and that mentality shifts across the day, right? It changes. You've got to adapt, and these teams also going to have to adapt. And speaking of these teams, we've got our talent predictions to go over as well here, Danny. I know you hate predictions, but I mean, who's got the worst predictions here?
Everybody.
Everyone.
Yeah, you spent all the hard time working out, trying to see who's best, who's going to win it all.
Oh, I can't lie. I just picked a load of random teams and went, yep.
Was that because Ark DM'd you and said, "Look, I need somebody to fill this out. Do you mind?" Would that be
No,
the story behind it?
on the first time of asking, I responded. I wasn't one of those people who, had to be pinged 3 times. First time of asking.
Do you know what? Here, there's apparently to hit center stage because we do have our opening match ready to go.
Yeah, we certainly do. It is Chrome Amarok taking on Azteca Chamali. Playoffs day has arrived. It is put up or shut up. And a best of 7 is now what stands in both of these teams' ways from either the lower bracket or top 3 in the tier.
And again, the old heads who would have once sat there said it's what about the 3rd season of history serves are right, the best of 7 format. 2nd season outright where the play-ins was from that, so everybody should be well adjusted and used to it. But these sides, as we mentioned on the pre-show, came from the upper side, dominated 2 of the top of their own respective. And it's Panda himself grabs the opening goal.
Yeah, Panda finding the first here for Chrome, and it comes straight off of that post, straight back to Panda, and straight into the back of the Chamali net.
Joe, it's going to be a very much a simple day if all the goals run in like that there. But, Joe, it's sort of a strange one. The last time I was coaching a side in RSC or, working with franchises as well, too, is that one goes slightly too wide. It wasn't the grand final that we were more nervous with. It was the opening game, Hodge, because that's the one that set the entirety of your evening.
Yeah, I was the same as well, and I feel like Azteca might be feeling a similar way because Panda's done it again, found a second one, past mistrack in last man, and this is just a different level that you've got to adjust to here when it comes to the championship day, when it comes to the big stage. And, a big question I've got here, Danny, around this Azteca side is how do they react when they start to face adversity? Because we didn't see any of that against Shadow in the play-ins, and now we're already seeing a little bit of pushback.
Well, if I remember against the Shadow match, I think the side, I won't name names here, was too busy trying to work out which pair of sunglasses they should be wearing to look also cool on stream as the 3rd goal runs on in. The answer to your question here, in the opening game here, if you're going to lose it convincingly. It's hard to adjust how you change here. One major improvement would be not sending all 3 players to the same ball. That would be the first start.
It would be, and pretty sure I've heard that Azteca were a little bit late to starting their scrim, late for their 3rd player arriving, so maybe haven't quite had the same warm-up that Amarok have, but I feel like that's not really, you can't be using excuses like that at, stages like this. You've had a whole season to gel together as a team, and this is where you've got to essentially show what you're made of. And once again, Azteca diving in, sending more players than they need to that ball.
Well, the fact is, somebody sits there and instantly, DMs the caster immediately, sort of go, by the way, I'm 10 minutes late here because, for X reason, you sat there and used the phrase, I won't say it myself on stream for personal reasons, but it's where pretenders and contenders, as the old mantra would go here. You have to be able to produce the goods here. There's no point of us sitting there talking what was once 9 weeks now down to 5 in a much more condensed format and sit there and say, well, we were 2nd seed, but we weren't quite warmed up. Sorry, doesn't sit with me. Doesn't matter. Master, Elite, Prospect, Academy, it's all the same.
Yeah, all the same at very different levels, and maybe this is where Azteca can get back on the board. It's Mars to fire forward and find the first goal here for Azteca. I think that's one that they needed to be putting away, really, right, Danny? I mean, Chrome, they looked so awkward on defense. That's a chance you can't miss, and they didn't.
I thought he was going to pinch it wide, to be honest with you, the way he was sort of angling himself, but if you're watching my RLCS team as the second one gets run on in here. That one was a somewhat surprise of a kickoff goal, and suddenly we got a much more even match now.
Yeah, Panda and Ronan just sort of both dove at the ball and both got beaten there by mistrack. Allowed Mars the easy tap in. bringing that lead back down to 1, and half the game is still left to go here for both of these sides. George taken off the pitch. It will be Panda beats out Mistrack on that side wall. Mars has to react quickly to that one. And already you can see Chrome, Amarok a little bit angry about the 2 goals they've just conceded, and Ronan wants to force these challenges and fight back.
And that's somewhat where game management was meant to come in, especially when you're up by 3 essentially in a minute's gone by. You know, just ping the ball, 1-man challenge, 2 sits back. There's no need to send the entire cavalry, but now you somewhat forced to somewhat play the neutral game where you have to play the ball. Panda's done well enough to fit the low boost on the defensive side, and just like that, it really will be next goal. If it's Azteca, where he could sit here, maybe he's talking about OT. If it goes 4-2, mind you, I would say this game already won.
We'll have to see. For now, it will be free ball in open space for a minute. George has got to avoid that bump and avoid the fake as well from his teammate. Will be sent down the other side, but there should be a free collection, a free ball, a free opportunity for Chrome, and they almost squandered it as it went very, very close to just being straight into the net. Mars pop up, and Tezo will just not quite get the touch needed there. Minute left here for Aztec and Shamali to close down this lead. They've had a bit of, attempts here and there, but you can't leave your back lines open because Panda will be there to punish.
And that's unfortunately the poor side of the defensive rotation by Azteca. So their 2 teammates sitting on the far right-hand side. You know, you're not sitting there ready for the pass. The boom's not coming either. Concede rightly so, and I sat there and said that no more than 2 minutes ago, Hodge. That's where the game will essentially be won and lost here now for the second time, essentially here. Chrome's just got to keep this ball away from their nets here.
Yeah, certainly will. It should be a relatively easy task from here unless the passing play can make a connection, but the demo's making things difficult for both sides here. George picking things up, looking to try and find the beat onto Panda, looking to try and find another, but Ronan, all he needed to do was catch that one off the backboard, send it away. It's rotational, it's back to basics here for Chrome. It's all they really need to do to close this one out.
Well, again, rotations will win about 90% of the game as long as it's clean, simple, you'll do. And, for me, my first game back, I'm going to be polite here, but this isn't good enough.
It certainly isn't. It needs to change. And Shamali going to drop game number 1 here to this Chrome Amarok side, who have been so dialed in terms of how they've approached the first game of this series. And it looks like they're going to get another. Ronan beating the dead horse at this point. I mean, you did say, Danny, if you're going to lose the game 1, you might as well just lose it convincingly. Is this up to that level?
I think you've got to ask me the question. Is this insulting?
Well, I don't know. I saw 9-1 score lines in previous playoffs last weekend, and the teams who won 9-1 still didn't win the series, so anything can happen. But yeah, the timeout button immediately slammed here by Azteca, and that's certainly an interesting call. Amarok 6-2 in game 1, and Azteca already feel like they need to press the panic button.
That may be the daftest decision I've ever seen for a timeout. I'm sorry, I ain't holding back on this one. If it was a technical reason, somebody, reset their PC, you have 5 minutes, essentially to do that, right, comfortable, right. A timeout, essentially when a coach sits here in your ear and says, right, we need to talk about something, give me a bit of time here, there's clearly, something wrong here, or the mental's just a full reset. The fact that you've sat there, done that 6-2, and at one stage you were 1 goal away from maybe tying the game individually up here makes no sense whatsoever.
Well, we'll see. I mean, we'll see what it's able to buy Shamali here, as already, they're feeling a little bit on the ropes. I wonder if maybe, they just feeling a little bit off here after that game number 1. You can imagine that being the case here. But we're gonna get the lobby back up here, Danny. And yeah, well, we'll get into game number 2 very, very soon. But I mean, what do you even talk about after something like that in this situation? It's very, very rare that we ever see a timeout after game number 1.
Again, there's about 3, maybe 4 reasons why I could sit here and think about it, and arguably the most obvious one is, to me, if there's a clash between teammates here. Now, unfortunately, we're not in the VC. We can't sit there and presume that, but losing the first game 6-2 is never a good sign whatsoever here. But what are you actually trying to achieve? And that's the bit that's the most baffling here, Horse, because unless there's an absolute miracle of a reason for somebody to sit there and say it, if they can tell me what it was, I'll be all ears to listen to it. To me, this is makes no sense.
Well, we'll see if it, warrants them any success in the series overall. We've got about 45 seconds left of this timeout, and then we'll get back into the game. But yeah, I mean, I think for Azteca now, I'm going into game number 2 here. If I was them, and I'm thinking, this is a must-win already, because the fact that you already feel like you need to sort of press that button already and have that timeout, it's a little bit sort of raising panic signals even in my head as to how this may go. But yeah, we're going to get the next sort of game started here in game number 2. I mean, it's a game where Azteca really need to show what they're made of.
Well, if I was sitting them as their sort of coach or sitting there and training from a, the back end sort of situation, the advice essentially that needs to be here is not necessarily grab the goal in sort of the opening minute here, so don't concede in the opening minute. That's essentially what they've got to do. They can concede after that point if they're playing strong, holding their defensive line. If there's anything there that somewhat leaks here in the opening minute here, Joe Masters might as well change his prediction for 4-3 to essentially a 4-0. It will be a sweep.
Well, Mars in the chat saying he had to answer the phone to his boss. So
give me the phone. Give me the phone. I'll answer it for you.
Oh, well, you heard it here first, folks. Danny Boy administration. But yeah, 30 seconds into this one, and like you said, Azteca, they haven't conceded yet and already looking to get on the attack. In fact, George, a touch out from the corner, mistrack the back wall, pop up there by Mars. Where's the follow-up? Mistrack's going to look to try and intervene, but can't quite get there, and George doesn't really have the boost to make anything happen either. And Mars has just missed the ball. Mistrack had to react quickly. It is, I think, the only word I can describe it with is chaos.
Well, it's one word. You can have symbolic, confusion, or rattled. That's certainly what the woodwork felt after the mistouch and misstep that was essentially sort of erratic would be another you can throw into it. But yeah, it's been an utter opening game here. Yes, much better in that regard. They haven't conceded here, but it's the positional side of the game, and Panda should be punished, and it's left to fake, and that's a lovely play in the outcome.
Yeah, it absolutely is. Chrome Amarok already looking like they're running rings around their opponents, not just in this game, but in this series as well. I mean, you've got to think, if things continue to go south here for Chamali, like you mentioned there, Danny, we could just be looking at a 4-0 sweep. We could be looking at quite an early exit, but George wants to say otherwise, wants to get this back over to Mistrack, but the follow-up just a little bit too slow.
Even the rotation here by Azteca is slow as well. No boost or not even following through when you have literally nothing on it, so it's a full misplay. And is that a bump as well from Panda?
I don't know, but it's great value found by everyone across the pitch. Tezo finds the double off the ground, is able to make it too. And Chamali are just being sort of squeezed out of this series already, it feels like. Another shot towards target. Mistrack has to flip into it. And yeah, I mean, Azteca just can't quite find a foothold in this game.
Yeah, it's a shame, because probably in their own heads they thought this might be a way different start here, and frankly what they've started to do is what they need to boom the ball away here and just chase and follow it down here and just buy essentially space as much as you possibly can here. But You know what? There's series I just sit here and say, you know what? There's a bit of hope. We can see a comeback. Already, I don't see it happening.
We'll see. They've got to try and make that hope, not just, make us believe, make everyone believe, make themselves believe is the main thing. And right now, that it doesn't really look like it's even a thought. But for now, it will be them just trying to escape this pressure that's continuing to pile on by every single second. You can have all the touches in the world that you want. You can have all the players in the defense. But when you've got Panda and Tezo diving at you in that net, it's just so difficult to find anything from it.
Hello, boss. I'm coming in. I'm out early in the tournament. That's what's going to be essentially is going to get said here, because that's unfortunately nowhere near good enough.
Well, let's try finding the demo. At the very least, it should alleviate some pressure. And you feel like with a demo like that, you've got to be at least getting some sort of purchase onto the ball. Instead, that won't happen. Instead, Amarok somehow continue their attack.
Yeah, and they've just positioned themselves well enough, and that should be, and it will be, goal number 4 on board here. And you know what, Azteca, normally when I've cast them on a championship day, they usually go on to win the final. I think it's going to be a very long night if they are going to find their different gears here.
And you can see on the player cams as well, the sort of disbelief, the displeasure, the dissatisfaction from both George and Mistrak. Not happy with how this has gone, and you can understand why when it's just continuing to add to the tally, goal by goal, attack by attack, Amarok by Amarok. I mean, they're just walking them down here, Danny.
Well, I'm just trying to take a bit of a look at the camera feed as well too of the players here, and you can already tell the sort of tense shoulder, the body going inwards here. Good thing they're not online, because the moment you sat there and saw that, you know it's essentially they're trying to protect themselves here. They're no longer playing with themselves, to be polite about it, the freedom, the sense of, we've got this here. And, when you've lost 5-0 and 6-2 in the opening game here, it's not no longer a timeout. It's, you need a full, hairdryer and a talking down at this point.
Yeah, I mean, it's just looking like this one's already starting to fade out of a possibility. And I think, by no doubt about it, people came into this series thinking that Amarok was the favorite. But, I don't think anyone thought it'd be quite like this. This is a beatdown. This is disgraceful. And yeah, I mean, it's certainly not something that you want to see from a team like Azteca, who, give them their flowers. They've had a great league play season, but this is why, I guess, we come back to your point, Danny, of why you don't think stats matter, because when it comes to playoffs day, playoff form can dictate so much of a season.
It's that bit that annoys me when I listen to other commentators. I'm not directing names in RSC or just outwards here. But when you sit there and look at the statistics and the stats of it, you're playing one game a night, you're having your scrim, you have a chance to look at the replays, chance to essentially calm down, fix mistakes. You're essentially playing 7 series on one night. You need a good start, and if you don't have it here, then you're always playing catch up. And then suddenly here, when you're on the back foot here, and if Azteca was to go on to lose this series here, how do you fix that sort of mental here? Because if everybody's sitting there already saying and throwing the towel into the ring, you might as well just go home.
Yeah, and this time is just going to sort of dwindle down second by second. I mean, it's 6-0 here in game number 2. What do you even say at this point? 12 goals across the series so far that this team of Amarok have put past Shamali. 2-0 in the series here, Danny. And I mean, I'm having a look at the overall scores across the RSC world. Deathcloud Atmos 2-0 up over DSQ Canaans. Brave Ember 1-1 currently against Nexus Pulse, and Shadow Eclipse 2-0 over Berserkers Thralls. So I think there's, across the entire Challenger world, there's not really a lot of shocks happening. I think there's, mostly the favorites sort of showing their dominance, and Thralls have actually just pulled back a game here. Now that I'm looking at it as well, 2-1. So yeah, it really is. It's all chaos in this first round because you've got 4 games going on at once, and I mean, for example, for Azteca, if they lose this one, they either have to play against Brave Ember or Nexus Pulse, who are going to be coming off a win with that momentum. And you're going to be looking at the likes of Azteca, who are going to have, for example, dropped in what right now is looking like a 4-0 sweep fashion. It's not a sort of mental position where I'd really want to be faced with.
No, and Joe literally pulled up the B stream just to have a quick look to see what was going on, just get an idea of what the sort of shape up or the evening is. The last time we were in the booth, essentially, Hodds, give or take here, was when we were both covering Elite with Def Cloud and Team Serene. And it was a battle between sort of 2 top sides, and everybody else was playing around here. And it seems to me that seems to be the type of the evening here in the Challenger tier with Chrome, and once again it seems to be Death Cloud providing that sort of punches in this tier.
Yeah, it really is, and already this is maybe where we're starting to see a bit of a redemption. It's 1 goal, but it's 1 very crucial goal here for this Azteca side.
Joe, I'll even go with it's a fragile one because you need to essentially back it up with a second one. This isn't even close to sitting there saying we're back or a start of a comeback, because when you sit there and do have that goal, all what you've done is agitated your opposition so they'll play a little bit more better.
Yeah, and we'll see if they're going to be able to sort of double down on that. George trying to find this pass over to Mistrak, who's not quite found a touch on the ball there. And Mistrak, I'd say, has been such an improved player this season as a whole. Last season was about a mid CMV Academy player. This season is a Min Chally player who started on this roster as a sub and ended up moving up to main roster here to play alongside George and Mars. So I think the story of this team across the season, with a couple of different roster changes here and there, has been quite interesting to follow. And you get the feeling they're not going to want to see that sort of not end, but essentially, I mean, if you lose this game, there is a very small chance that you're winning the tier. You've got to do such a run, so they don't want to see that fade here and now. And well, unfortunately for them, there is a pack of wolves on the prowl in the form of Amarok.
I just was sitting there watching, and you can even see the expression on the face cam. And I'm sorry here, but just hit break. Just throw your body on the line and just, it ricochets the ball away. But that potentially could be the second one straight in and Panda to do more damage. GG's.
I think that's it.
Yeah.
Very much could be. And Mars, it's a last sort of second touch off of that crossbar, but even that doesn't mean anything when you've got the rotationally sound team of Chrome Amarok running rings around you wherever you are on this pitch. 2-0 up in game number 3. And as Azteca make a surge down the field, I mean, you just can't be playing 50s like that because you're just going to get beat out. You're just going to get sort of rinsed time and time again, and pops like that as well. It just feels lifeless from Azteca and from Chrome Amarok. They're breathing a new world into their playoffs run already here, and it's only Series 1.
Yeah, and it could be a very much a quick evening. They play with that tempo as well too. And I had a sort of a cheeky look at our Twitch chat as well too, and our fantastic producer this evening is Masters, who will be covering up to the grand final this evening, was literally sitting there saying, "What do I order? I fancy wings at this point here because this game's flowing away."
Certainly has. And every passing goal just seems to solidify that one more and more. 4-1 here in game number 3. That brings the tally to 16 goals so far this series that Chrome Amarok have been able to score on their opponents. They've, let's be real, not found this challenging one bit. And, we've seen what this Azteca team can do. They're just not doing it.
They're not. And It's a shame because when you have that somewhat campaign run is what you want and sort of sit there and talk, the fact that you're talking about, an academy player going up to challenger tier. I think it was last week, RSC's Twitter account or X, depending on whether you're old-fashioned or not calling it, sat there and talked about Yummy coming from the challenger tier up to elite. He was, I think, 5 guesses required here. It's the second one from George gets rattled on in here, but, is it just the start of something that may be a different campaign for another season? That, we talked about redemptions, and I think you did so in the grand final last week on a few of the players too.
Yeah, no, certainly so. It is, there's redemption arcs wherever you look here in RSC, from previous seasons to right now to, next series as well. And I think that's where Azteca are pretty much looking at from here on forward. But let's see, because there's still potentially some life left in this series that they can bring this one back. But they've also got to contend with Chrome, who are just making their life so difficult. What a pass down from Tezo. Ronan there with the follow-up. They're just rinsing them in the rotations.
Yeah, it's hard to be polite about it. It's been done for a while. When you're just getting outplayed, you just have to sort of toss your hat and just say, well done.
Yeah.
It's that type of performance.
It certainly is. It is just one team who are playing exceptionally here in Chrome. Another great pass, another shot. The selfless success of Chrome Amarok here in this series is earning their way to an upper finals match versus Death Cloud. I was trying to think of their team name and I don't even know, so we're just going to skip over that one. But yeah,
Atmos.
Atmos, thank you. How do you just take a step back from the league and still just know these things? I don't know. Oh my goodness, what a face.
Well, it also helps that I've got the B stream open while I'm watching this demolition job, because it's a much closer game here at the moment. So I'm enjoying the B stream if anybody else want to watch a much more closer match. But yeah.
Well, 7-2. The most goals Amarok have been able to put past Chamali in a single game. But so far it's been, I believe, 6-2, 6-0, and 7-2, if my memory serves me correctly there.
I had it down as 5-2, but I could have stopped counting at that point. It was done at that, so yeah. I'm happy to go with 6 if you want.
I'm not fussed either way. We can add it up at the end if you want. I'll be interested. But Mistrak is going to find a third here. At this point, what are you even finding it for? I've got no idea. Ronan's passing the ball to Mistrak. I mean, Chrome are very content with where they are in this series, and I don't think a goal or 2 goals or even 3 goals will probably phase them for the remainder of this game.
I think he may be sympathetic. Maybe Ronan's sort of sitting there, already thinking he's a champion, sort of going, do you know what, lads, I'll teach you how to pass.
Oh, well, certainly has been an interesting one. And, yeah, interesting is not meant in the way that interesting usually is meant, put it that way. But it's pop-up there from Tezo. As much as George is just going to try and catch this, it all means nothing. It's just ticking down that time. It's just having that conversation, thinking, what do you need to do from here? And I mean, the road is essentially set out in front of them. It's reverse sweep or lower bracket. And reverse sweeping from this sort of scenario here, Danny, would be one of the most stupid things I've ever seen in RSC.
Yeah. Joe, it's very rarely do I sit there and agree with a co-caster as bluntly as obvious as this. It would be such a divine miracle based on what we've seen on 3 games so far. And I think Atmos has swept there 4-0 in the B stream as well. And of interest, so before we talk more about this game, how's the 2 lower bracket matches going?
The 2 lower bracket ones, yeah, Shadow Eclipse have got a 3-1 victory over Berserker's Thralls to go forward to play against DSQ Canaans in that next match on the mainstream here. So stay tuned for that one coming up soon. But in terms of the other match, it is Game 5 between Brave Ember and Nexus Pulse. And the winner well, in 5 minutes, could be going forward to play against Aztec and Shamali, or will they? Because, you know what? It might be very close to being over. If you ask my co-caster, I'll tell you it's over. But it is not over in Rocket League until we see the final ball hit the final ground and that 4 be on the board here and the series score. So, yeah, we're going to go to Utopia Coliseum, Danny Boy. And do we even entertain the possibility?
No.
I don't think it's I think it's disrespectful to Chrome to really entertain it until we start seeing a couple of games here from Azteca.
Show the sort of quite simple bit of it. If I was Chrome right now, I just tap it in, go 1-0, and just play defensive. I would literally make the points where I'm that fed up scoring, what, 5-2, 6-7, so what's that, 18 goals across 3 games? I've got bored. I know I deliberately would make the point.
Yeah. Well, I don't know, but I don't know. It's...
Sorry, I've just seen the card change there.
Are we at one of these points yet where we start to ask how the weather's like? Or are we not there? Yeah, okay, we're there. What's the weather like outside, Danny?
Wet. You?
It changes by every 30 minutes. Right now, it's a little bit of clouds in the sky, a little bit of sun, raindrops falling here and there, but yeah, typical spring weather.
Yeah, you know, back in the old days when RSC didn't have all the fancy graphics, when I think it was Sauce was the producer, you used to be able to still talk into my ear when sort of going, Danny, stop talking, stop being rude. Don't swear at me with the bracket reset. Stop it, Danny. Stop it. That's, you know, I was waiting for Masters to start talking to me here and sort of going, yeah, the KFC order, it's fantastic. I think it's KFC what he's ordered.
The KFC order confirmation, it is not here yet. But when it gets here, hopefully next series, we'll have something interesting to talk about there as well. But one thing that we do have to talk about, which is, you know, quite interesting, is the form that this series has taken. It's very much looking like it's going to be a 4-0 sweep. Aztec and Shamali just not even able to get anything. And it's a lovely pass from Tezo once again.
Oh, certainly is. Served on a platter. Perfectly delivered in defense. Couldn't even read it in time here. And if KFC are listening, I presume Archeon is as well too. I'm sure KFC would love to sponsor RSC. Just get in touch, by the way. I'm sure we could do with some, you know, refreshments in between this.
You know, fun fact, I've actually never had a KFC in my life.
What? No. Har.
18 years, 19 years next week. Not had a KFC once.
Right, I'm not leaking there's an RSC LANer coming, but there is one within this year. Kind of the whole community, you know, chip in, you know, like 5p and take Hodge out, you know, so he could at least have the fries or something, because that's disgraceful. That's the worst thing I've heard in about 3 months.
Oh, this is the worst thing I've seen in about 3 months, or at least we're level on that.
Oh, no. You don't get to talk about Azteca like that. No. I'll defend Azteca. You don't get to step in and say that about them. How have you never had a KFC?
I don't know. I don't know. Masters has said he will personally buy me a KFC. So, yeah, I don't know. Certainly, yeah, it's a series of all time. What can we say? But for anything but the Rocket League gameplay.
And you know what? You know, when players looked at this casting schedule, they were all delighted. You know, with Academy and Prospect, and they saw my name. We can't use the words that would have been suitable for broadcast, but it would be, oh, duck. It's Danny.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's a reason there was quite a few complaints about the Elite Grand Finals cast last season.
Hold on here. There was nothing wrong with what I said in that Grand Final.
No, I don't disagree. I don't disagree.
Don't you start here, because there was more players here who complained about your Masters commentary.
Just one, but yeah.
I didn't get a single complaint last season other than that Elite Final.
Oh, well, I mean,
And I just would like to point out, by the way, when I was a player or a coach, we at least made the competition entertaining. That's all I'm going to say.
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, it's something. It's 5-1. It's lifeless here from Mali as they look destined to drop that lower bracket, and Chrome look destined for a match against Death Cloud in about an hour's time. But I mean, there's an attack starting to brew, but I even feel like. I feel like that one cringe caster who's just trying to sort of
Yes,
make
you are.
something of the situation. Yeah, like what? Is there even a point to talk about the game now?
Joe, you could be like, like a Man United fan at the moment. Let's pretend we scored a goal. We could do something like that, which would be a little bit more convincing. Because the viewers at home will be sitting there going, do you know what? Here, the game's done. There's no point in talking about it. They're looking at the B stream and realise, oh, that's done as well too. Oh no, we've got to listen to Danny. Quickly to the Discord, everybody.
Apparently my mic's gone really bad.
Has it, or has Masters decided to mute you because you didn't have a KFC?
I wouldn't be surprised either way, I'll be so real. But yeah, this one just feels like a ticking timer on this series, and more so a ticking timer until when does Masters KFC arrive. But yeah, I feel like I probably shouldn't have admitted that fun fact on live on broadcast.
No. It's been the most interesting thing, and it's used in the way it's meant. So I'm happy to listen.
Okay. Well, that's the worst thing you've heard. This is the worst thing I've watched since my academy team got 10th. But I mean,
Didn't even watch that, and I don't think anybody else did, by the sounds of it.
Oh, yeah.
Will you be playing next season? Joe, we might as well do an interview with yourself here.
In Prospect. In Prospect.
Have you moved up tier?
Yeah. I picked GC, bro.
Oh, congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you. Apparently 600,000 people saw it on Twitter. I was quite taken aback as to why that of all tweets went crazy. But yeah, this one's done. Predictions for the next series.
Everybody knows in RSC I don't do predictions.
Shadow DSQ, which franchise do you like more? Which colors do you like more?
Do you know what? I would have said Shadow because I like Mots, but I'll go with DSQ because they've been nicer to me in the last couple of seasons.
All right then. Well, in an absolute stomp of a fashion, Chrome Amarok will sweep the floor with Azteca Shamali, and they will beat them down into the lower bracket, locking in the top 3 here in Challenger, with a match awaiting against Death Cloud Atmos in that upper finals, Danny. Quite possibly one of the most dominant series I have ever seen in the RSC, and I thought I saw that in the play-ins when Azteca won against Shadow.
Yeah, but as I sat there said in the pre-show, when you have people focusing too busy on their sunglasses, they're not interested in the game. I'm sorry, if you're worried about appearances, focus on the gameplay. And one side certainly was, and it was Aztec at this time, but fortunately it's Chrome who eventually, shall we say, outscored by 20 plus goals today.
Yeah, it is a disgusting series there from every single angle, but Chrome Amarok were just a cut above. 25 goals to 6. That is absurd. That is absurd. We're going to have a look at our series MVP here for this series. It is Panda. 20 shots, 11 goals, Danny. Panda was on fire.
Yeah, there was no doubt about that. His teammates really did set him up nicely as well. You saw that on a few of the passing plays, and per conflict will be probably sitting there picking which one's going to be used for the potentially season sort of goal compilation when that eventually comes around here. But Hodge, as things does wrap up in terms of the upper side of the bracket, at least in round 1, it looks like I'm going to be a very dominant upper sort of final here between two sides.
Yeah, it very much looks like it could be with how that one went. We're gonna. And he said I can say this on stream. He said the way they played, he said they just played really scared. He's never seen them play anything like it. So it just shows that playoffs is just different to any other stage of the game here, Danny. And teams just do play different at this stage.
Yeah, and I just had brief word there that you may have been muted on stream. So do you want to repeat that, Hodge, that last bit, just in case anybody may have misheard or wasn't live on stream?
Was that actually muted? Oh.
According to
Oh,
Twitch
okay.
chat, it wasn't you, but apparently one of the scenes may have been not set up
Oh,
correctly.
right. Okay.
But what was the DM that you got?
Yeah, so I got a DM from George just now, and he said I could say this on stream, but he said that essentially, Azteca as a team, they just felt really scared on the pitch, and across the league play, across anything, he's just not seen anything like it. So it just shows, Danny, that playoffs is a completely different stage here to league play and to any other stage of the games, play-ins to whatever. Playoffs day, you've got to show up, and unfortunately for Azteca, they weren't able to here. But Chrome, you've got to give it to them. And you mentioned it halfway through that series as well, Danny. It was just a series where they just came alive. They just played to an exceptional level, and some of those passing plays, absolutely incredible.
Certainly was, and I'll give a bit of advice for any team still left in the competition. Keep all three players behind the ball and at least keep 30 boost here. If you're getting a piece, boom the ball away, demo it and chase it down, and always keep two back. There's a free bit of advice, but other than that, Hodge, we do unfortunately have to take a quick break here to get the next series underway here shortly, so we'll see everybody on the other side of it.
We're not the lost. We're not the blind, we're not the lost. Walked on straight from nothing. We'll never look back. We're not the blind, we are the ones that face the mistakes that we make. We won't turn away. We're not the blind, we're not the lost. fell in love and promised we'd never separate. But it seems the time has come that you run my life with no hope to fight and no time to hide. And I'm sinking under, drowning faster. Please just let me breathe. The air is leaving and I'm lost in need of you again. You break me down and you make me surrender. We are as Romeo and Juliet. To a code we all swore, for this life we have chosen. We are but soldiers to a common war we fight, and to this passion of love we may fail and die. I'm slipping further, we're falling faster, you're growing stronger. Left I grow weaker and I know. You break me down and you make
This isn't just merch, it's what teams wear when they mean business. Every stitch, every print, every detail, made to perform. Trusted by the grind, from grassroots to championship halls. Build your team store. Wear the brand that wins. SpartanWare, trusted by the grind.
gentlemen, welcome back to RSC. It is the Challenger tier. It's playoff on Championship Saturday. And you know what? We've just came from the uppers. We might as well cast our eye eagerly down to the lower bracket, because one of these teams may end up for that grand final bracket reset. But it will have to start here. And Hodge, how does that look like?
How does it look like? Well, maybe we should have a look at the bracket and see what things look like across the board here, Danny, because we've got a lot of action that happened in that first round. If you're joining us on the main stream for the previous game before, you would see Amarok absolutely destroyed Azteca Chamali there with a 4-0 fashion to send Chamali down to the lower bracket to play against Nexus Pulse, who got the better of Brave Ember. And yeah, that went a full 5 games. It was pretty close. And something that wasn't very close was Deathcloud Atmos versus DSQ Canaans there, Danny. DSQ dropping down, and they're going to face off against Shadow Eclipse, who beat Team Berserkers Thralls in 4 games there, 3-1. So there's our lower round set, and then obviously we've got our upper final, Deathcloud Atmos versus Chrome Amarok, the 2 winners of the 2 sweeps in that upper bracket. So it's all to play for, but it's very clear who the top 2 teams are presenting themselves to be here in this playoffs bracket so far.
Certainly is, and you'll see the respective statistics will come onto your screens here. But as we somewhat alluded to based on the previous matchup, statistics was a massive outlier, because both from the second seed originally should have been a much more closer match. That isn't the case here. It really is now a battle between the 2 sides, one from the lower, one from the uppers, originally now clashing heads here in Hodge. It seems to be so far here, based on last week's finals as well, too, the side that has came from the lower side of the bracket has seemed to go on much further into the bracket here, which would lead to the likes of Shadow to have maybe just the edge here.
Yeah, it certainly could be the case. We'll have to see how it all unfolds on the field. But, you know, there's all these stats here on the screen now about how these players have performed over the season. But over the season, it means nothing at this point, as we just saw in that previous matchup here, Danny. So I think there's, you know, there's a lot to talk about, but a lot of it's pointless yap. I mean, we did a lot of that last series as well. So yeah, I mean, in terms of the experienced players, the players who are going to know sort of how to get it done here, I think you're going to be looking towards more players on the Shadow side there. But you know, DSQ, we've seen what they're able to do as well. That's a very strong side. So yeah, I think anything can happen, and I think this series, for the most part, is just going to come down to momentum, mentality, and playoff form on the day.
Well, certainly so, and one key word is usually composure, which we would look at as well in terms of how you actually build from the sort of that sort of idea of how the series is going or what has occurred through the day here. But I think so far here, give or take, we're actually probably going to be the last match starting off Hodge as well too, so a longer delay somewhat here. And I think it was actually in the final itself, there was about 4 to 5 screens essentially requiring the server to restart. So essentially that, you know, caused an extra 3-4 minutes in total where sides were thrown off here. So it'd be a bit odd here to some extent, the fact that one side hasn't decided to rush in here and get the match started as soon as possible here.
Yeah, we'll get it started ASAP here for this series, and to sort of take a look at how these teams as Knights have gone so far. Obviously, we saw in that previous season, previous series on the B stream, DSQ, they lost 4-0 to Deathcloud. I mean, as a team like that, from that sort of situation, Danny, what are you sort of looking at? How are you approaching it coming into this series? Is it a case of, you know, take a couple of the first games to just sort of get back into the swing of things, or do you reckon in a best of 5 they don't really have that time?
You can afford to lose one in a best of 5. Would I want to be in that scenario? No. I would be sitting there somewhat looking to play a more of a compact game. But, you know, if you had an eye somewhat looking at the other series, if you had somebody in your ear, most teams do on playoffs day, may be sitting there saying, well, actually, this team played a certain way here. We may be able to adapt to it. It's a question on about how do you want to actually approach it. Some teams will just have the attitude of, let's not care. Let's just play our game here and see how it goes. And hence probably by about game 3 we'll should see our first time out, unless we see something as odd as we did no more than about 40 minutes ago.
Yeah, we'll see that very, very shortly here. We're just waiting on DSQ to get themselves loaded into the lobby, but do have confirmation that the players are certainly around, so they're certainly going to be here in the next couple of minutes, you'd imagine. But yeah, Danny, I mean, it's been an interesting start to the day. Interesting, not as in, oh, it's been a great and interesting game to watch, but more interesting to see what the storylines for the tier as a whole are looking like after everyone's played their first series. Because, you know, coming into this one, yes, you could have your favorites, but at the end of the day, teams in the lower bracket, people were sort of looking at it going, yeah, anybody could really sort of be moving forward here. Now it's like, right, we've got 2 top contenders and we've got everyone else in that lower bracket. And it's going to be a war in this lower bracket to see which of those teams of everybody else can come out on top. But this is where we get this series started. This is where we kick things off. This is where it is time to put up or shut up for sure, because you lose this one, your season is over.
Simple as it gets. A game where it is essentially a must-win. Chances are essentially drowned into the lifeboat. You are essentially surrounded by water in a rubber dinghy. How good is the paddling here? Is that one? Could have been an opening goal already. Tank and Mr. Efficiency in no more than about 2-3 weeks ago ran into a rank against them. Funny enough, they decided they play very much old-fashioned. It'd be interesting if that will continue, and the answer seems to be yes.
Yeah, already in the first 20 seconds, it's Refex who finds the first here, past 2 players, and you've got to feel that that's already not one you should be conceding. 2 players who, at least one of them, should really be either getting a challenge, getting a touch, forcing that first man. Just too much space given over to Shadow Eclipse, and you know, coming off the back of that last series, a 4-0 sweep here for DSQ, you've got to feel like they've got to start to come online somewhat soon, Danny, before they just, you know, get shut down out of the series here again, because momentum is certainly not on their side.
Certainly it isn't, and if you are interested as well, the B stream has kicked off in about 2 minutes where the gameplay pulse and Termali is already kicked off. There is a goal, but I won't spoil it just in case you are going to tune to both matches as they are played live right now. But as we said, that keyword momentum, it has been the flavour, shall we say, of both series that we've had on the opening, at least in terms of the main channel here. And what is different, at least this time around here, sides are prepared to take time, and there's a very much a stationary player by both sides, and I haven't seen that in a long time.
I don't even know it. It's certainly, yeah. I don't know. It's a day. It's a day of all time. Put it that way. You said you're not going to spoil it. People have had their chance. I certainly am. The first goal that has been scored in the series is a sidewall double onto Azteca's head. The first goal that's been scored in this series is a ball that's gone past 2 defenders and over the top of all DSQ's players. So the teams who have been swept out of the upper bracket not finding the greatest start here.
Although the man with the greatest starts is probably our producer right now, who's been doing wonderful work behind the scenes that unfortunately you do not get to see. And if you have been following the narrative this season, he has received his dinner, so Master has finally collected that one. So good news all around here of RSC, but it will be refused at least to kick off the play, of course, for Eclipse.
Yep, certainly will be. And oh my goodness, what's happened there? Blink and you'll miss it. And yeah, I mean, Tank over to the corner, Charon touch back to the midfield. Refex just gets a sort of open net, and then Charon just sort of taps it in. I mean, these are goals that are being conceded, which aren't going to make you feel like, oh, you know, it's just a goal. That's going to already be weighing heavily on the mental, and just add to it, why don't you? Because Refex has got a hat trick.
And you know what? This one you can at least excuse somewhat. It's a kick-off goal, right? Not great, but you know they've been pushed and challenged out of the way here. But yeah, mind-boggling the fact how the second one went in just no more than a few seconds ago, and there's another one rattled in for 4.
Yeah, I mean it's the Refex show. Welcome everybody. Having a look at the leaderboard, 515 points. Not quite halfway through the game just yet. So, yeah, it's very much looking like Shadow Eclipse are finding the better form here in this series. But, I mean, both mine and Master's predictions, because I know you don't like making predictions, Danny. We both had this one going to game number 5. If we see something like this, we could be in for a 3-0 sweep once again.
I'm just curious, do you have the certain hat trick +1 in the form of refuse for your fantasy? Because there'll be some good points at the moment.
I think I tank in my fantasy. I don't know. I stopped checking my fantasy after like week 1. I'll be real. And I'm still like 4th on the leaderboard. So yeah, I guess everyone did the same thing. But yeah, 4-0, make it 5 maybe if Tank can get there. But Shadow Eclipse, Danny, they've been oh so impressive so far. And you know what? You can put it down to DSQ making these mistakes, and you know, you shouldn't be making these mistakes, but you've also got to be in positions as teams like Shadow to capitalize on these mistakes, take advantage of when they happen, and they've done it every time.
They certainly have, and you know what, it's unfortunate for what it is here, but you know, when you look at sort of the grand scheme of things, it's essentially Eclipse is playing what they have to do, get the job done, score as many as you can, and get on with it. Here is Tank very much fortuitous on how he gets that one away.
Okay, I was going to say, I was having a look at the teams for a second as Jaren puts one back. I was having a look at the teams here, Danny. I was thinking something doesn't feel like it's adding up, and that's because I've been told that Inflict is a min prospect sub-up for DSQ. So you've got to try and do what you can, but it's such a difficult position when you're trying to sort of, you know, come back from a situation like this. I don't know. I've been told by production it's Inflict. Chat are telling me something different. But yeah, somebody is a prospect sub-up nonetheless.
You know what? You know, if you ask Conflict, you know, you could, you know, sit there, you know, change the names around and guess which player it is. Yeah, that's what, you know, Masters should have done, was hide the nameplates and let everybody have a guess.
Have a little guess the player game on the mainstream. Yeah, I was gonna say I was thinking by my limited ball knowledge that it was Molino. But I trust production. I trust production. So, you know what? We're going to go with the fact that they've got 2 min prospects, because that's how, you know, the game's essentially gone so far for this DSQ roster. But as that timer will tick down and the ball will hit the ground, Shadow Eclipse making quick work here of game number 1 in this series.
Yeah, and I'm just actually having a look here, and if Delino, who's played for Hayes here, sources the max player Delino is 1350 for the second highest player. Then it's Mutz and Wegenstad, 1250 and 1200. So he isn't the lowest, but he isn't the highest either. But you had essentially 4 other players to potentially choose from, and I'm unsure how the rest of the management structure. I know Mr. Ficini is part of it, so. Either way off it is that they're playing essentially 200-300 MMR lower to where they usually are here, Hodge, which, you know, makes sense why we saw 4-0 in the opening minute, essentially. So, yeah, I don't understand why or how that has came about here, and, well, we haven't been informed here in the commentary booth on the situation. So it's essentially get on with it, because that's where you're at.
Certainly is. Certainly is. This has now sort of changed my perspective on the whole series, put it that way. But I think this is where DSQ have got to look at it and think we've got an opportunity to essentially do the impossible with a player who's quite a bit of CMV below the tier. So for them, it's a bit of a challenge. It's a bit of a mountain to climb. For Shadow, it's just another day at the office. But you know what? Sometimes a day at work can be a tough day at work, and we'll see if DSQ can give that tough day at work to them here on Forbidden Temple.
Certainly is, and I've actually just realised it was Shadow's roster. Read out where Canyon, so it's out there. It's Season, who is in tier, Potter, Nexus, and Omar's the rest of that Kenya of DSQ's roster. So it is the outright minimum players many has rightly pointed out here. So yeah, but you know, it's very few days here in RSC where I've ever sat here and going, chill, what is actually going on here? I think we're actually getting there.
We're getting there. We're getting there. We're not quite there yet. We might be very soon. As this one already looks destined for greatness, as Refex just 50s everyone on the field. Mr. Efficiency now looking to try and get this one over to the back wall. Refex diving back in, looking to get it back over to Tank. You can't quite shoot it on target, but it's elongated pressure here for Shadow Eclipse that they can start to throw towards this DSQ Kanan's net. And, well, as the hassle will come through from Mr. Efficiency onto Jaren, he's just trying to control this one out of the corner and get an attack going. I mean, it's just such a difficult situation to play from.
Yeah, but this is the sort of the odd bit here, and not to deliberately pick because it's from my history book here, but I remember it was played under Green Phoenix, and we had to play with Stingray back in the day because our players just weren't available, and we ended up reaching the grand final when they actually finally did show up. But at the semi-final, we had to actually play with Stingers. So the subs necessarily shouldn't be outright. It was an entire tier difference as well too. So it depends on how good your lineup, how good is the structure, and how mentally resilient you are, which is where this will actually come down to in terms of battle. But you know, will they go as far against the the likes that we sat there and saw on Chrome? Probably not. So they know where their limitations are as they get the first decent pass and play moved away, and it will be the prospect himself getting the goal as well.
Yeah, it certainly will be. Molino there for the follow-up off of a great setup there from Jaren. And it's the first goal of game number 2 here for DSQ Kanans as they're looking to push the boundaries of this series and do I guess what is to be considered pretty impossible from a situation like this that they find themselves in.
Nice potential shot as well too, and you know, the situation it goes, it's not the outright worst, but you know, it will be a difficult enough day itself here. And I'm just trying to wonder, and I ain't going to use the common phrase. I'm pretty sure they couldn't sub another player up here, and if they were going to get somebody from the FA, it would have to be a special admin permission, would it not?
Yeah, that is correct. If you get somebody as an FA, you've got to have special admin permission under special circumstances to do it. So for most teams, it is just going to be essentially looking to sub a player up, which is obviously what DSQ have opted to do here in this situation and just sort of make the best of a bad situation. And they've certainly done that so far in game number 2, but they're going to look to try and continue that for the next 1 minute and 45 and hold on to that lead. But they've got such difficult tasks to do so against the the offensive powerhouse. These 3 players, we know what they can do. They love a demo or two. They love getting a little bit rash, a little bit aggressive, and certainly down the other end as well. DSQ also looking like they love a bit of that as well, because we've seen them pouncing a couple of times on some of these plays.
And what's certainly interesting here in terms of those sort of situations, it essentially was a familiar sight where Eclipse was being played against their own game. Good save by Jaren at the end of, and Inflict just doing as well to delay here, no boost. So we've seen this some time and time again here by Eclipse where they will rattle the pressure across here. And since that opening game where Molino has been given time, it doesn't look as bad as what the opening game was.
Certainly doesn't. Well, Jaren now looking to try and find that sidewall skim touch to the back wall. Beware, Refex is waiting just to try and save this one away. It's a little bit awkward here for Shadow as they're trying to get back on their feet. DSQ giving them a difficult time in doing so. And to be fair to them, they've played really, really well this game. But for how long can that last? Because Refex is there again. Great save from Inflict. And Tank looks to try and find that last little bit of pressure for Mr. Efficiency to find the top corner. Shadow are not done with this game just yet.
They're not, and they will be looking to make the point to move this one into a situation where it will be a chance to somewhat rattle the game and finish the job off here. And I've just been informed, notice on my screen here, Nyx is 2-0 up against Azteca, who are essentially a game away here from being eliminated, who are one of the favourites or second seed here. And that's went in. That's went in.
It has. It certainly has. It's a great touchdown field from Molino. Puts pressure on the defense, and Mr. Efficiency and Tank have a little bit of a squabble over who wants to take the touch. And in the end, Jaren just says, you know what, I'll just do it. I'll just do it. Puts the second one in here for DSQ Canaans as they look to close out game number 2 and keep this series competitive.
I think Mr. Efficiency might need to take the sunglasses off. It's probably blocking the light that he can see from the ball here, but who knows? It may be his lucky, shall we say, talisman essentially, but with no seconds left and everything that has been hopped and skipped, it's no more than that. It's an even series, and Joe Watts here, when reflection as well as the complexion that Canaans is playing with, their essentially a mid-sub here, or sorry, from the different lineup and prospect, they've actually outdone Eclipse here in terms of a majority of this match here.
Yeah, no, they have. They really have. And DSQ Canaans a really, really sort of how can I say this, structured game from them for the most part, especially with that sub up like you've mentioned there, Danny. And structure's not really something you often see in these lower tiers, but they were able to keep the Shadow Eclipse team at bay for a lot of that game. I mean, 6 saves across the team, a lot of them coming from Jaren, but also everybody sort of doing their bit here to keep Canaans alive and keep them thriving as we head into game number 3. 1-1 equal series. No timeouts called by either side, and you wouldn't really expect them to be at this point, but Danny, do you think that maybe one of them does push that button if we start to see a loss here in this next game?
I think standards and dictation would say yes, that should happen because you're facing match point, but it depends on the type of loss that you get, really. If it's a 1-goal margin and it just was a decent play and you just were outplayed, right, fair enough. It's not too much to get worried. Are we talking about numbers of 3-4 plus goal difference? Then absolutely, but again, that's the joy of it here, and when you are playing with a variation on the pitch, a lot more than what you're used to, anything could happen here.
Anything can indeed happen. And for now, be caught there by Reflex in that corner. Jaren touched this back wall, cleared away by Mr. Efficiency. He's trying to just sort of wiggle around that first man. Inflict touch back over to Jaren. He's looking for the top corner. And he'll find the first one here for DSQ. A great passing play, and sometimes a slow touch is all you need.
Be a bit of a hint of gymnastics as well too. If you're anybody over the age of 25, you may have just popped your back out going for that ball as well too. Beautifully done. And Joe Watt here, I mean, you were literally casting the match as well, where Eclipse and Shadow had a lead and threw it away here. That arguably they could have been the side in the uppers, and at this point in time here, if a second goal go against them, doesn't matter if it's in response here to extend or to recoil after conceding here, doubt will be creeping in here.
Certainly will. Effects touch over Molino, first to the challenge. And Tank's going to jump up for this one. To the back wall it will go, and Inflict be quite happy to catch. Effects continuing to force the aggression here. The side of Shadow Eclipse, and Molino's going to get this one back over to Inflict. A great play starting to develop as he looks for the side wall skim touch, but Tank blocks it away, and Shadow looks to turn the tides.
No, it might not be, as Molino straight back on the attack here. The possession was good enough. No second touch here from the back wall, so I'm not a fan here of Jaren just throwing possession away, especially after such a easy ball that they've stolen off them here. And as much as it has been, it's been sort of tipped here and there, thrown around, and both sides will have opportunities. It's this question of who can square it away here.
Certainly will. Mr. Efficiency going to be hesitant to sort of dive forward for that ball as Tank takes it from his own corner, plays that 50, and here comes Mr. Efficiency just playing sort of very passive, avoiding that demo, making sure that Shadow have a very sort of controlled backline to play against that DSQ counter-attack, which I start to see coming through as Inflict found that demo. Jaren's not really got any boost, and Molino will be called in for backup here. And Jaren's just forcing the 50 through as well. DSQ given all the space on the field to work with, and DSQ take full advantage.
In fact, it was a double commit, and the position of it, the structure and every bit of it was shocking. Why it wasn't covered the way it should have been in any shape or form here. They may grab a goal to get something back onto the board here, but they need something a little bit more convincing here if they want to win the series.
Yeah, they certainly do. And, you know, it feels like you've just got to be a little bit faster to some of these balls here. They're playing quite a sort of laissez-faire approach to the game here, our Shadow. And it's not really characteristic of them, I want to say. Like, you know, I watched them in that Azteca series, and albeit they lost 4-0, but some of those games, you know, did end up being pretty close, and there was some great plays of them sort of diving in, finding that aggression, finding those passing plays. Maybe we're starting to see one here. It's passing play over to Refex. He slots it bottom corner. There we go. Shadow starting to bring things back. Shadow finding the equalizer.
Yeah, they're sort of taking the advantage of Molino, sir, maybe an experience a wee bit there. And for that to be slotted in home here, now it's Kanan who's got to essentially respond here. And, you know, as much as, you know, you want to sit there and grab the goal here, just don't concede within another 30 seconds here, because once you rapidly let goals just in here, the confidence, everything that you've built up here suddenly goes. And when you are playing with a handicap, essentially, you've got to do something more, and that is the issue in fold.
It certainly is. Refex just breaks the backs of the defense, finds the bump onto Jaren. Molino caught in the crossfire. And, yeah, Shadow just take the lead.
You know what, we've seen games been sort of topsy-turvy all night and all of the afternoon so far. But, you know, why are you not challenging? Why are you not going for the ball here? Because, you know, any form of hesitation will be punished. And it has been here. Now another shot's on target, and it will go and eventually get in here, back at the even Stevens, essentially.
Yeah, Mr. Efficiency, a fast touch away to the midfield. Quite careless, to be honest. And you can see DSQ quite happy to instantly respond. The demo to open up the back lines, the shot to the back of the net, the instant response there from DSQ. And they're looking for more already off the kickoffs. Mr. Efficiency is going to catch this and look to try and get it over the top. Jaren finding the demo here. But Refex has still got that ball, still got possession, still got it over the top of Molino, who's going to jump forward for that ball, but it will have to be a bit of a scarper back here from the side of DSQ, because they've got Shadows who are looking to hunt them down in the night.
Oh, Mr. Efficiency, no touch of the mid wall, or even to the middle of the park here. Essentially the hounds have been released here, and there will be blood being shed here if they don't get this one away here. Fourth challenge, Demo's actually worked out in DSQ's favour. Low boost, Molino's challenged, and that's exactly what you want here. Your low boost here, force a decision to be made here by the attacking side and gather the ball up here. So it's just a case of, can the other two get boost here?
That is the question, and Jaren left in a bit of a difficult spot, trying to avoid the bump. Mr. Efficiency, no boost, but a great touch back over to the corner. Just going to allow Tank potentially a bit of a purchase in on that one. Vex back over to Tank, looking for the passing play. But 30 seconds left of regulation here, and still nothing really from either side that could give us a hint of how this tale's going to be told. Tank, maybe this one, maybe this could, you know, really get things a little bit more agitated in the last 20 seconds or so, but once again just picked up there by Jaren, who wins that race. 15 seconds left here, Danny. Chance after chance we're seeing both of these teams have, but this is maybe one that will be secured by Shadow, and that's one that, you know, you've got to think somebody just hit the ball. Anyone.
It's just a pure misread off it and trying to sort of salvage it up the back line here. And, you know, the fair play to Eclipse for taking and punishing the, as you sat there and described it, the agitation off it here, and essentially has been allowed here. Jaren's not able to get the touch here, so it's a a Hail Mary downfield play, and it will not be occurred here. It potentially could be 5-3 at the end of the daylight here, but it has been kept up by Inflict. Demo here on one, back it's been given. So just like that, 2-1 in the series, and just to touch on a point here, as Taka won 5-1 in game 3, so they're not 5 minutes away from elimination either. 2-1 in the series, so both of the lower matches here showing a bit of quality at the final stages here.
Yeah, certainly the case. And I mean, both of those teams have dropped down from the upper bracket in DSQ and Azteca, holding on, but we'll see if either one of them can thrive in the remainder of the series. For now, it will be going into game number 4, where we see DSQ not calling their timeout here, Danny, and you can sort of understand it from this perspective. You know, they were quite close to getting it over the line. Do you reckon you would have pulled the trigger on that timeout?
If it was myself, I would have kept it. To sort of the way they played here, they got themselves back into the game, and they made the Clips at one point here look a bit childish. And you know, when you have a mature roster, what Eclipse does have here, they were split far too open for 2 of their goals here. And let's not forget here, DSQ conceded essentially a kickoff goal. You know, if you didn't score that here, you know, Cannons could be essentially talking 2-1, and they're back onto a potential chance here to get one on the board here.
Certainly could be the case. Well, DFH Stadium, game number 4, potential season closer for DSQ. It's time to let lock, time to get rash, and that's exactly what Mr. Efficiency could be doing here for the side of Shadow. Past that first man already, an inflict there with a catch, and a great pass back over to Tang. Mr. Efficiency diving back in, and 2 players up here from the side of Shadow Eclipse, but yeah, DSQ Kanan's not going to let them have it easily, and Jaren to the back wall, looking for the drop down, looking for the read. Great save from Reflex.
Melino, one pinch, Tank with a soft touch here. It was still kept, mind you, in Eclipse's side here, and they're starting to use the width of the pitch to full effect here, and Jaren's had enough of that there. So a second attempt from back line wall here, and Tank's essentially closed it down here. If you're going to air dribble, you've got to make sure you get at least to the halfway line here.
Well, yeah, there's not really a better way to put it. But a minute in, we find ourselves, and no goals on the board just yet, so nobody really being punished by their mistakes currently, although that could change with a mistouch like that. He had so much time.
So did you with that commentary curse there. I was waiting for the mistake to occur.
Yeah, I was sort of pre-jumping a bit as well, I can't lie.
That's all right, at least you hit yours.
Oh, well, first goal of game number 4 goes over to Shadow Eclipse, and maybe DSQ Kanans can find one back, but not just yet. Inflict from the ceilings, the back wall, dropping it down, but the second man follow-up is nowhere to be found, and as much as Melino will jump, he will be sent packing and won't quite reach the touch. Jaren, Astalot on that goal line, is now going to look to try and turn this one into an attack. Inflict back forward as well. Melino diving forward from the last bastion of brutality here from the side of DSQ, but they do find it in the end, thanks to a couple of bumps there from Jaren.
Joe, what I hope Jaren becomes, you know, a potential bodyguard for the future, or maybe a sort of a bouncer for an establishment. Let's see, Joe, what are you coming in, or are you? No, you're getting sent back right out here. 2-3 bumps straight, and you know, suddenly that wide open here. The only issue is why did Melino take that long?
Is that it? It's just in off the 50. Well, what? A Tank gets a second goal here for Shadow, and Melino just tried to play a close 50 on that touch. Tank just played it better, and the defense, understandably, not quite expecting that one to fly its way into the back of the net, but expect the unexpected at this stage of the game, or you'll find yourself out of the tournament, and DSQ find themselves 3 minutes away from that very fate.
No, and that's the crucial bit of it, because this is when the sort of the question gets posed on what is the play that was worthwhile to go all in. And so far here, they haven't had enough chances to sit there and say they'll have that particular moment either. Here's Melino forcing to the play here, and that's the issue when you're playing essentially, you know, subbing up here. You feel like you've got to do something special. You've always got to be the one, you know, making something happen. In a 50 like that there, you never place yourself in a way where that ball redirects into your own net. Wouldn't probably do it on prospect, but because you're playing in the challenger tier, you suddenly hear, oh, I've got to go for it.
Having a look on the B stream right now, see what's going on there. Azteca Chamali 2-0 up in game number 4. And, well, we very well could be seeing Shadow 3-1 up in game number 4 here in this match, but not going to happen just yet. As here, DSQ are looking to battle back for a game number 5, and on the alternate stream, it is Azteca Chamali who are looking to reverse sweep Nexus Pulse. What a story that would be to keep Mistrak's season alive as a player who found himself reverse swept, best of 7 reverse swept out of the academy play-ins last season, to now come into Chally and keep the story going with a reverse sweep of his own. But Tank looks to end the story here for DSQ, and you can see them sort of bouncing around on the defensive side, just getting outsped here in the rotation. 2 goals down. It's looking like this one could be falling apart.
Fancy so, and that story that you're referring to on the alternative as well, Pulse has actually just scored off it there, so it's a 1-goal margin, and they could be particularly looking here to defeat here at Azteca. So it's, you know what, it's a day here where a goal here or there, it's like the Premier League final day. Who will have that last spot in Europe here?
It won't be Newcastle United, put it that way.
That's some surprise United's still in the conversation.
They're always in my conversation, but yeah. Last season was hopium, but yeah. A minute left of this one, and Jaren's going to try and take it over the top of Tank, play that low 50. But so far, it is coming up blank here time and time again. Molino going to try and force it past Mr. Efficiency off the bump, but still nothing really going to come of it. DSQ going to be beat back into their defensive half, and Refex puts home a 4th.
Well, well, I've literally just been pinged with news, a delight and joy, and I've just seen the B stream as well.
Oh, I've just seen it.
And do you know what here? And no offense here to the 2 sides of battling out here, tune into the B stream. That one will go to the distance here, because right now we're here, Eclipse here, just be seeing this one out here with a bit of game management.
Yeah, very much the case. Be pretty difficult to throw it from this sort of point forward, but Jaren's going to have to try and dig his team out of a hole there. And that hole continues to get deeper and deeper, 6 feet under, you could say, from this point forward. And especially when Refex is doing stuff like this from the ceiling. My word, Shadow are just styling on them from this point forward. I mean, it's just special what we're seeing from this team when they need to perform.
Yeah. You know what, there's some teams that just can't say anything more than that. You just have to, again, appreciate what you do see. And as much as, you know, I've been, if you want to use the word slating Mr. Efficiency and his sunglasses and everything else, but it's been that man who just last touched the ball there, refused what he's been producing today here. If he's on form here for the rest of the evening, the top 2 sides may just have to worry that Eclipse may just do something special. The org always finds something.
Yeah, certainly do. Massive well done to Shadow for weathering the storm and moving forward into the next stage here of the bracket. Top 4 locked in for them as they get the win over DSQ, like we say there. But yeah, I mean, looking at these post-series stats here, Danny, it was, you know, pretty close at times, but in the end, Shadow just came out as the better team.
Yeah, and it's one of those sort of nights where you looked at it and sort of going, perhaps maybe game 3, if it was a wee bit different, perhaps that decider would have occurred here. But it doesn't seem to be right here, because the Eclipse, when they got going here, were the side that were mechanically better in terms of what they were able to produce, especially the midfield game where Refuse was able to block what DSQ was able to fire on shot. It's a question on what we can do against the better sides for the rest of the evening now.
Oh, I'm just having a look at the B stream there. And we're going to go full screen with it because it's looking like this one could come down to the wire. I mean, 4-4 We could be going to overtime on the B stream. Absolute cinema unfolding, and yeah, we're gonna get this one sorted one way or another here, Danny. But a great series there from Shadow, and we're gonna go to overtime in the B stream matchup. But yeah, I mean, it's absolutely crazy what we're witnessing here and around the challenger tier, and it all comes down to one goal now in this match.
Well, it certainly is here, and I didn't realise we were somewhat effectively casting 2 matches in one team, but just shows you teams do change and move across here, because we were following Azteca a series ago here, and they look dreadful, and that's me being polite, and they know it themselves here, they admitted that. So the fact is that they're potentially here a goal away from saving their campaign here. Do they deserve it? Probably not here, but again, if you do eventually score, you just end up telling everyone to be quiet effectively.
Yeah, it's essentially how it is, and you know that pressure's starting to build up now here for Azteca. They're looking to try and send this to a game number 5, and we'll see if they're going to get the chance to potentially do that. As right now, Nexus, you know, they hold on to that possession, and you can see Luke going to bring this up that sidewall. Mistrack going to try and throw this towards the back wall. Azteca looking to respond.
Certainly is, and George, if he gets to the right touch here, I'm not a fan of that one, but it still continues pressure on the green as well. Gaps opening up here. Mars with a lack of boost, so runs away and essentially says the player who has attacked with lower boost than he did, go and chase that one. Lack of decision making in the wrong time there.
Yeah, certainly the case. Mistrack diving back in past 2 players. Mars, the open net for the win. Overtime claimed here by Azteca Chamali. They bring it back on the reverse sweep attempt, and now they go to game number 5 to see if they can settle the score. And if you want to watch the rest of that one, go and tune in on the B stream, rsc_eu_b. But we've got to talk about a series MVP for this one after the post-series stats here, Danny, because I mean, what a series this one was on the mainstream as well.
It certainly was. I mean, we'll be sitting here, you know, talking about it and enjoying it. But Hodge, I'm just going to be very much brutal here, and I'm going to say, let's all stop talking here. Everybody should be going to the B stream, because that's where the action is, and I think we need to give the respect to the players here, and let's see what happens over there for the final game.
Yeah, let's certainly see. I'm not sure if that was an attempt to toss it to a break or what, but
unless Masters has said, just, you know what, I want you to cast it, and let's keep us to the A stream here. Unless, you know. Okay, so what do you fancy, horse?
It's my fate to let you go. You feel hate when I'm around you, but I know you won't let me go. So close to see when I'm down inside of me. So close can leave, and I know there's no relief.
This isn't just merch, it's what teams wear when they mean business. Every stitch, every print, every detail, made to perform. Trusted by the grind, from grassroots to championship halls. Build your team store. Wear the brand that wins. SpartanWare, trusted by the grind.
Tired. I just feel the pressure of that thing that I have in mind. I wanted peace, I wanted to be fine. I wonder why I can't adjust it for a while. I really want to see what it looks like. To have a moment I know that would be mine. When the windows are all closed, like a picture of a time. When the future is a hole you're looking for. Save me from everything. Tell me where to find my way. I'm just looking for something. I can't make it another day. 'Cause I'm falling down, fading away. 'Cause I'm falling down. This is what I know, I just keep running.
ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to RSC. It is the Challenger tier, and we have seen the eyes down below at the lower bracket, and how that will be rummaging around still continues over at the B stream. As might need to refresh over there. There has been a broadcaster change. Stingray has hopped in to see the final game, but we do have a change here on the main channel as well. Vale, how are you doing first of all?
I am doing good, Danny. It's been a while since I've been in the caster booth with you. Good to be back here, and it looks like we have both the 1 seed teams from the Challenger tier, so we should be in for some good match. At least I saw the one you just did with Amarok, where they absolutely swept the opponents. But as you can see from my prediction, I am expecting it to be a little bit of a change in competitiveness, I guess you could say.
It's a fair point to be raised as well too. You may see a prediction under my name. That is our fantastic producer Masters' prediction, actually the mine's, because yeah, it's a running theme that I don't do predictions. But you know, either way off it is, based on what we sat there and saw, I would be inclined to actually agree more to yourself here in terms of Atmos, based on the game about 2 hours ago. Was a much stronger lineup, or at least what they were able to produce. It was a clean 3-0. There was very little mucking around. It was actually a solid performance, you could say.
Yeah, I guess you could say. I think it was a follow. So yeah, looking through the bracket, it was a clean sweep from both the sides of the upper bracket, which kind of can mean two things, right, Danny? Like either you get the best of the best, and you're gonna be looking forward to a more competitive match, or it's just gonna be a clean sweep again because one team is just so dominant. You never really know what you're gonna get with two complete one-sided victories in the upper bracket.
Well, certainly so, because I mean, the Azteca roster did fall apart in a massive form as well, but it wasn't until we actually went down to that lower bracket where they've improved, and it was the DSQ roster we saw briefly there falter, so it will be at least one different name that we'll see returning potentially on the main channel, no more than an hour's time, as we do return to a best of 7 format. But as you rightly did, to point out essentially the top of their respective conferences and where they are playing, and I mean, statistically wise, not too far apart either.
Yeah, statistically throughout the league play. Oh, was it not the first seed? Was Chrome not the first seed? Maybe I was remembering it wrong. It does look like, at least on this cinematic here, that they weren't. But yeah, 26 wins on one side, 28 on the other one. Only 2 wins separating them in the end. In terms of goals for and against, there's a big difference in Chrome having more goals scored, but also conceded. Looks like Atmos might be the more defensively minded team on this pitch. In terms of saves, they also go to show that they can save a lot more shots than their counterparts. In terms of demos, pretty even out. Shooting percentage, Chrome has the edge, but it should be a good matchup we have in front of us here, Danny.
Certainly so, and you're right to point out here the first seed is belonging to Chrome due to a miscalculation on Mischief. They forgot how to count up to 12, and hence why they are no longer participating here on League Championship Saturday, as the remaining statistics are flashing on your screens here. But we may as well touch briefly back to the point here where you're somewhat feeling and sort of bit is here. Essentially is it going to be that 4-0? I know the prediction as you had there was a more 4-2, much more closer, but is there any reason why we shouldn't be expecting this going the distance here?
I think it's going to be a test on both teams, because the way I just saw Eminic play in that upper semi-final, I guess it would be called, they played really well together, and as someone in the chat at the time rightly pointed out, it's probably the best individual performance we've seen of all 3 players. They all have great potential. But on the other side, you have Atmos, that has been a defensive powerhouse the whole season. And it's kind of going to be that immovable object versus the unstoppable force kind of thing, where Atmos is going to try and play it very structured out of defense. And I think Emanek is just going to try and pile on the pressure. And usually what we see in these, I will call it lower tiers, but Challenger is a bit above the rest in the lower tiers. What you usually see is the more aggressive team, the team that plays better going forward. It's usually the one that takes the cake, but it would be interesting to see if Atmos can make do with their defensive performance here. But we are going to head straight into the series here.
Well, certainly so. Will it be a cloud of hopefully dreams here for the Atmos, or will we see a new bit of metal essentially for the grand final? It has been arguably a turbulent day with a lot of surprises, not necessarily an upset. Either way of a result here, it will not be battering the eyelids of either of these two. Crossbar hit once again, and it's NetFox descended further down, and Ronan, who played in that match earlier, probably looked, if not one of the strongest, but was the MVP in terms of the number side. Panda himself, will he get, of course, onto the score sheet in similar fashion?
Yeah, and it looks like Atmos is going to start off on the back end here. Already one save in their name, and all the pressure coming out of this Amanek team, looking for that first goal, looking to set the tone for this series. Kiteso here is going to try and send this one midward, but it's only going to find Skips. Going to launch it out. That touch, not the best one, but the 50 from Panda is going to even things out. Skips here, taking some control, plays the low 50. Into the corner it goes. Off the backboard is the setup for Cinex, but he can't finish the job. And now the counter attack comes in. Qteso looking to get the 50 here. Should be bouncing nice for Panda, but he can only try and get it to Ronan here, who's up early off the sidewall. Cannot do too much, and it looks like it'll be out. No, it's a good bump as well, causing some disruption in the Atmos backline. And I think that is what Amarok needs to be looking for, because defensively, Atmos has been holding up.
Well, how good is the defence in for the second time already? It is the side essentially rattling the crossbar. Chrome once again trying to find a way of mishap here, and it will allow Skips and Netflix to rattle back down on the other side of it. Decent junk as well. Ronan looking essentially the goalpost, trying to give himself as much space and angle to find a projection to boom that ball away. Hasn't happened with the same velocity, the same vigor. But it was Hodge himself who used the word vibration, which I quite enjoy, essentially to describe the way how the ball was moving. And you know what? I think it'd be quite fair to say the oscillations going through sky high.
Yep, next Fox here. Not gonna do too much. Try and bring it midward down that crossbar. Not able to. However, this is completely open, but it's been squandered. Qteso tried to bring it in front of Panda, but ended up putting his car in between the goal and the ball, and in terms saved an easy goal for his teammate. And let's just hope that's not gonna be the one that haunts them from this game.
Who knows? It is a tricky time to somewhat be in the opening match in the upper final, because some sides do play a little bit more on the cautious side and don't play the free flowing until that first goal. We have yet to, of course, have that moment. Will dictate at least one side to have to attack the game as Panda tried to do it himself. Shot on target, saved by Skips though.
It's a great save. Cinex here, gonna try and play this forward. Not really keeping possession, but he's progressing the ball upfield. Next Fox here with a good opportunity, but can't quite find the angle for the shot. Panda here trying to offload it to Qteso, but a missed jump means Ronan has to rush in to try and keep possession. Qteso with a chance, good shot, but saved away immediately. Cinex here gonna take a soft touch, but it only goes as far as Ronan. Skips here, should be controlling it in the corner. A good first touch, and that is the danger averted for them here. Next Fox into the corner, but it's straight to Ronan. And it looks like both teams are struggling to keep that possession when they get close to the net right now.
So Netflix once again trying to find themselves closer to that net itself. Skips, mind you, with a bang, it will be blocked. It goes, so two defenders, and Panda's got the bump here, and it should be a backwards play. And Skips, who was sent earlier, recovers for a sweeper keeper, so a roll there, pops into the middle. And you'll watch here, the way this is going, it could be an OT for the opening.
It could be. It could very well be. Skips here is going to have all the time in the world here. Opts to flip it towards Cinex. A good 50, but no follow-up means immediately the counter is going to go in. And next Fox not able to get to that ball. Didn't have enough boost in his tank. A little misjudgment there. Could cost everything. Ronan is going to keep it in here. Panda is going to look for the ceiling reset. Qteso with the shot, and it finds its mark. Amarak has found the opener here. Amarok. I can't pronounce that name. Amarok has found the opener. Atmos needs to rebuttal here if they want to stay in this first game.
Why do you think I've been saying Chrome for the entirety of this series?
It's not even that it's a hard name. It's just that you're used to it being something different but similar. But yeah, as we move forward, it is going to be Skips keeping that one out of danger. Next Fox though, 0 boost in that and gonna get bumped away. No immediate follow-up though, means Skips can get a good 50. This clear from Ronan should just find Cynics, but the low boost situation is really hurting Atmos right now. That clear, very much what they needed. Is he gonna find the shot? No, but he is gonna force Ronan to take a not so good touch, but he is able to follow it up. And I will say, both teams playing really good, but it's Amarok that has been able to find the difference maker in this first game.
And just as you were talking about how well they were playing, a defensive mistake somewhat appears. But again, when you're already 1-0 down, you're essentially edging the position as much as you can to get the essentially equal goal here for the DC lineup. It's unfortunate, but either way it goes, the opening game essentially was teetering back and forth until that goal. And if you're currently on the B stream as well, the winner will play the loser of this will play the winner of this one here. Eclipse leading 2-1 in the opening, just in case you are looking to watch that one as this is unfolding. But Vale, as matches go, as an upper final, you couldn't be any more happier from a neutral's point of view.
Yeah, I mean, as a viewer, you might be expecting more goals to happen, but honestly, I think if you ignore that last goal, because it just basically came off of Atmos trying to force something, and it put them in a bad spot for that counter there. But if it was a 1-0 endeavor, it might not be the most interesting to watch. But genuinely, if you see what's going on the pitch, it's very back and forward, and you can tell that Atmos is doing everything they can to keep every single shot, every single chance away from their net, and they've been doing a really good job at it. But if they want to get up to the next level, they need to find some aggressive pressure as well, because they can't just let Amarok play around in their third.
Well, it's that sort of situation on what do you do here, and it's sometimes easier identifying the problem than actually finding the solution. But DC, when they played earlier, they were a wee bit hesitant, shall we say, in terms of getting the job done when they got to a 3-0 series. They somewhat faltered in their earlier opening match. Can't afford to have hesitation, can't afford to sit there blink, because that's what cost them in the opening game. But again, it's easy to sit here and look down onto the pitch, so to speak, and say that's where the issue was. It's now going on to do something about it here.
Yeah, exactly. And the only ones that will know exactly what they're going to be trying to do is the ones in the VC. I imagine they might have a coach or someone from the outside looking in, giving them some pointers. But at the end of the day, the only ones that can make a difference is the players on the pitch, and only they will know what they're going to be trying to do about it. Skips here is going to try and get it out of defense. Can't quite do so, but it's going to leave Next Fox with another opportunity to do so. Skips there, leaving it for Cynics. And they are trying to get forward, but it's looking a bit wasteful with the pressure that they are getting. This 50, no, they are looking for something, you can tell, but it hasn't really worked out quite well yet.
Well, probing to find something, to even touch on a point that you mentioned as well. Remember, back in the sort of the days of RC 10 and 9, when it was sort of single digits, the idea of a coach or somebody being in the VC was a foreign object. It was talking to Hodge here. They're near enough had 3 or 4 different people trying to keep everything together for the team that was playing in the grand final no more than a week ago. Now suddenly here, season 17, and suddenly everybody is getting some form of coaching, and Cynics will not need a bit of that to be lectured where the net was.
Yeah, Next Fox off the sidewall. It's pretty much one of the more simple passes. It's what you see in every single tier, but the finish from Cynics to just thread the needle between the 2 defenders, it's beautifully played by him. We need more of that if we are to see Atmos going up in this series.
Well, much more is what they'll be hoping for, or will it be an Oliver twist? Was that the breadcrumb, and it will be unfortunately starving for the rest of the series here is Ronan once again getting the block that goes in. Cynics is awkward enough, it will get the block here, and Joe, it's not very often I do get the chance to say it, but might just have to wait.
What a finish by Panda. He gets the 50 to just delay that. Ronan with the pass. Panda, absolute confidence in the upper semi-final, or in the upper final, sorry, and just puts it home. It's all tied up in this game number 2. And Amarok are not just gonna lean back and let Atmos slowly build up their playstyle in this series. They are gonna be hounding on their own terms as well.
I was about to sit here and say that I remember last season when I somewhat properly got to meet the man in form of Beale, who was sort of GMing for Owls back in the day, now moving to a much more established lineup in RC's history and DCE here now. Sat there and said he may be in the VC coaching, trying to help his particular lance, and it was arguably evident. But he did say one thing to me, Vale. He says, "You will spot what I told the lads what they were doing." I won't lie, I haven't quite clocked exactly what he's told them.
Yeah, you might not be able to, and I think it would be safe to say that. But you know, just having someone on the sidelines, even if they're not saying anything that is particularly helpful to your team, it might give some confidence. It might give some external value to the team. I have seen players that have no idea what they've been talking about, and it just helps out. As we see Atmos getting a second goal here, it's next Fox setting up skips this time, and it's just hammered. It doesn't really need to be a good shot. It's just placed in the right side of the net, and that is all you need on the side of Atmos. A well-played goal from them.
The legs dangling. And the keeper, nothing to do with it. Rona, mind you, back it goes here. Skips and Netfox here, continuing to move across here. And the Cloud themselves trying to form a bit of thunder here onto the net here. They've been peppering here bits and there. But that one's wide open.
And all of a sudden, Atmos, after finding that first goal, sure, there was a little rebuttal from Amarok, but immediately it's just mistake central coming out of Amarok. They haven't been able to deal with this light pressure that Atmos has been building for this last minute or so.
I wonder, was the coaching advice here from Bale was essentially just keep hitting them when it hurts.
maybe try and hit the goal, guys. I believe in you. I mean, if he said that, it has worked, so you can't really criticize him for it.
No, you can't here, but you know, usually at the lower tiers, my first bit of advice is just hit the ball. Not even place it, just hit the ball.
Play the game more, guys. I mean, that is a valid, you know, coaching advice if you're coaching at a.
Was that one of the first things I said to you, what, 4 seasons ago?
I think it actually was when you're doing a coaching session on my team back then. Yeah, I think you said just try and play the game more, guys. And you know, here we are giving the same advice out to people. You know, if you're in the academy tier, the biggest advice you can give yourself is just play the game more. As we did see a rebuttal from Amarok here, they are getting back on the field. 1 minute 20 left to try and tie this game up. It's not over yet here, then.
Not far from it, and likewise over in the B stream as well too. Game 2, half game over there, 1 apiece as well. So plenty of action, plenty of goals happening on the 2 available matches. And Panda decides to leave that one for Ronan, and why wouldn't you? The form he's been on is, it has dropped all the way back here, but if you are essentially Chrome, you would have to sit here and say, you know, when is that next chance appearing here? Because they've kept dropping to essentially, well, their own final third every time here.
Yeah, they are just trying to play this game out, it looks like, from Atmos. As we see the demo, Skips has some boost here. He actually could just buy a lot of time off for his team, and he is. He's even going for the goal. A last-ditch effort from the defense of Amarok is going to keep it out, but they are still in danger. Cynic's going to keep this one in. Is there enough boost in Panda? Yes, there is. Now, he's going to try and push this forward. Skips should be pretty comfortable with dealing with this one, but he's not able to follow up. And this one is centered for Kuteso, but a good save from Next Fox to keep Atmos in the lead here.
One touch, nicely poised here. Ronan continues. It should be a follow through right into it here. But if you are DC, the old-fashioned Irish ball, if it is Bale coaching them in the background, is just booted away. They've done that. And if we were playing on aggregate, it would have been essentially 3 goals apiece over 2 games. Well, thankfully, we don't play that way. 1 apiece, mind you, in this best of 7.
Yeah, and all of a sudden the series is tied up. And where do we go from here? I mean, Atmos, you could kind of tell they took their foot off the gas towards the end there. They weren't really hunting for a goal anymore. They were just trying to buy time off the clock, which I respect. It's very risky way of playing. It is usually gonna work, but it is very risky because if you sit back like that and Amarok finds a goal out of nowhere, you suddenly have to regain the confidence to try and go for goal again, and that is not as easy as you might think for everyone.
Yeah, it's that sort of situation where, you know, how do you find what's best for yourself here? And how do you play that sort of individual side of your own game? How do you get the team put together here? And let's take for an example here, Ronan, who in the last series we witnessed here on the main channel, was putting goals away for fun here. Now the performance seems to be much more different. It is a lot sort of spray and hope, is the way I'm going to put it. But I don't think that's necessary because that's what he wants to do. And that's how we're going, I suppose, heading into the third game is what can I do now?
Yeah, I think every single player is going to try and figure something out of their own performance, seeing what they can make work. From the side of Atmos, they've just been able to score 3 goals. The first 3 goals in this series, as a matter of fact. Wasn't able to find a single one in the first game, so they've definitely figured something out that they can take into this game. On the side of Amarok, they had a really good first game, and they were able to find goals in the last game, but they were lacking in defense, and as we see a big defensive error coming in, they were able to get away with it this time, but you don't need a lot of chances like that to get the first goal of the series. Of the game, sorry.
And you don't need necessarily worry about chances. Just putting them away here, and rightly so. The sort of the ooh and ahs and the sort of the noise, the inhaling rightly from you, because that moment deserved it. And this is sort of that nail biter moment, because it's not necessarily now about who scores here. It's momentum into the series here. How do you dictate the next sort of play here?
Yeah, that is the big question that everyone needs the answer for. It is still Atmos with the pressure. Amarok need to get out of defense. They have not shown themselves to be really good playing on the back end like this. And well, it is the first time they are faced with this challenge in this upper bracket, as they kind of steam through the other teams, not really letting themselves sit in defense a lot. Now, all of a sudden, the pressure is on them. Atmos have found the secret to try and break this team down, and you need some changes from Amarok.
What will they be? What will be the special bit of tinkering behind the veil, essentially? We will, of course, wait and see here as Panda once more playing down the width of the pitch here. Shot on target. It was meant to be on target, as you see it just whispering away to the corner.
Yep, Skips here. Gonna just launch one from downtown. Kuteso should deal with it pretty nicely. Panda, however, can't really take it under control. He is gonna get the boost away from Cynics. Should give some opportunity to get out of defense here. That's a big clear from Kuteso, but it's not big enough. Cynics just keeping it in there. And you can really tell Amarok is struggling to get out of defense. As that one goes off the corner, Cynic's gonna keep it in again, and that's a bit of a double commit. Only Panda back now. Can Skips get it past him? No, it looks like Panda will have time to take this under control. It's just gonna play it safe though. I would have liked to see an attempt of a ground pinch or something to try and bring some pressure there, but opted to just go for a 50 that was not looking like was gonna be taken by Atmos.
Touched it down. Ronan's just popped it. Netflix likewise here, and it's you sometimes can be guilty at times thinking the game could be a bit dull or a bit repetitious here, and essentially this is what it is. The ball's been playing so far to the left and right here. It's quite clear that none of these sides play chess. The strength's into the middle. You've got to hold it here, and none of them's yet decided to play from it.
Yeah, it does look like a very side-dominated game right now. But that's what you usually see in these tiers, because all the players like going up the wall. They like doing flashy plays, even though if it's not the most efficient, that is what they like to do. And it is pretty to see someone go off the sidewall and score an absolute beauty of a goal. But you might just need to change that opinion. You might need to change how you approach this game, because sometimes you just need to go back to the basics and just play effective Rocket League to win. As Panda is gonna score one of those beautiful goals off a nice pass from Kuteso across the field, and just a nice little redirect.
All started from the man himself who scored it. Went from the back wall as well down to the centre, and the pitch has been left wide open here. It's just a question now is again about response. What do you have it here? Because this potentially could be the grand final in about 2 hours' time. A bracket reset in 3 hours' time. That's the tricky bit is, can you do it essentially for over 21 games? As that one will be goal number 2. Very much reminiscent to the first game here.
Yeah, it looked like Amarok has stepped up. They have been able to to hold their own in defense. There was a mistake, but I'll let that slide because even if that one goal went in, they would still have the lead right now, and they have seemed to find the rhythm again. Now Atmos on the back end again. I said they had more to take into this game 3 than what Amarok would have, but it doesn't seem like they have actually been able to make it stick. They need to put up the pressure here as Nextvark is going searching for this one. It's going to give Skips a chance off the backboard. Panda looking a bit awkward, but it's going to deal with it. He gets the touch in the end to Ronan. However, Nextfox just going to sneak that one past. It's the last man that is out of position and on 0 boost. It's not an easy job for Qteso, but that flip across the goal line is what cost them there.
Who blinks, and that's essentially where it is. And you know what? The series can be a long and lengthy day. So will be the run to win the thing if it continues the way it is here. And we'll provide another update as well too. One apiece here over on the alternative stream here. Clips do lead, mind you, in game 3. So it's a question now. Can we see a response here down the other field of the pitch here? Not at all. It's 3-1 here for Chrome.
Yeah, and Amarak, they saw that one goal happen, but it's as I said, they might not look strong on the back end, but as soon as they get into offense, they're just dangerous again and again and again. I think they've been dangerous since game 1. I think even in game 2, even though Atmos was dealing with the pressure a bit more, it just still looked like they were creating so much pressure. It's only a question about time until they just start scoring. And Atmos, the way they play, they need absolute precision on their defense, and it's looking like it's a bit sluggish right now.
You know what? It's that sort of bit of how do you sit there and do something about it here? And the problem is, it's an element of tempo. It's playing the wrong ball and now trying to recover from it instead of trying to find the right play and play speedy. And hence, you then look at the sort of the situation is your comms right? And that the problem here, it seems to be they're too hesitant to play anything. And hence, that's why they're always constantly stuck back here.
Yeah, they are definitely struggling with just going for it sometimes. I think the confidence needs to be upped on them, and they just need to play like they did in the last game. They were playing, I wouldn't say brilliantly, but they were playing good Rocket League. They were playing off of their instincts, and it was well executed. This time around, it looks like they didn't really take this game as much as just let it happen.
Certainly so, and I normally don't do this, but I am just going to deviate a wee bit, Veil, because I did have a brief look on a few of the comments made of the series here so far. What I do find interesting here is as the team and the franchise colours have been talked about here, I think nobody ever remembers the white versus white lineup, that nobody realised what team or anybody was on. If you want, you can watch that on YouTube.
That seems like a horrible series to watch.
Oh, that.
Right, he's on that team. It's just more confusing. I mean, it could be great. Did the players also at the same time just forget what team they were on?
No, I think they had forced colours introduced at that point, but sometimes most people may just forget tiers. Sometimes, how difficult it was back when it was a lot more difficult when all of the players was on the same colour. But what is certainly, however, not is in the same complexion is the shade of a 2-1 scoreline, because 3-1 here, you would imagine a timeout gets called, but they're so at least 5 minutes away from sitting there finding this out.
Yeah, of course, as you say, the timeout should be coming in if they lose. But also just the sheer difference there is between going down at a 3-1 compared to maybe a 3-2 or something of the matter, It's a big one. It's triple match point, and you don't want to be put in that position. You want to put yourself in a good position in the series. And on the side of Atmos, this is the game where everything is, I wouldn't say downright on the line, but this is where they could make or break their run. Realistically, if you are to analyze it with statistics and everything, I think that would back me up. As Skips here is going to have a chance, just not able to capitalize on it, but I do think this is Atmos' big chance to get back into the series.
It's going to be potentially maybe a job down the line here, and maybe with 5-10 more years here when it's rsc-40, when the history book is a 3-novel or volume set collection of what and who could have been in the history books. You know, it wouldn't surprise me if it's something into the works here on the new website here. But what is certainly new is Ronan himself been here for so long in the history of RSC, and of course the old legacy sets of formats as well too. But you know, he's been quiet so somewhat, which is surprising.
Yeah. I kind of zoned out there, I'm not gonna lie, so I can't really build on that, but we are gonna get encountered.
Yeah. If you like, you can get my new audio books. It puts people to sleep very quickly.
I imagine they could. I think what I need is an audio book of Danny Boy just absolutely tearing me apart while I'm playing in a game, you know? That's just the stuff that is good.
Hold on, I ain't having this here. I've been coaching for a while here. I never tore you apart.
No. I'm thinking back to specifically. I think the first interaction. Well, it wasn't really an interaction as much as a one-sided endeavor from me. Is you were casting my game in the, I think it was upper finals of my first season. Oh, hold on, we have a disconnect. This could be detrimental. It's Atmos missing a player here, and all the pressure on them. Can they deal with this?
Like, so let's just join back here. Was to some extent here it was sort of maybe a pause was coming in, but no, it's not. But no harm, no foul, I suppose, because there was no goal happening going in here. So we might as well return back here to how Danny was such a horrible person here and made the awful comments feel.
No, you just happened to be casting the upper finals, I believe it was, when I played my first playoff season, and well, let's just say you were telling everyone that they sucked at shooting except for Roma, who in turn turned out to be a pretty good player this season. So maybe you weren't completely wrong.
I'm pretty sure when Mal was head admin as well done many of the finals after Sauce said there was a t-shirt made in the casting room, and this is about 2 years ago. Danny's always right.
Maybe he is, but it is Atmos finding 2 goals here despite having a disconnect, and that's giving me a little bit of a flashback because I keep going back to that season, but there was a 2v3 one in that series, and it's a bit of flashbacks. It's Atmos suffering that disconnect, but they're able to bounce back immediately, finding 2 goals here, Danny. And I wouldn't say this game is over, but they are looking way better this game than last game.
Yeah, perhaps it's just maybe that's what they needed to, in some sides, play better. And, you know, as sort of jokingly said to the team the last was with RSC here, as that one goes for 2-1 by Panda scoring. Sometimes you play better when you're angry. And hence, maybe that's perhaps why DC's decided to start scoring.
Yeah, maybe it is. Maybe DevCloud just got angry that someone disconnected and was like, you know, let's give them everything back. Let's just show them how good we are. I don't know. I'm going on a tangent, but it is next.
No, go for it. Go for it.
No. I'm just gonna start saying bad words if I go too deep into it, because I won't be able to control myself. And let's just not take it there, Danny.
Joe, I love it how you know Danny's such a horrible, mean, evil caster. To then suddenly, you know, Danny just rambles. He talks about the history in the old times, and you know, here I am just encouraging now the new generation to ramble alongside me. Join me into the dark arts that is the commentary when the game's absolutely done and dusted, because that's 3-1.
Yeah, 3-1, but still a minute left. I wouldn't say completely done and dusted, Danny. I think you're getting a bit ahead of yourself. But you know, a little bit of rambling can be good. I mean, you know, sometimes when you have a completely one-sided series, maybe a little bit of rambling isn't too bad, but it is gonna be DevCloud here. They are on the upper end again, and they're gonna be taking off so many seconds off the clock here, and just making Amarek's job way harder. Panda, however, is gonna try to inch it forward, but just not able to, and it's a dominant performance by Atmos in this game, just not giving an inch to Amarok here.
Certainly is, and the problem is with this Chrome lineup here, we actually have yet to actually seen them come back from a deficit of when 3 goals have been scored by DC. They've came close at one point, but not in any way dominating or in terms of showing here. So that's the 3-2. That would match the second game so far with 22 seconds, which is less time they had from that situation. I would suggest here we may have similar situations here.
Yeah, and well, I'll take your point of we haven't seen Amarak come back in a game when they got down, but neither have we seen Atmos come back. I think there has been brilliant Rocket League played from behind as well, but there hasn't been a specific comeback when someone has gone down. Maybe if it's a 1-0 or something, I think maybe have happened, but it doesn't really seem like this is a game dictated by the middle of the game. It looks like it is dictated by whoever can build the lead first is just gonna carry it home, and it's Next Fox taking this 4th goal here as well.
And sometimes the game is easy as red as that. Just see what happens on your screen and just tell it as it is. And frankly, this will now be reduced to a best-of-3 format here. But if you are just tuning in, it was a 2-0 opening by Crumbs. 3-2 is the response, backed into 3-1 in our final so far of the known best-of-7, a 4-2, leaving to us as a 2-2 series scoreline. And Veal, frankly, we sit here and say at some point here, when will a player show up? What will he show or individually do it? I think we might be wrong here, or at least myself here, setting that as the narrative here, because it has been outright here an entire team performance here, but nobody's been consistent. It's because it's on or off here.
Yeah, I mean, I think Next Fox, this is just the only thing I've noticed, has been pretty significant in Atmos' offense so far. Getting those first 2 assists in the first game win that they had. This game specifically, 2 goals and 1 assist. He has been involved a lot going forward for that team. I'm not sure about Amarak. Maybe there's a specific player that has been monumental. I have seen Panda score a lot of redirects, but that's not always what wins you the games. I think if you want to have the big difference maker, I think both teams are playing very risky with the last man. They're playing very aggressive, and we are just seeing a lot of counter goals happen because that third man is out of position, not able to deal with the situation that happens very quickly.
Certainly so, and what I'm just casting my eye to as well on the alternative or the B stream itself, if you're from the old currency like myself here, as many of you use maybe in Twitch chat as well too, the Azteca lineup trails in the series, but in the 4th game 2-0 up, so trying to force that decider to play the unfortunate loser of this for the lower final, which will be happening here and no more in about 30 minutes time here, as Ronan's shot does get saved and tipped away. So simple as it gets here, and DC is essentially now shaping themselves up to as a counteractive team, essentially responding with every shot here fired at them.
Yeah, indeed they are. And it is going to be Next Fox here, putting it forward for Cynics, not able to keep it on the hood though. Skips here off the sidewall, goes for the reset. I don't believe he got it. He is going to pinch it, makes it awkward for Qteso, almost forcing an own goal, but not quite, as he's going to then challenge the ball. Cynics going to be looking for that corner, or sidewall rather, off the backboard. Skips having the boost advantage over Qteso in the corner, and it shows. But a bit of a double commit here should slow their attack down on this Next Fox. No, not able to find the line of the pass there. So that will kill their...
Apologies, I was going to sit there and say the fortunate bit about it with that double commit, it simply kept the ball back into it, so it wasn't a straight counter to be dealing with here.
Yeah, Cynics here though is gonna try and lob it forward. Not quite. Ronan is just gonna hit it forward and then completely leave the ball, giving up all the pressure, and that one should have maybe found the back of the net. It is almost gonna, and another chance as well. And that was a very, very poor mistake from Ronan. I haven't seen him make such a big one in a while. And that kind of tells you the kind of pressure that's going on in this game. If you see a player that has been playing consistently well as Ronan making such a big mistake.
Just enjoyed the bump attempt in the defense off it, and if you cast your mind back at the very start, it was a hesitant sort of 3 minutes of the opening. Nobody was prepared to essentially attack or commit here. We're essentially back at that moment in time, and it's DCU who grabs the opening goal here in the decisive game.
Indeed it is. Skips off the backboard. This time not Next Fox setting up his teammate with a goal, but he's getting set up with one and kind of getting paid back a little bit for his efforts in that second game. And now for I believe the first time Atmos looking to take the lead in this series. Of course, not over yet. Only one goal separating them right now. But Atmos have not given up a lead when they've taken it.
It would be correct here. Essentially, 30 minutes worth of gameplay and breaks since we've started the series. And they do lead for that first time. They double it by the goal scorer too. Netflix doubles his lead and doubles the chances here for Atmos to continue it.
Did you just call him Netflix? Because it looks like we are just binge watching the same series right now. Next Fox showing up today with absolute brilliant performance in this upper finals, giving his team a good argument for why they should be the first team to qualify for that grand final.
Well, I've never been offered the Netflix and chill here, Veal, so you would be the first of your offering.
I mean, you know, we can talk about that after the series is over, but let's just enjoy the show we have in front of us first, Danny.
Oh, you know what? Returning back into the commentary booth, but 10 years later, somebody had the offer, and I was surprised it was you, Veal. But I'll save the blushes for later. Here is the red miss, essentially, of Ronan here. Bit of a tantrum, throw that ball into the corner not once but twice here. Still, mind you, haven't got it out here, and it looks like a timeout on the B stream has been called out. It's Aztec and Shadow, 2 each in the series. They are about to start their decider if you want to briefly, and we won't blame you for taking your eyes off the A channel here, as we are in only at the middle, the portion of the stage, but this could be a comeback here.
Yeah, historically, in the games where Atmos have been up with goals, they've been up 3-1 2 times, I believe, and each time the scoreline has been reduced to 3-2 by the end of it. If Amarok can reproduce those games by scoring another goal and just keep Atmos away from scoring that third one, we could have the first overtime of the series in front of us, and it would be cinema, because this game could very well define where this series is going to go. I said that the last game as well in terms of Atmos, but right now 2-2, putting yourself in the position of having a 3-2 lead is massive. It cannot be understated how massive it is, having 2 opportunities to end the game compared to having to win 2 games in a row from the opposition.
I know I've left somewhat here, but I'm starting to dislike all the modern casters coming in, because I sort of let it slip with Hodge earlier. But Pegasus is infected with the word cinema. Now right from him, what's the next phrase here that's coming in here that's new?
I think you said one sentence earlier as well that has been brewing a little bit. I don't know if you are aware of it. it was saying 2 numbers in a row. I won't be entertaining the chat with keeping it going, but I think most people will know what I'm talking about here.
Yeah, but I wasn't using in the context as the you may be potentially referring to there, but who knows? Somebody else may slip that particular reference in as the final moments in the grand final, but it's yet to be decided who will be there, as that one should have been 2 each.
It should have been. You could have made a strong argument for it, and it's only made Amarok's path to the grand final that much harder. They now either have to win 2 games in a row here in this semi-final here, or upper final, I guess you could call. As I will just say, we have confirmed Amarok taking their time out before this next defining game in this series. If Atmos can win the next game, they've secured their place in the grand final. Amarok, if they win the next one, well, they're gonna have to do it all over again for a second time in a row, Danny.
Certainly is, and I will just briefly once again remind everybody the B stream is happening. The decider of the winner of that one will play the loser in this one. If you do want to watch, we would not blame you. It's a very close affair there. But Veil, here, at least on the main channel, that timeout is called. This moment where essentially where champions could be born here. Because, if you're in the grand final, you don't have a bracket reset, you don't have to worry about that, just win 4 games. So at this point here, what do you do?
In terms of Amarok or in terms of Atmos?
I'll let
It looks
you
like
pick.
Panda getting a bit ahead of themselves. If you're Atmos, I think their strategy has been working pretty well. Amarok is probably gonna change up some things going into this game. If I'm in their voice chat right now, in terms of Atmos, I would probably be saying we are the more structurally sound team. We are able to deal with a lot of the pressure generated by Amarok. Let's make sure we're not making big defensive slip-ups, but let's play on our own terms and make Amarok fight to get out of the routine that we are building. I think that is the best way to approach this game, because if you try to change things up while you've just been a path of having your things work, you're putting yourself in a bad situation. Also, you have still a timeout at hand. If things go wrong in the next game, you can recover from the using the timeout. If it just so happens that the next game just works beautifully well for Atmos because Amarok is just trying to force too much, well, now you've just secured your place in the grand finals with a 4-2 victory.
That's the question to some extent to where do you overcommit or not. And what is somewhat joyful in these matches here, I believe correctly here, both sides do have a coach. Both sides have people in their ear to give them, whether it's words of advice, to hype them up, to arguably forget past mistakes. But again, all is said and done, because once you get back onto it, it's that it's not necessarily like an inertia, but it's that sort of sweat that appears onto you, because you know that if it's a mistake, you're the one that's going to get blamed for it. And that's the bit that is going to be worrisome when you are trailing a series like this.
I think when you're playing on a team in the upper finals, there's no point sitting blaming teammates, or even conceiving the thought of sitting there blaming your teammate while you're in the series. You just gotta take it game by game, goal by goal. There's no point blaming anyone, because what good is it gonna bring? You can take all of that up after you finish your playoffs run, after everything is done and dusted, when you don't have any more games to play. You can sit and process that, but during the game, you gotta use all the chemistry you've been building with your teammates. You gotta be on the same page. You gotta be able to just let it slide if someone makes a mistake and just get straight back to it. That's the only way you can approach this game. Otherwise, you're just putting yourself in a bad situation to where you might be giving up a game before it even starts.
Well, as I briefly mentioned before, and I will do so numerous times if necessary, used to be 9 weeks of a campaign over 18 games. You used to get to know how each other are through the adversities, the ups, the lows, the in-betweens, condensed down to 5, and suddenly, in a blink of an eye, you're in a playoff match and near enough one game away for that grand final itself. It's sometimes it sounds easier when you say, oh, it's 4 less weeks. It's just, 4 less more weeks, it's less chances to occur. And just as that crumble in front of their own net here.
Yep, it's Cynics with a nice attempt there, but off the crossbar. And who else but Mr. Netflix, as you so called him earlier, putting on a display, absolutely smashing that one home. And maybe, just maybe, we're gonna see him score a hat-trick this game, Danny.
Well, if he wins it here earlier in the grand final in a 4-0 sweeps fashion, plenty of time for a box set to watch in the evening while he celebrates, but might not want to get too ahead of themselves here. Still plenty of a game to fumble, to guarantee. There's plenty of adjectives you can throw, and that by Atmos is, shall we say, nervy, playing the ball in front of your net like that.
Yep. And there's still pressure on from Amarok right now, but Next Fox, Mr. Netflix, they're out of the corner, able to deal with it. However, it's still possession. Ronan gonna try and look for that backboard, a double commit. This could spell disaster for Atmos, as this one just needs to be passed in middle, but a bit of hesitation from Panda. And you're definitely seeing the pressure start to show from both sides, as Amarok blundering a big opportunity there, but Atmos putting themselves in a situation where they should have been rightfully punished in the first place.
Speaking about being punished, the 2-0 early conceded by Shadow. We'll have to wait a second here. That one's been tied up quite nicely.
Yeah, it's Panda forcing an issue. Teto with a shot straight to the top right corner. No saving that. All 3 players were trying to get to that ball, but none of them could reach it in time. We have an even game again. And all of a sudden, that pressure Atmos was bringing at the first 30 seconds, 40 seconds of the game is just completely gone, and Amarok is gonna pound the pressure, and Panda is gonna find a goal. After forcing the issue on the first goal for them, he's gonna find the second one for them, and it might not be a beautiful shot in and of itself, but the chance created and finished is gonna put Amarok in a good spot in this 6th game of the series.
Certainly is, and I was about to say Shadow won their decisive game. They're 3-2 overall in the series. They are in the lower final, the loser of this, and at one point we were potentially looking at Crum to be that side, and it still could be if a third goal gets rattled in, and Syntax once again ties it up here.
Indeed, Cynics with a nice rebuttal there off the pass of Skips. For one time, we don't see Nextbox being involved in that goal. Still yet to see him get involved after going down in this game. Panda, however, been a shining man for his team. Is gonna get it past Nextbox, however, not gonna make it past Skips. That 50 also gonna find Cynics straight back to him. Good team play there by him and Skips in the corner, but Nextbox here needing to pile on the pressure. That's a good force, but now all of a sudden disaster. However, Cynics dealing well with this as last man, and a good 50 as well. But it's all those tiny mistakes right now making the difference on these teams.
And a crucial detail that needs to be stated. It's the first time in the series that the game has gone back and forth from a 0-1, a 2-1, 2-2. If it goes 3-2 in the favour of Atmos, you would maybe just edge the favour to them and saying they will be the side to win it, as Ronan once again has been a lethal goal scorer for the majority of the campaign. Is just faltering here when he arguably needs it most here. Pops it high up for Panda. He's wavering. He can't put it home either.
Yeah, Atmos struggling very much defensively right now, but Amarak not able to seal the deal when it comes to it right now as well. It's really gonna be a tight battle here. It's gonna be who can overcome the nerves. Of course, Atmos fighting to secure their place in that grand final. Amarak fighting to keep their upper bracket alive, of course. Not out of the tournament if they lose this one, but still, it's a big loss to go down from this upper bracket at this point in time. Because if you make it through here, I think statistically, you have about an 80% chance of winning the grand final if you make it through on this upper bracket. And you want to give yourself the best odds possible.
Well, at the moment, Panda himself must be the prince of the crossbar. Ding, ding, ding. That's has been so far the shooting accuracy as that one tipped around. There's only two other people in RSC history that would have a record outdoing him at the moment in playoffs. Eagle Crane and probably Big Bad Wolf himself many seasons ago. Some of those players was out and around and in grand finals themselves here. Perhaps Panda might want a second chance, save before it hits the woodwork once again. We're under the 60 seconds here on Neo Tokyo before a potential decider, but it needs to go. It has to be scored, and Panda can only say, as he dives onto the ground here while missing the ball.
Cynics gonna clear this one off to the side, gonna let Skips take over in the corner. Gets it over Qteso. Should get the 50, indeed does with Ronan. Tries to lob it over Panda, but he is going to get back in time. Now, getting beat by Nextfox in the corner. Ronan looking very awkward, but is bailed out by Qteso playing that beat off his teammate there. Skips now, going to try and hit it off the sidewall. Cynics patiently waiting for that pop from Panda, as well as Nextfox as well. They're really doing the mind games with him right now. Skips looking to find a teammate, but not able to do so. Ronan with the big boom. It surely looks like we're gonna have an overtime. That clear almost solidifies that, as it's dropped down by Qteso. And for the first time in the series, Danny, we have an overtime.
The closest it's been between the two top sides of the challenger tier outright, and it will not end like this, surely. Ronan does his job. He's got it away. High it goes, low boost, but Harmony is willing to risk it. And unfortunately, it's Mr. Netflix himself sees himself to center stage for the grand final.
Perhaps you were a visionary when you called him Mr. Netflix. As you did say, a certain sentence earlier was being used a lot. I will not repeat it, but he definitely was putting on a show in this series. Surely, I will be surprised if Nextfox is not the MVP of this series, because a brilliant performance by him. But let's not forget the entire team, and let's not forget Amarok playing brilliantly this series. There might have been a bit of difference between these two teams, but a brilliant show of what the top of this tier can bring, as we see the two top teams realistically of this playoffs going head to head in a very tight-knit competitive series here. It might be Atmos squeezing it out in the 4-2, but a lot of those games came down to the wire, Danny.
Certainly is, and it's a fact that the last one required an OT to move across here is the statistics of the players and the teams, and we'll obviously see the MVP shortly. It'll be interesting to see where the numbers lie on that one, Veal. But both sides played very well in terms of the situations, especially it was almost like a tennis match. It was on serve until this moment here. It will be an interesting grand final. It's a question on whether they will have that opportunity, of course, to get back at them.
Indeed, it is. And that will conclude that series. But before we move on, the series MVP will in fact be Next Fox. Confirmed on screen, 8 goals and 3 assists across 6 games. That is about 1.5 goal contribution per game, on top of 10 saves and 5 demos. An absolute brilliant display from him this series.
Disagree with you at all there, and unfortunately here, as much as we'd be looking for the DC potentially maybe a title win here, as Taka unfortunately out of the competition outright today here, but there is 2 series left still, of course, on the docket. And Veal, I believe none of us in terms of will be there for that in terms of the booth. So the by looks of it will be Kiki and GM will be following it through here. So I might as well put you on the spot for one final prediction here. Who does win it this evening?
The whole tier?
Oh, yes.
I would like to see a lower bracket team come up and beat the finalists. I would like to see my friend Mr. Efficiency on that Shadow roster do it. But I think, if I'm being honest, I think Atmos has been playing brilliantly this series, and I think they just kind of sealed it in this series in the first place. But I will be watching along, and I will be praying that a lower bracket rematch or a rebuttal from the lower bracket will be happening. But there's no telling. It's great gameplay from this upper bracket the entire evening, and even Shadow coming from the lower bracket, beating every team down there as well. And I think I will be watching this lower bracket match. And just a quick update. You said Kiki will be casting. I'm pretty sure he's not gonna be. And yeah, you're gonna have to wait and see who's gonna be there for the lower bracket. But we will be back shortly. Unless you have any closing notes here, Danny.
No, it's just sit back and enjoy it. Will it be Netflix and chill, or will it be a mystery winner? We'll find out, of course, after this break.
Just so you can reach out to the ones who feel the need. I'm a train wreck full of diaries about chasing you and dream, and you can't stop the cravings. It's always Well, she's listening right down the hall. We cannot say we will not evolve. So we set sail, carry on, moving forward to take another step in the proper direction. Out of sight, out of mind, it's no wonder we never seem to exist. Who do we think
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Challenger Tier lower final. You might be wondering, Daddy, I thought you said you were going. Well, fortunately for everybody, I'm back again, and Oz has got the misery and the fortune of listening to me for another hours. But how are you, Oz?
Yeah, never better. It's been a great day of action in both the A stream and the B stream here. For anybody who has just joined us, I think it's probably quite a good time to sort of bring up the bracket and get people up to speed with this, Danny. I mean, we've just seen some upper final action. We've seen some lower semi-final action. I mean, walk us through what happened on the stream beforehand, because you were involved in it.
Well, certainly will, and you know what? It's an interesting sort of shake-up, really. I mean, when you looked at sort of the upper final matchup, 4-2, you look at, it's a decent performance here. It probably arguably it should have been 4-3 on a few chances that was missed here, but it was an oddity in some sense here because it was back and forth, but it wasn't a true game where, when one team scored, the other team scored. It was a very much a lack of bleh for 4 games before we got into that stage. And hence, once you get into that sort of rhythm of it, becomes a much more sort of tighter and closer affair here. The issue now is how do you respond if you're Chrome, who, as you may have witnessed on the B stream, Shadow, of course, is out Azteca there.
Yeah, having a look at the team stats, not that they're really relevant at this point, but Shadow finishing third, I believe, in their conference. It's just the sheet isn't quite updated for head-to-head, so it does say fourth here. And then Chrome finishing second, but ended up being promoted to first due to Illusory forfeiting their spot, not due to not completing all of their sub-games. So another instance of stats really meaning nothing here, but both teams have performed to different levels here today. Chrome, a great first series against Azteca to send them to the upper final versus Deathcloud. Just fell a little bit short there, but Shadow, they have been on a lower bracket run, and I can't wait to see what they're going to do with the opportunity of potentially getting back to a grand finals here for this organization. And for Chrome, a new franchise who's come in this season here, Danny, getting to their second grand final of the season potentially. They had the one in Academy that didn't quite go their way, and they could have another bite at the cherry here in Challenger as well. But we're going to have to see very, very shortly how that's all going to unfold, because we have a lower final to settle. And here are some of the players that will be taking, well, here's all the players that will be taking to the pitch and their subs as well, just to see, who did what across the season on their rosters. And yeah, you know what? I think there's lots of numbers on the screen, and I don't know about you, Danny. I don't really care for any of them.
Neither do I, to be frankly honest with you. That's the lower final is essentially the moment where it's make or break for teams, whether their campaign is essentially going to run its final course here. It's whether the case on, is it validation or comfort? Well, he'll be crying in the corner in a best of 7.
Well, it's time to find out. It's time to get the players on the pitch and get this lower final underway. A single best of 7 to keep both of these teams either in or out of that grand finals as we head into game number 1 here, Danny. And already getting started, it is Shadow look to force their opponents back into the defensive side, and Chrome, they don't want to give over that easily. A great pop to the back wall there from Tezo, and almost Panda following up on the touch, but it will be Ronin to clean things up and find the first goal here for Chrome Amarok.
And it's just as simple as it gets, really. They have a lot to prove themselves, especially up there the fashion. They lost in the last 2 games on stream, no more than, about 20 minutes ago, Hodge. But, if you're sitting here and you're DCE, you'll probably be sitting here to some extent here thinking, you know what, kind of Clips do us a favour here, win this one, because they'll probably look at them as the easier side here if it was to go into a grand final.
Yeah, you'd certainly think so. And Panda thinks that it's time for the 2-goal lead. Second one flies in, and, well, Shadow just flew out of their net completely. They all just dived out the way and essentially left the net open. 2-0 for Chrome here at the start of game number 1. It's a great start for them, but it's about how you keep it up. And speaking of keeping it up, we've seen a great momentum surge that Shadow have kept up across their day of action. It's been, quite a resurgence from them after their play-ins destruction where Azteca beat them 4-0 back in the play-ins, and since then it's been a lower bracket run today that they've had to go on, and they've excelled at every opportunity, but now it's a different light. Now it's Chrome's light, and Ronan is thriving in it.
I don't think the angle where the camera naturally goes to done this shot justice. I'll even go far to say that shot at the tournament.
Certainly a contender. It's difficult to place those shots exactly where you want them to go sometimes, but Chrome have had no sort of I guess no struggles in doing just that yet. But now down the other side, Shadow Eclipse want a little bit of aggression of their own, and maybe they're going to get that opportunity because Tank's going to try and get this one past Ronan, but stays strong on the goal line, is able to clear it away.
And that's an unusual miss here. Continues down the line here for essentially a bombardment off it here. And, when you got beat by Azteca 4-0, and we sat there and we've already, to some degree, discussed this Hodge on the very opening match of this evening's action. It's hard to, come back on it. And, to some extent here, when you think it's a close matchup, it's not too bad here. It's, a 3-0 in the opening game here in any shape or form here is below par.
Certainly so. And Ronan on the ceiling, looking to get this one over to Panda, who almost finds the fourth, and so does Tezo, but blocked away there by Refex. The lead still stands at 3 here for Chrome Amarok, and Shadow are going to try and sort of pick away at it. Look to find some back, but just struggling around, look for possession on this ball. It's Tank from the sidewall looking to try and find that reset play with it. Get it over the top of 2 players. An Eclipse, they find the first of a needed 3 to look to try and bring this game back to some sort of playable state.
Parity is what they're searching for. It's nice to see a response of kind here, and if they do go to lose it from here, it's a sort of a sniff of a chance here, knowing that this series isn't out of touch here at all here, but how much can you rely essentially on one player here? It seems to be Tank who may have grabbed the goal. Efficiency hasn't been at the races. Refuse, who we've seen provide a lot of output on the goals here. Great save by Panda, and that arguably could have been 3-2 when, as you sat there, said game back on.
Yeah, certainly the case. Refex to the back wall. Where's the follow-up? It's nowhere to be found, and this is going to allow Chrome an opportunity to push back here, although it has just been pushed back into Tank's hands, and we know what he can do when he's got the ball in this scenario, but stopped there by Tezo. Great save to keep that one away, and Tank's demoed at Panda, so that attack should come to a stop there momentarily. Unless Panda can get back in the rotation, because Mr. Efficiency, it's a little bit awkward as well. And it's back into the 3-goal lead here for Chrome Amarok. They exploit the backlines of Eclipse and are able to re-establish, like we said there, that 3-goal lead.
And it's going to be a painful night here. They continue on playing the way they are here, Eclipse. Because, there's no structure here, or no spine to essentially hold that position or play for any much time. And, it's not a case of boom chase. It's, it's like a water pistol with no sort of water behind it. And that's it. You're just hearing the noise and sound of it. Eventually that one does go in here, but Chrome's defense was non-existent either here. So both sides making oddities here in this lower final.
Yeah, certainly the case. As Mr. Efficiency finds the second one, the Shadow Eclipse still a way back into this one. We've seen what Shadow have been able to do on the kickoff, so you can't really count them out here. But same can be said for Chrome. They've been incredible across the day. Stumbling there in the upper finals a little bit, but I mean, like you said, it could have gone to 7, it could have gone either way, and I think that is the sort of the bread and butter of Rocket League as a game. It can just go either way, and on this occasion, it's gone down into Ronan's hands. Another goal to add to the tally, and it was pandemonium on the back wall. Tank tried to pre-jump it, sort of got pushed back, and then his teammate just missed, and it went in the net. I don't know. It was all over the place.
Just nothing to disagree with there. It's the wrong order in terms of who jumped and who was meant to sit. It's one of those ones that just sit there and say mentally the Eclipse lineup isn't ready to play at this level yet, which is strange because you thought with the performance, the type of games that have been playing this evening, And for fact that this week, they would be there, or at least more present here. 5-2. It's been better since the second half. You could say arguably it's a 2-1, 2-2 type game. If game 2 goes in a similar fashion, they might get a game here, but that's all if, buts and maybes, and you cannot rely on that.
No, you absolutely can't. It's at this level, at this point in the tournament, it's got to be definite. It's got to be musts. And one thing we can say for sure is Chrome definitely looking online here in this lower final. Shadow, though, we've seen what they've been able to do across the day. And best of 7, bit of a marathon, not, you know, the same sort of sprint that a best of 5 can be. At some point, we're going to have to see Shadow come online, because this was not the game. And like you mentioned there, Danny, towards the second half, it was a little bit closer. But overall, Chrome have just been the better team here in game number 1. And it showed in the scoreline, on the pitch, and it will get them a game number 1 victory.
Just like that. You know, you're just wondering what it will actually be produced here. And so far here, you know, there was always going to be question marks on Shadow coming into this. And there was a bit of a chat here in the green room before the series was talking about various different people, what could happen, Hodge. And I'm not saying the way that people were guessing how it was going to happen played the way it did. I don't think it was in the same light. But what is certainly evident of it is we always talk about sort of like a top side or a top 2. No matter what tiers is, there's going to be some form of it. Eclipse here, they're, how can I say it, too relaxed. They're happy to get beat at the moment.
Okay. Well, yeah, I mean, it felt like towards the second half things started to pick up there. Yeah, but the first minute or two was a little bit of a disaster there. So as we head into game number 2 here, you're looking at, you know, this being played a little bit more of a closer game. And we know what this Eclipse side can do. They showed us throughout the day when this team comes online, they are so deadly to put to a stop. I mean, how many hat tricks have we seen Refex get today as a whole? I don't even know. Quite a bit, but the sort of pressure and the presence that we find Eclipse finding on the field, they just weren't able to have in that game number 1. Game number 2 could be a different story, although Chrome, they played an incredible game 1, and I'm sure are going to be looking to double down on it here on Forbidden Temple.
Just how would you like to respond here is essentially Eclipse. It was essentially Chrome's lineup earlier today here, where they just lost from the upper final, where they had the similar problem put across them. But again, it's a game of tit for tat here. Who can respond in kind and refuses up from the halfway line. So a lot of boost wasted. So chances will be from the same side of the pitch here, and Tank trying to force it home.
Yeah, certainly. So almost some early fireworks off the start of this game. It will be a little bit sort of all over the place as everyone scraps around looking for this first goal, and almost one of the members of that Chrome team able to find it. Blocked out Tezo in this corner, and a hassle Refex there. Panda also getting hassled as well, as the defense of Shadow now looks to turn this one into a counter-attack. And, well, Panda is going to sort of rotate to the back lines there and play this follow-up touch. Dive back in again here, Danny, but both of these teams just hunting for the momentum. And I mean, you know, we've talked about being on the hunt. Chrome, they've excelled at that as a franchise this season, a new franchise coming into the league, already found themselves 1 grand final, as they now look to get back to a second here and hopefully have better results.
Well, you know, you can sit here and talk about there's a few franchises, you know, whether happy for others or bitterness due to them succeeding. There's always going to be a story, a narrative told by whoever it is here. And frankly, you just have to look through this campaign already. You know, new franchises seem to have got the draft format well and worked out here with a few experienced people, of course, in the background. Due diligence has paid dividends. And, you know, you just have to look at that at last week's set of finals as well, too. And, of course, don't forget next week as well, the Elite and Master tier still to be unplayed. And, you know what? Who knows? Will it be the likes of Illusory or Serene or, you know, MPP who will be eventually getting a chance for another final? Will it be old or new? But that's the same and a story for another day.
It certainly is. This story, and on this day, it is all about Challenger. And both of these teams have certainly brought the challenge here, and Refex certainly getting himself involved in the challenge, but does just get beat to the ball. Shadow on the hunt, Tank looking to try and find the touch, and Refex now having to scarper back and win the race to this boost. Does just get there. And now what can he do with this ball from this situation? Gets dunked by Ronan. As Panda looks to collect. Only get that one touch though. Tank pop that one up for a teammate. And Panda looks for that bump instead. Refex sort of chasing this one on that sidewall, playing the fake. Now looking to get this one over to Tank. Ronan finds the bump, but it's just chaotic around this midfield line.
Maybe, but the definite and most significant member of this sort of lineup here that you'd be looking at towards, Refuse or Reflux themselves here, not necessarily getting the goals input, but it's a much more machine-like performance here. Tank's doing his job, Efficiency doing his, and all three of them are trying to find that shot to pierce the goal line itself here. Hasn't, of course, worked out, but they haven't conceded compared to the display, essentially going 2-0 down in the opening minutes so quickly in game one. Now this is much more looking like a contender for a grand final spot.
Yeah, it certainly could be. As Tank trying to chase this one down the field, up that sidewall and down over to Refex. Looks to shoot it on target, but Panda, great save there, and follow up by Tezo. Stopped in its tracks by Mr. Efficiency as Tank's going to look to rekindle this pressure. Panda touchdown to Ronan, great passing play, but can they outspeed that last man in Mr. Efficiency and get any sort of attack going? Not quite, but once again the passing play being attempted. This time it might come back to bite them though, as it's a little bit awkward, and somehow they just sort of get away with that one. And it's looked a little bit worrying for a minute. Panda will take this one back over to the ceiling, drops it down. Backline sort of being cracked open here, Danny, but we've said that time and time again, nobody's found the goal.
Well, we might see it at least guaranteed, because it'll have to eventually end, whether it's at 5 minutes and 5 seconds or in that dreaded OT. And you know what, here it wouldn't surprise me to head into that direction. It took game 6 in the essentially upper final, and that there is disgusting.
Yeah, it's a great fake there. On that touch, Ronan puts the shot towards target. Panda plays an incredible fake that sends that last man out of the way. Goal secured for the side of Chrome Amarok. And now all they've got to do is hold on to it for about 10 seconds. Ronan missing that touch. Mr. Efficiency rotating out, looking to find the bump onto the last man. Refex trying to get this one back over to his teammate, but it's clear out. It's a beat to the ball here from Chrome as they look to go up 2-0 in the series, barring a miracle from the corner of Shadow, and it will just hit the floor. Chrome Amarok essentially sneak away the second game here.
It's, you know what, here you thought for half a second here they may get it, and the I'm not surprised here, but the timeout has been called by Shadow themselves here. The management decided to step up here and take it here. But before we even analyze outright the whole series here, what was interesting in that last 30 seconds alone here by Eclipse, they sat there and fired the shots up the net here, and it was the most consistent they had. And you're sort of going, why aren't they doing it?
Yeah, no, very much the case. There was, a lot more shots, it felt like, there across the entire game. Just weren't quite able to put any away. And yeah, I'm having a look at the scoreboard. It was a little bit wrong on the stream graphics. We can see it in the game. Every single player was sat on 152 points. Every single one. It was all equal. And it's not really where you want to be, right? You want to be putting away those goals. You want to be putting those shots towards the back of the net, and you want to be opening up the field with demos, which is something that this Shadow roster is normally pretty good at doing. But this time, Danny, it's been a little bit of a struggle for them to sort of come online here against this Chrome team. And usually with a series like this, you've got one team who's dropped from that upper bracket after being beat, one team who's on that sort of momentum surge coming through that lower bracket. As that lower bracket team, you're sort of looking to get those first games secured as wins before that other team starts to get the momentum back. We've not really seen that. It's taken quite a sort of opposite course to how we normally expect it to go. And I think that's just a testament to how good of a team this Chrome team really is.
you can't sit there and disagree with that sort of line of thought and process, because when you sit there and you'll play a game and you look at it and you ask yourself, what are you producing here? You have to sit there and you'll essentially provide, essentially a va-va-voom to a game here. You have to have something that, gives the opposition to fear you. Now, if you're Shadow in the clips here, the only positive you can sit here taking out of this, right, we haven't conceded for about over 4 minutes worth of game there. But there's no output.
Yeah. Certainly. You need an output, right? Otherwise, you just won't get an end result here. And I mean, we've got about just over a minute left on this timeout to see what Shadow are really talking about, what they can try and fix going into the rest of this series. Because you've got to feel this game number 3 is really crucial in terms of the context of this series, but also the context of the playoffs bracket in general. If you're a team like Chrome, and you essentially, win the lower final in, let's say, a dominant sweep, certainly you're coming into that grand final with a lot more confidence, a lot more sort of ready to get straight back into it. You've got that momentum. Deathcloud have just been sort of, well, I'd assume, sat there for an hour. I know some teams scrim beforehand. We saw that in Prospect with the likes of Dexterity, but there's a lot of teams who just quite happily take it as a bit of a time to sort of chill out for a bit there, Danny. And as we get into the final 30 seconds here, we'll see, if this Shadow team's been able to fix anything, or if this just is going to be the Chrome show for the rest of the series.
And you know what? If you're probably sitting there from a Chrome's point of view, if they do go on the sweep here, it's, preserves a bit of energy. They're not wasting it too much here. And if you're obviously hoping in that situation for a bracket reset, and to some extent here, if you're playing smart here, you would force DC to play quick, and by that I mean, I think on average is about 10 to 15 minutes as your turnaround time between series. You would probably want that cut down to 5, and probably say, no, let's get this going here, because you don't want to cool down. You've arrived, sat there and warmed up here, and you're hoping to catch an opposition on the bounce, so to speak.
Well, head into game number 3, and it's a big task ahead here for Shadow Eclipse. They need to rebuild this series, and it needs to start now. Tank almost able to get some good pressure, and a great tap up there to Reflex. Looks to get it in field for Tank to come back in, but it will fall back out to Mr. Efficiency, who's trying to get this one past everybody. A flick to try and get past Ronan, but put to a stop as Chrome look to go back on the counter-attack. Ronan, a great touch, but will be stopped at the final hurdle there by Reflex. Both of these teams giving it everything.
Oh, nice to see the 50 presence still on the ball here. No infield pass, and Mr. Efficiency taking over. That's per sort of communication between the two, though. Yes, it's sort of a nice 1-2 and keeping the positional advantage. But if you're trying to play that ball across box, which is what they did and ultimately do, it's the wrong play, lads. And the Clips here, they've got to be careful. Once again, they're looking very shaky on the back lines.
Certainly are. Mr. Efficiency touchdown over to Reflex, who is waiting. Get this one going. Resets into the middle where Tank is waiting, but stopped. The defense read it perfectly. And now the play turned on its head. Another one of these games here, Danny, where it looks like it could be a bit of a sort of no-goal game for quite a decent amount of time. It's pressure both sides, but it's a defensive battle as well as the offense between these two teams. And, well, it's also a battle of who can whiff the least, I guess.
Oh, it's nice to see somebody taking over my position back in the day here. Who can least whiff the most? Well, if it was the Victorian days, we'll see a couple of fans here blushing in the gust of wind here that would potentially be coming here. But what is certainly evident here off it is that Eclipse, in terms of their own rotation here, isn't just missing the ball here. They're missing every big boost pad possible. Concede right from it too.
Yeah, that is the first goal here for Chrome Amarok. It gives them the lead here in game number 3, and now 3 minutes away from going up 3-0 in this series and looking to close out this series in as dominant fashion as they possibly can. Shadow, they need a response, and they're going to try and find it as Tank's found that demo, but Ronan quite happy to cut back into that rotation and buy his team a little bit of time.
Same, maybe one element. It's unfortunately the goals here that is the crux of the game here, where they'll be chasing down half a game played. And it will be Tank here to hopefully get something going. And Panda's just essentially removed it. Demo helping out. This will be 2-0.
Chrome Amarok coming alive here in this game number 3. Timeout all you want, Shadow. He's still got these connections that have been haunting teams all day. Chrome on the hunt, looking to try and get themselves back into that grand final, looking for a rematch versus DCE.
May not have the full 7. 6 was good for the time being, but do you know what's here? It would be nice to see it go in the distance if it does happen, but Shadow, double commits here. They were hoping to maybe a bit more of a stronger presence here, but I think it's the gas has run out of the tank here, just literally in terms of the performance, because everything is now to some extent slowing down. Everybody's in the same spot here at this point in time here. You just say Shadow's just a side that is ready to surrender.
Yeah, certainly so, but you can't give up, you can't back down, and when you've got Tank in that sort of position, Mr. Efficiency with the follow-up can't quite make it happen either, and Panda will just guide this one out to the other side of the field. Tank trying to catch it, but will be blown smithereens, and so will the game state for Shadow, as Chrome Amarok are on a tear.
Certainly are. Mr. Efficiency cannot do anything at it, and the expression even just from himself there looks like there's nothing that we can do, and there's nothing worse, especially in a lower final, grand final situation, when you are trying your best and cannot do a single thing about it, and you just sit there with the frustration and sort of going, can anything work? Because that's essentially where they're at now.
It certainly is. You've took the time out, nothing's really changed. You've, had this whole lower bracket run going all day, and unfortunately for Shadow, they've met an opponent which looks to be too great a task for them to overcome, but Tank maybe wants to say otherwise, maybe wants to try and find some redemption with the sidewall double, but you're not going to get that one past the defense here, because that's all that this Chrome team need to do from this point forward here, Danny, is essentially hold that 3-goal lead, park the bus, and change things up a little bit. And, with that little bit of game management, it should be pretty easy for them to walk away with this game.
Well, is it easy to hold a 3-0 lead?
I don't know. It depends who you ask. There's multiple teams who wouldn't be able to, but both of these two teams, you'd imagine, are at a level where they should be able to.
Well, you sincerely hope so. There's been plenty of action already this week where we've seen leads slip away where you've questioned it before, but in this situation, yeah, I think we would be surprised here if it does slip away. 3-0 seems to be the ominous number as well, because it should be 3-0 and essentially 3 match points here as Shadow once again near enough hits the woodwork. This time slips on in.
Yeah, Shadow find 1, but still 2 more needed here in 13 seconds. It's a task that they're going to have to be up to here, or they're going to be looking at a reverse sweep to try and bring things back. 10 seconds still remaining. Trafex takes to the skies, looks to try and get this one in field, and Tezo just clears it long, clears it down the other side. The timer gonna tick away here, Danny, and Chrome Amarok 3-0 up as they look to try and send themselves back to the grand finals, and now find themselves only 5 minutes away.
Certainly are, and I've just seen one of the players from Eclipse leave the lobby as quickly as possible. The placebo must be a car change or a decal swap of some kind, but I personally have always hated seeing that, because you just know mentally you're looking for something. You're looking for something that's not there. But either way off it is here. We can sit there and talk about that as much as we can here. It's a long situation where you just have to sit there and ask yourself, if you're Chrome here, do we want to win similar fashion here, 2-3-0, and take it easy here, or do we now just go out and thump 7-8-0 here and make a point going into the final here? Because Eclipse are gone out, they're not there.
Yeah, well, we're going to have to find out. Game number 4, there's no timeout possible here for Shadow Eclipse, and it will now be up. See what this Chrome Amarok team can do to close this one out, because we've seen time and time again here that closing a series can be difficult for some of these teams, but you'd have to think with the experience that they have from this situation, it should be a pretty simple job from this point forward. What have Eclipse got left? Because I'm sure you would sit here and say, Danny, absolutely nothing, and they're going to have to prove to us otherwise here on the field.
It's going to be very much difficult. I think many people at this sort of situation has ruled them out. I think many, and even Shadow, their own franchise, without saying it to their players at the moment, probably be sitting there with a faint, maybe 1-2% of belief. The players, however, has got to muster something to sit there and say, we've got it here. Now, how are they going to do it? We don't know. They haven't shown enough on the attacking side to sit there and say, there's the output. Defensively, there's no spine, so they're getting spliced right open. And hence, when you put it all in like that there, you just have to go, send help is usually what ends it up.
That's certainly the case. Ronin popping it up here for Panda, who should have the beat on tank. It's going to drop down, and Panda won't have the read, and neither will Tezo, but still, you know, that pressure, good pressure already, sending Shadow into a little bit of, you know, a panic to try and get free from the defense, and now launching this one back downfield are Chrome. Ronin to get that one centered, and Mr. Efficiency going to be up for that challenge as well, looking to chase onto the end of this, but Shadow going to be blocked out, not going to let them have it that easily.
So, subtle touch there, flip reset 2. It looks like Eclipse are essentially sending everything to their play to back at times, and it's worked out well. But the problem I see with Chrome's game is that, you know, once they have that counter-attack and chance that appears, all three has left that gap open, which essentially allows Eclipse to run rampant. But hey ho, do you know what? If you're 3-0 up in the series, why not?
Masters has just said in Twitch chat, if Shadow reverse sweep this, I'll get the logo as a tattoo. I don't know if that's something I'd be willing to sort of bet it on, but we've already seen quite a few bets made this season not go well for people. I'm looking at a certain bald man in Academy, thanks to Vortic getting top 6. But right now, we're looking at Shadow, we're looking at Mr. Efficiency, and we're looking at any sort of life that they can give us to bring things back in this series. And there is the first goal of, you know, many that they hopefully need. Now, Danny, I know we stood in a similar position to this earlier on in the day, and you said one goal means nothing, you need to back it up with a second.
Certainly did, and it's the unfortunate bit of it. One is very much a fragile number. Same with the sort of the mentality of the situation too, because you know it's sort of splintered double save required by Chrome to keep it on out here. They know now they're in a match here, because you saw the how to put it very kindly, the mechanical gear that changes in people's brain, and they realise, oh, we're in a match now.
Certainly so. And Panda takes it to the ceiling. That will drop down. Mr. Efficiency up for the touch to the back wall, and Tanks jump for it as well, looking to try and sort of pick that one out from Tezo's hands, but it will just go downfield here from Panda. Gets it one centered. Tezo back for the tap in. Immediate response from Amarok. And that sort of, and you know, that pressure, that momentum that I guess Eclipse was starting to build here in game number 4, immediately sort of squashed before it even got going.
And yet, if you're in those situations, you'd be sitting there somewhat, you know, trying to breathe hope into the game and say, no, well, it's only 1-1, there's still plenty of time here. That's why I was somewhat sitting here going into this third game to how easy they could be spliced right open here. One pass into the middle box, no defenders whatsoever here. It just shows you the weakness that they do have, how manageable it's easy to be essentially broken. And once again, it's Panda who does it again.
Yeah, it certainly is. Panda with another incredible sort of tap in there. It's a good shot. And, you know, it's just positioning perfectionate here from Chrome Amarok as they look to close this series out in a 4-0 sweep and get themselves to the grand finals for a rematch against Deathcloud Atmos. But for now, there's a Shadow who's still on the hunt, but for how long? Tank to get back for that and deal with Ronin, who's charging down from this corner. Avoid the bumps, avoid the chaos that Chrome are bringing to the table here. They've been able to get it out of the immediate danger zone, but Tezo's still up for that. Panda's looking for the bump as well. It feels like no matter how you want to approach the situation here, it's always a difficult task. And now Reflex is going to try and get back on the end of this one, but the shot just a little bit too weak.
That was on target. Tank should have got there, but the amount of oh no, oh no, oh no, screaming in his head there. He missed the 100 boost pad and sought the ball or on his way across near the net bound here. That's just right in front of it. Do you know what? It's game, set, match. That's it, done.
Yeah, Chrome Amarok asserting dominance here in the lower final. Couple of whiffs coming through on the goal line from Shadow, and it allows Amarok the 2-goal lead and control on the Coliseum. But now what do you do with that control? Surely you close out the game, and it looks like they have all the confidence to do so as they look to sort of set themselves up for that grand finals. Panda, a shooter on the pitch today, just adding to the tally.
Joe, I used to joke with some players in the scene, do you get bored of scoring? And usually the answer is no. It must be nice being a striker. To have that goal hunger.
Oh, it must be. It must be. But yeah, maybe it's something we might get to ask you about in the interview if Chrome do end up coming out victorious here later tonight. But they still have to deal with Death Cloud if they want to do that. But you talk about getting to the grand finals. They've pretty much done it. 5-1 in game number 4. It is a massacre here on Utopia Coliseum as Chrome Amarok just cleaning up the spoils of Shadow in the final moments.
Oh, and just spare thought here for DCE, and I'm just want to bring this in to maybe the narrative for the ones who are covering the final. Maybe a certain winner of the AGM himself of a previous tier, Beal, who is sitting waiting with DevCloud at the moment, was with Owls last season, won this very tier as well. So potentially back-to-back for him, which, we may somewhat accolade as a manager. But it's the question now, who wants to grab that victory in a best-of-7 or 14 games? That is yet to be told here.
It certainly is, but the final 5 seconds of this one will tick down. Chrome Amarok on the hunt back for success, on the hunt back for glory, and they will get their match versus Death Cloud once again. Grand finals locked in.
Sometimes the lower final is usually the best series of the competition. Unfortunately, we have to sit here and disagree with my usual outlook. The grand final, Hodge, I would sit here and probably say will be the match, the showdown that we have all been looking for. And Joe, what the question is, will the quality be there? I'll give you half an answer already. I think we'll see the bracket resets.
Oh, you think we do? Well, what we did see here was a sweep from Chrome, 4-0 against Shadow in this series. As we take a look at these post-series stats and look at how many sort of shots and goals there was here. 14-4 with the goals. I mean, Chrome just bullied them out of the tournament.
Did you know what? Rightly so. If you're not playing well in any shape or form, it's time to get removed off the pitch here. And once again, you see Panda. MVP here. That's just no surprise to anybody. The reason why I'm laughing is you have to somewhat look at how simple today gets when you are in that sort of top 2 or side here. It's enjoyable when you're playing that well, but again, it's no point of playing well. It's about the wins at the end of the day here, and it's again who will have the chance to hoist that trophy.
Well, it certainly is, and I've seen that it's already been changed here on the screen. So I'm predicting RSC to win over Death Cloud in a game 7. I guess everyone's a winner. Everyone's a winner. Let's give out a trophy to all 5,000 members of the server. But yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm just cutting in here. There's a bracket reset here. We're going with a gauntlet fashion, so player 2003 will be versus 300 for the lower round 326.
Well, you heard it here first, folks. We're in for a long, long night, but this night has only got one more series left to go. Let's take a look at the bracket to see where things stand and where we've been, where we've got to across this wonderful evening here, Danny. I mean, we started with a couple of sweeps, a couple of close series in that lower round 1. We've got to the point where we found another sweep here in the lower final. You talked about that grand finals that's awaiting. the battle of the teams beginning with A, Atmos versus Amarok. Well, it's certainly going to be a fun one.
You know what here, if it's, going to be sorted out by alphabetical order here, I'll be a bit worried for one side here. But either way, if it is, we can sit here and continuous talk and do as much as we want. It's only fair here to give everybody, in terms of the players, even our fabulous producer. I'm mixing two words. Broadcaster, producer. Master, and all of this. I'll bring a chance for everybody up as well to these voices. I know you're up as well. I know you cast someone like myself for 4 hours here. Let's take a quick break here and let's get our grand final. It's rightfully deserved praise that should be having in a few moments' time here.
welcome everybody to your Challenger Grand Finals. Two teams who've ascended to the top of the pack now look to crown themselves as champions, but only one of those can. And well, Chart, it's time to decide which one of those it is going to be. I mean, Death Cloud, Chrome, two teams who had very different stories, but very different sort of similar spells of dominance as well here. I mean, we're going to pull up this bracket first of all. Walk me through what's happened.
Yeah, we've got these two teams, Deathcloud and Chrome, the rematch of the upper final. 2 tiers in a row now. We're seeing a rematch of the, I believe 3 tiers in a row actually, where we're seeing that upper final team win the lower final and come for a round 2 here. Amarok, they lost 4-2 in the first series, but then had a quick 4-0 over Eclipse to get back to it earlier on in the bracket. Both of these teams as well in the upper semis, sweeping Canaans and Chamali down into that lower bracket. Chamali, when they got put down, then managed to get 1 win over Pulse, but then lost out to Eclipse just after that, both in game 5s. Canaans getting beat by that Eclipse team that made it all the way to top 3. And then at the start of the night in the lower bracket, we saw Ember and Frolls being bested by Pulse and Eclipse. So it's been a very, very long day with some very, very good Rocket League on show. But now it all comes down to this matchup and these two teams.
Yeah, these two teams that have worked so hard across this season to get to this point, and these two teams that are now going to battle it out here to crown themselves champions. Will we need one best of 7? Will we need a bracket reset? Well, that's all to be decided very, very shortly. But we've obviously had to do some predictions, and if you were quite sneaky, you would have already seen them pop up on the screen before. But Chart, we've both gone for 4-2 for Deathcloud here. We've both gone for a repeat of that upper final. I mean, why? Why have you done it? And then I'll walk you through the reasons.
Partially because I want to go to bed, and partially because I think that this Atmos roster, they're going to be confident. They know that they can beat this team. And while Amarok are coming off that 4-0 with good momentum, I just think that they will have the upper edge and they will continue to get the head up in this matchup.
Well, it's time for your Challenger Grand Finals. It's time for a throwdown here in a best of 7. It's Deathcloud Atmos versus Chrome Amarok for all the glory here as we head on into Manfield Night for game number 1. Chart, it's all to be decided here and now. But will it be Deathcloud closing it in the first? Will it be a bracket reset from Chrome? Let's find out. It's already off the kickoff. It's 50s for days here from the Chrome Amarok side, and Skip's immediately looking to flip the play on its head. Next Fox, I get that one centered, but Panda and Tezo have got other ideas, and we'll send this one down the other side.
Yeah, we've already had 2 bracket resets out of 2 in our grand finals before. Chrome being involved of one of them in Academy, getting the bracket reset, but then falling short. But Amarok, they want to get the bracket reset and take it all the way, and that is the first goal that will send them on that journey. Ronan opens the scoring in the grand final.
Yeah, they certainly do. First goal, the side of Chrome Amarok, and now it's Deathcloud that are going to look to punch back. They were able to in that upper final, shut things down in a game 6. Took it 4-2, and that's why they find themselves coming in as the upper seed from that upper bracket. They still have that second life in the back pocket if needed, as we've seen both of the grand finals in both Academy and Prospect go to a bracket reset. One time the lower bracket team took the win in MPB Snap, and one time the upper bracket team took the win in Mistaken Purpose. But now, what do we see between these two teams?
Trying to get that one into the middle. Next Fox is first to it though. Amarok with some early pressure here. They want to make this series as quick as possible. They don't want to have to go to a longer series to get that bracket reset. Those game 6s, those game 7s, they don't want to go that far. They don't want the fatigue to start playing a factor, because it will get late. They have played a lot of Rocket League. It can get to that point, whereas Atmos, they've just had an hour's break. Whilst, well, I say an hour, it didn't exactly take an hour because of how quickly Amarok won that lower final. but maybe they're a little bit cold after that break, Hodge.
Yeah, and Amarok are going to be anything but cold because they've just come off the back of a 4-0 sweep against Shadow. It was a domination, and they look to bring forward that momentum here into the early stages of this grand final. You can see they've already found 2 goals, and it will be Deathcloud that look to punch back. Next Fox looking to win the race and does, but it's a touch back out to the Chrome players, and Panda's just going to look to control this one. Not a lot of boost, though. The Cynics will pick up the touch. Next Fox looking for the infield pass, and, well, couldn't quite get on the receiving end as Chrome just hold on to their 2-goal lead. We'll see how long that's going to be the case, and maybe they're going to look to add to it as Tezo gets himself back into the mix, back over to Ronin. It's a triple for Chrome Amarok here in Game 1.
Yeah, Amarok 3-0 up, not even half the game to go, but Cynics just can't make connection on that 50, and Ronin, bar down, manages to get the finish. Amarok, they're coming out the gate swinging here in the Challenger Grand Final. This could be a 4th as well. Cynics has to get the pre-flip there, but Ronin's still on it. Ronin with the shot, but the crossbar comes to the rescue of Atmos, but only so many times that can happen. They're still 3-0 down. They need those goals, but right now, they're just not really threatening this Amarok net.
Yeah, not quite. 3-0 up here as Ronin gets it over the top. That first man, Panda will collect in the corner to the ceiling and looks to follow up his own touch. Double commit here for the side of Chrome Amarok, but it doesn't even matter because the defense is scattered. And Chrome Amarok owning their opponents here in this first matchup.
Yeah, Tezo getting his first goal on the score sheet and adding a 4th here for Chrome Amarok. Now Panda looking at a 5th. That one might just be in, but it's just wide. Ronin with the shot. And Amarok are absolutely blitzing Atmos in this Game 1.
They certainly are. It's 5-0. I'm getting flashbacks to a certain Academy Grand Final that we watched last Saturday.
Yeah.
I mean, what was it? 6-1 in the first game?
I think
And
so.
they didn't
there was
win
like
the series?
There was 9 at one
There was a
point as well,
9-1?
that first series, yeah.
And
was
still
it-
that team didn't win the series. So anything can happen, but a great start here for Chrome nonetheless. As, you know, it will be Deathcloud. They're going to look to try and find something, and it's a flick from Skips over the top, but kept out there by Panda, and just down the other side, in for the 7th, sorry, the 6th, I can't count, you'd imagine. But yeah, I mean, regardless here, Char, I can see the sort of method to the madness here from Deathcloud, because, you know, when you're this much down, you just want to try anything and see what sticks, and that does mean taking some risks sometimes.
Yeah, at this point, we can pretty much say that this Game 1 is done and dusted. It's just a question of how many are Amarok gonna get. Here could be a 7th. That's in field. Ronin can't quite finish it off. Tezo now off the sidewall, trying to put it into the middle. Gets a reset. Can't get the 50 though. Skips taking it forward. Panda off the backboard. Cynics is there, trying to put it across. Ronin will be able to just clear that one away, and now another Amarok attack here. Skips trying to take it out. Can't get it past Tezo though. This Amarok team, they've come out the gates blazing. Ronin, a player who back in, I believe, RSC 14 or 15, won on that challenger team for Illusory so dominantly, and he's looking to get another trophy here. Not quite as dominant throughout the season, but it's looking like quite dominant so far in this grand final, Hodge.
Yeah, but Game 1, you know, it might get you that good start, but you still got to do it 3 more times. And that's just, you know, to reset the bracket. We're not even talking second series after that one. But for now, Deathcloud are going to have to look to pick up the pieces, because this, simply for a grand final stage, just isn't quite good enough. And, you know, you can put it down to a warm-up game, whatever. But they've got to try and sort of bring things back, and somebody's got to be the catalyst to do so. It won't be Next Fox, because he's going to be demoed off the field. regardless how you look at it, it's just going to be hunting for something, because at this point, this game is off the table. 7-0, 30 seconds left. We're looking forward to game number 2. Char, as a previous player in previous seasons yourself, in this sort of situation, would you just be taking this as a bit of an extra sort of timeout?
Yeah, I think you still obviously want to try and play, maybe get 1 goal for the road, 1 goal for momentum, but yeah, you've just got to kind of, I don't even think there is even really much tactical-wise you can really talk about. It's just, you've just got to treat it as a blip, just a game, put it to the back of your mind, pretend it's 0-0 on the series scoreline, and yeah, just put it to the back of the mind, reset the mental, and start again, and that's what this Atmos team has got to do, because 8-0 is not the way you want to start a grand final.
You know what, I'm... Caster bias in a grand final has certainly been a controversial topic recently, but Space Crisps just sent me a GIF in DMs of him doing the 6-7. Therefore, go Chrome, 4-0 sweep, get us the bracket reset.
I'm on board with that. I'm on board with that.
But yeah, a great game here from Chrome Amarok. Massive 8-0. You don't see much like it, especially at a sort of Chally level. And I mean, look at the points here: 730 from Ronin, Tezo 715 there, Panda 630 as well. The shots, I mean, I can't even do that maths. Someone do it for me. But yeah, I mean, it's a great start here for Amarok, and Atmos going to need to pick up the pace a little bit here at Char. But they've still got a couple more games to do that, and if they aren't able to do it this series, there is a bracket reset as well. That's the benefit you get from being an upper bracket team. Now, I've got to ask you this question: how much do you think a situation like this comes down to mentality?
I think a lot of it. These teams are both very, very solid teams. They've both shown all season that they're very, very good teams. I think they've both got the skill to beat each other, but that's where you've got to question it, is the mentality of these players and how much they can kind of stay calm and stay focused and keep performing in these situations, and especially after such a one-sided affair in game 1. This is a massive test for Atmos' mentality, is can they bounce back from that? Because if they lose this game 2 anywhere near as convincingly as the last time, I can just see this being 4-0 bracket reset, and then they have a proper chance to reset the mental. But they just need to keep it up. They cannot afford to lose this game by such a convincing scoreline as the last, or it could be all over, at least for the first series.
Certainly could. It's a 50 there in front of the net. Panda gets it back out to his teammate. Chrome Amarok looking to pile on the pressure, and Panda's missed the ball. The space is still here for Chrome to work with, and Ronin's going to try and get this one in field, taken out there by Skips, but Panda will cut back into the play and just keep this one going. Demo to come through here by Skips. That's going to buy Nextfox a little bit of time to place that fake round, that first man, but ends up leaving the ball here for Panda. Skips insta-challenge off the ceiling. Death Cloud looking to find a response, but blocked out there by Ronin, as it's sort of just a scrap around this midfield line for both of these teams trying to find anything.
Yeah, 1 minute and a half gone. Neither of these teams able to break the deadlock, but Chrome 3 shots to Atmos' 0. They're trying to continue that dominance, continue that pressure, and Ronin will open the scoring once again, just like he did in game 1, getting that first goal.
Yeah, powering through the defense. Chrome Amarok, first goal here, as they look to bring things back as a franchise after a sort of horrible defeat for them in the Academy Grand Finals, almost doing an incredible run from Game 7 of the first series into, you know, a potential Game 7 of the bracket reset as well, but just stumbled at the end in Game number 6. And as a franchise, we talked about it all of the day. Chrome have been so impressive with so many of their teams, and have still got teams lined up as favorites in their tier as well. If you look at tiers like Master, so this could be a great opportunity for Chrome to set themselves up for something like a franchise of the season. Same can be said for DeathCloud though, because they've got powerhouses in the likes of Elite. They've still got this team as well, and yeah, I mean, it feels like this means more to the franchises as well as it does to the players, because you know it's two of these sort of teams' best opportunities to sort of get a tier win on the board.
Yeah, I was going to touch on that as well. This is a battle for the Challenger trophy, yes, but it also could be a battle for that franchise of the season trophy, because like you say, both of these teams have done very well in those franchise standings throughout the season. Both of these teams fighting for a trophy here, and both of them having good chances in at least one more tier. So yeah, one of these teams, whoever wins this, has a very good shot at winning that franchise of the season. So this means so much to these 6 players on the pitch, the subs as well, and the franchises as a whole. Tezo, that was almost an absolutely ridiculous double tap. Panda can't quite put that one on net. Now this is a shot opportunity, but Skips just can't get it through. And Hodge, we're a minute and a half left in game 2, and DeathCloud are still without a goal.
Still without a goal. They've only had 2 shots here in this game, and in the last game they only had 4. So I mean, you look at the shots, they're just being outdone here by Chrome Amarok. They're running rings around their opponents. 2-0 here in game number 2, an aggregate scoreline of 10-0 so far in this first series of the grand finals. This is a stomp, but I mean, DeathCloud, they've got to bring it back at some point, and right now they're just worrying about getting off of their defense. And you know what? It's a starting block that they're still sat on here, Char.
Yeah, Panda trying to get this one out. Just over a minute remaining here for Amarok to get this game 2 and go 2-0 up in the series, and this could be a chance to make it free. Tezo can't quite get the pop on that one. Ronan hit that one forward. Cynics should have a free ball. Just hits it out though. A little bit of a heavy touch. Invites in the 50 when he could have maybe controlled it himself. Now Panda off the ceiling. Skips. Intercepts. Ronan. Skips. Really good block again. Maybe keeping his team in this one. Keeping his team with a chance of bringing back this game 2. But time is ticking down.
Yeah, it certainly is. 30 seconds left in this game, and Ronin just runs it down to the other side of the field. Cynics there to try and collect this boost to make something happen, but Chrome suffocating in the offense and just taking the boosts away from this Atmos side. A clear downfield. Next Fox going to try and get on the end of it, but Panda, just a great clear, a great boom. 10-0 on aggregate scoreline so far throughout the first 2 games of this grand final. Make it 11-0 as Tezo puts it in the back of the net via, I believe, a DeathCloud player. Yeah, Cynics taps it in. And this one looks like it is just crumbling before DeathCloud's eyes. A first series that they won't want to remember here. But they've still got a lot of time to make the adjustments if we talk about this series and the bracket reset as well. And you can see them at this point just trying to own goal. I mean, you can't really blame them after how this has gone here, Char. But Amarok walking away with it, and tactical timeout called here by Skips for DeathCloud Atmos.
Yeah, absolutely no surprise there for anyone who's watching this right now, I don't think. 11-0 aggregate in the first 2 games, yet to score a goal here. Amarok, they have showed up and then some to this grand final. They want to get back into this matchup, I guess. They want to get revenge for that upper final defeat, and so far they're looking in an amazing position to do so. Hodge, what can Atmos even do to bounce back from this?
That's a great question, and unfortunately for you, it's not really one that I've got an answer to.
I don't blame you.
No, I mean, yeah, it's just a bit of a beatdown here of starts to the situation. But I'm having a look in this Atmos VC right now, And I can see the likes of Razor, the likes of Bale, the AGMs of the franchise sat in that VC, and you've got to think a lot of this is going to come down to a mentality situation here, Char. Can you sort of reset the mental? Can you be able to stay locked in, stay online? And I think that, you know, that's a lot of it in this grand final. I mean, we know this ourselves, even from prospect grand finals last weekend. It's about keeping the players locked in. It's about, you know, keeping the players focused. And Deathcloud, it just seems like they've lost a bit of focus here. So yeah, there's that for them to try and regain. The mentality, a massive factor of it, but also how you play on the field. It just feels like, you know, Deathcloud are getting outpaced a little bit by Chrome. And, you know, this Deathcloud team across the season here, Char, they are no stranger to success. I mean, you know, when you, I'm pulling it up on the website, but 70% win rate across league play, one of the highest in, you know, the whole of RSC. But it's about how you make it happen on the day, isn't it?
Yeah, and to put it simply, so far in this grand finals, they're not showing up like a team that has a 70% win rate throughout the season. They are not showing up like a team that has aspirations of winning this tier. But that was 2 games, and it's a best of 7 for a reason. They have a chance to get back into this. They have to make the most of this tactical timeout. They cannot just let this first series be a 4-0, because then that is a very, very kind of difficult spot to be in. If you lose that first series 4-0, we saw it in the Prospect Grand Finals, it becomes very, very difficult to get back from that, even if you did win that matchup previously in the upper final.
Certainly so. Well, game number 3 going to be getting underway here for both of these teams. A very crucial one here for Deathcloud, who are looking to power back with some momentum. But that momentum's got to come from somewhere. It's got to come from a couple of goals here, because where else are you going to find it from this sort of position? It's time to throw down here on DFH, and well, for Deathcloud, it's time to throw down some shots on target, because we've not really had a whole lot of them. And on the other side of things, it is an explosive insert into game number 3, and it comes from Chrome Amarok.
That is not, excuse me, that is not the way you want it to start at all if you are Deathcloud Atmos. Right off the kickoff, 7 seconds in, and you're 1-0 down already. Off the timeout, you needed that momentum. That's a whiff from Cynics, could have been 2, but Skips is there to cover. You needed that momentum coming off the timeout. That's kind of, that almost kind of neutralizes that timeout a little bit. They'll still be able to take the benefits from it, you would hope, but conceding immediately in any situation is not something that you want to be doing. And Amarok, they just go right back on the offense. Ronan hitting that one straight to Skips. Now maybe a chance to break forward, but it just falls straight to Panda. The demo comes through, another bump on the backboard. That's into the middle, but Tezo, probably fairly, is very far back, just playing patient. They don't need to risk it right now, but that's a whiff from Panda. And Atmos get absolutely gifted their first goal of the series.
They do. It comes from a little bit of a mistake there. Panda not quite able to make the connection. Atmos respond, they get 1, but you're going to need a couple more to start believing. One's not going to quite cut it from this situation, you'd imagine, especially when it doesn't really come from a play of their own. It comes from a mistake from their opponents. So for this Atmos team, you're going to be looking, see if they can get themselves back into the offense and keep it going. Skips on this side wall, the backboard. Next Fox going to try and get that tap out over to the side, and Cynics is just not quite able to make contact with that. Next Fox forcing through the 50 as DCE look for some sort of purchase, but they're not getting any purchases. Instead, they're getting the receipt from their opponents as Ronan lines up the double and just essentially murders this team of Deathcloud Atmos. Just continuations of what they've been doing this entire series.
Ronan, that is what he can do. Double tap, Skips with a nice one in chat, and even if you're on the other team, you can do nothing but applaud a shot like that in a grand final. Nice double tap from Ronan to put Amarok back into the lead, but now they've got a little bit of defending to do. Can Atmos capitalize? Cynics sends it, and Tezo can boom it right away. Flip that attack, put Chrome on the offense. That's into the middle. Cynics and Ronin racing for it. The 50 goes high. Next Fox doesn't make connections. Cynics and Skips are double committing. It's panic stations right now for Atmos, but that's a double whiff. Now Next Fox, not a lot of boost, and Tezo able to just take it away. Just over 2.5 minutes left here, and Amarok, for now, they're holding their lead.
Certainly are. And 2-1 here for the side of Amarok. Let's see if they can continue to extend that. It's a great pass over to Ronin. He's not quite going to turn on it. Panda almost slots it anyway, but it will be sent back over to Tezo, who's playing this very rotationally safe here, as it will flow back out on over to Panda. Pop up, and Cynics is a little bit late to the touch, means Tezo gets the free beat and looks to get it over Next Fox as well. The challenge is being brought in spades here by Chrome Amarok. They're on the hunt for that sweep in this first series, and well, Ronin just going to take that touch off of his teammate, just guiding it away from those players. What I've really enjoyed about watching this Amarok team chart is they all just know how to play around each other. There's no sense of, disarray. There's no sense of confusion. Everyone is on the same page at all times.
Yeah, and apart from that one mistake that led to Atmos's goal, they're really not making mistakes at all almost. There's been a few double commits here and there, a few missed touches, but overall they're playing so well, and at a challenger level that is so impressive. But someone else who is impressive is Skips with the reset, and then the 50. Panda's really awkward, and just when I say they're not making mistakes, they concede a goal, but don't know if that one's up to a mistake more than just a good play from Skips.
Certainly so. Tezo to the back wall. Panda looking to put a shot on target. It's a difficult save, and especially when Ronin is catapulting in there to try and bulldoze any sort of comeback opportunity that Deathcloud Atmos thought they were going to have. Just as soon as they got one, it was torn away from them. And well, Chrome Amarok are wanting to just essentially plunge that dagger straight in to the cloud of Atmos. Nice, we'll go back out on over to Ronin, double commit here, but Skips, he will get a touch back on over to Cynics, but how long will that really gain them anything into this play? It's a couple of whiffs coming here, there, and everywhere, and is that just one going to drop in? Not quite. Great defense from Amarok, and the pressure just isn't there on the follow-ups from Atmos.
Tezo now trying to take this one out. 50 seconds left for Atmos to get something back into this game. This game's been a lot better from them. They've got those 2 goals, but it still felt like Amarok have been the better team, have been the team mostly in control, and they've got that lead heading into the final 30 seconds here. Panda hitting that one off to the sidewall, maybe getting another shot as well, but that one's just wide. Time is running out, Atmos, before you put yourself in a position where you need a reverse sweep in this first series.
Let's see if they're going to get an opportunity to come back. Maybe not. Maybe Ronin is going to secure the game pretty much. You'd need a couple of kickoff goals, and just with what we've seen from Deathcloud this series so far, you've got to think that one wraps it up, and with it potentially the series as well. It looks like this one could be another sweep to add to the tally here in Chali, as that clock is all but going to run down. Chrome Amarok, a destruction here on DFH, as they absolutely run over Deathcloud Atmos one more time. Surely this one shatters the mental chart. Surely its back's against the wall. And Amarok 3-0 up here in the series.
Yeah, listen, that game, scoreline-wise, it was closer. But gameplay-wise, it still felt so much in favor of Amarok. Only one... Hang on, I read the demos section. Only 4 shots for the side of Atmos. Cynics, 68 points in that game throughout the whole of that game, Amarok, they have come out into this grand final on an absolute mission, and I think Atmos, if both teams continue playing like this, Atmos are going to struggle to stop them.
Certainly the case. And we're going to head into game number 4. I'm going to find out here, Chart, if this one is going to be all wrapped up here in the first series. Oh, sorry, in a sweep before we get into the bracket reset, which feels inevitable at this point. Sorry, I'm just mincing my words at this point. But yeah, I mean, it's all over the place. It really is. And no timeout here for the side of Atmos. They used it before that last game.
Mal?
And hang on a second, is Mal gonna play? Is Mal's gonna play? Mal's playing. Okay, the substitution coming through. Welcome to the field, Mal. Let's see if it makes a difference.
Mal, the super sub, has come in for Cynics. Let's see if that can improve Atmos's chances here in this first series, or if we will go to a bracket reset. 5 minutes could separate these teams and a bracket reset, but there is also the potential of a reverse sweep here for Atmos. And with the sub coming in, you never know what could happen, how that could change the dimensions of this series. Mal, first touch on the ball, but doesn't get one, and now NextFox will be breaking down the other end and putting it in here. And yeah, it's a bit of an overcommit for Amarok and a great start for Atmos.
It is. Atmos with the first here as they're starting to sort of, get the ball rolling in the very early stages. You're going to need, like I've said with Danny Boy, the past 2 times I've casted potential sweeps with him so far today. His take on it is you need a couple of goals before you can start even mentioning the possibility of bringing things back. But for now, it is, positive signs here for Deathcloud Atmos. That might be the first positive signs they've pretty much seen all series. But Skips will get that one cleared. Tesso's just waiting for the pop-up, and Panda instantly there with the follow. NextFox, a challenge, but it'll be sort of hit up there. Skips dives forward into the play. Deathcloud, like that, is sort of reawakened here a little bit, but for how long? NextFox cuts back into that rotation, looks to try and follow up that touch. Mal up for this ball, and is going to get a nice 50 as it's going to drop there for Skips here, Char. But a minute and a half in, and Deathcloud are looking a little bit more in line, but you can't miss that. Okay, we're fine.
Skips, he manages to put it in after the questionable miss from NextFox, I think is the best way to put it. But Skips is up for it, gets the recovery, and puts Deathcloud 2-0 up here in this game 4. And I think, this kind of speaks to the fact that mid-series substitutions, they definitely can change the kind of dimensions of a game, even if that player that's coming in isn't necessarily any better or worse than the player that's coming out. It just changes the dynamics, but Panda never changes with his mechanics. Flip into that ball, pop over one, gets the follow-up. Panda himself is unreal.
Yeah, used every last bit of boost in the tank to make that play happen. And every last bit was enough to get the job done. And now Ronan looking for a highlight play of his own. Going to drop it down. Pre-flip there by Tezo into the play, but couldn't quite make anything of it. Down the other side, Mal's looking to exploit the defense. And meanwhile, Skips from that corner, back in field. Panda to just guide it on out over to the side. As will be from this corner, the backboard. NextFox trying not to be taken off the field. And Mal back weaving into the rotation. Skips to the follow-up. I'm just going to flip into that one. It's been a sort of a better game from all standards here for this Deathcloud side. They're looking to show they're not done quite yet. They're looking to show they have that resilience. Skips off the ceiling, looking to find that second touch, but we blocked out, not having the opportunity. And Chroma angry, Char. They're going to look for that response. Maybe it comes from Panda again, but not able to find it, as it's a double commit from Deathcloud on the counter.
Panda just taking that one all the way back. Mal trying to play disruptor, but can't get a piece of that ball. Skips will just send it up. 2 minutes here for Atmos. They've only got a 1-goal lead. They'll want to get a couple more on the board, but right now they've got to make sure that Chrome do not get one of their own. Next Fox is up for it, into the middle for Skips. Will try and pop it, but Tezo gets a piece of that ball, just sending it to the sidewall. 50 in the midfield as well. Next Fox pops it up. Panda, really nice control on the backboard, getting a few touches after, but only as far as Skips. Mal, really good interception there. Tezo off the sidewall. Mal's on it again, into the middle. Who's there? Next Fox just can't reach it. Deathcloud Atmos have improved so much in this game 4. They're starting to put a bit of pressure on. They're starting to look like a threat, and they're starting to have a bit of an answer for this Chrome attack, but there's difficult to provide an answer with plays like that. Skips manages to get the save on the goal line so well, but that's a double commit, and Mal is there. This is like, I'm watching this with bated breath, Hodge.
Yeah, it really feels like that way. Deathcloud hanging on there on the defensive side. Now look to go cross-court as they look to find a counter-attack. Skips won't quite get a favourable 50, but it will drop to Mal, who gets that one front and centre. Ronan touch over the top. Mal with limited resources is going to find it difficult to cut that one back, and Skips is going to have to come in with the bailout on that goal line. 30 seconds still remaining, 30 seconds for Deathcloud to hold out on this lead, and Panda looks to shoot it top corner. The defense isn't prepared, and Chrome Amarok, it might have been a little bit more of a difficult task for them, but they've brought things level, and they look to shatter the hopes of DCE and take this series in a 4-0 sweep.
Panda puts his aim and snipes the top corner. 30 seconds before we get an overtime here. The first overtime of the Challenger Grand Finals could be on our way, unless Next Fox can do something here. That's just a pop-up. Tezo cushioning that for Ronan, up to Panda, into the corner. This is dangerous, gets the full boost, but Mal is there, blocking that one out, stopping it from going into the middle, and now maybe one last attack here for either of these sides. It's in the midfield. It will just drop down, and for the first time this series, Hodge, we have overtime.
We certainly do. It will go back down to this Deathcloud side of the field. Mal pop up there. Next Fox to the follow. It's a fake, actually, and Mal's still sticking around, looking to try and do what he can. Gonna get that touch down there. Over to Skips, who's trying to find that corner double, but it's so difficult for most people, but not Skips, because he powers through it anyway. Deathcloud Atmos, hold on.
4-0. No, wait, I'm an idiot.
What?
I forgot who was 3-0 up. I'm gonna hand over to you. That's bad.
Charles, stop being a biased caster, okay? They haven't won. Okay. What has happened, though, is Deathcloud Atmos have held on, and it is 3-1, Char. So we're starting to get back into it here. The first step to a reverse sweep has been laid out, but Char, I mean, you know, it's so difficult to pull off a reverse sweep from this sort of stage. To do it in a grand finals, I mean, that would certainly just be insane, right?
I mean, yeah, but crazier things have happened, and if you're looking for insanity, then getting Mal on the pitch is not a bad idea. Someone who, well, he seems to have completely flipped the script here in this game, and yeah, just Amarok, they couldn't really deal with that change. This game felt way more closely contested. Still went to overtime, but Atmos, they managed to clutch it up at the end. And even Mal sitting on those 200 points, it doesn't seem like he impacted the game too much, but sometimes that mid-series substitution can just throw off the rhythm of the other team. I remember a few seasons ago, I had 4 players on my team that we were all very competent. We did finish 8th, but that's irrelevant. And we did a lot of those mid-series substitutions, and it often worked, going 2-0 down, then changing, and managed to get it back to a draw. So that can definitely throw off another team's rhythm, even if they are as dominant as Amarok were.
Especially when different players have different play styles, right? It can really sort of switch things up and sort of make teams play different ways. But right now, it is a pop-up there from Nextfox. I'm not sure if that's quite the touch you would have probably wanted, and Mal's going to make that one a little bit awkward as well with that touch. It's going to allow Chrome Amarok a bit of possession here, but Skips is going to take that one away. So many interesting storylines here, it has to be said. Chart, you know, we've got the likes of Ronan, you mentioned earlier, looking to try and get another trophy after that dominant illusory run a couple of seasons back. You look to the likes of Skips here, he's trying to add to the family legacy. For anyone who doesn't know, his brother Alf, a couple of seasons ago, won a trophy for Deathcloud in the elite tier back in RSC 15. And, well, Skips, his brother, trying to do it here in RSC 17 here, still for Deathcloud, just in the challenger tier. And I don't know, maybe it just runs through the genes, the bloodlines, but who knows, who knows. Game 5, no goals just yet. And for this Chrome team who've come from the lower bracket after a lot of momentum, maybe Deathcloud have started to catch up a little bit.
Yeah, that's a shot on net. Skips forces the save out of Panda. Ronan sending that one up. Panda now looking for the redirect off the corner. Ronan keeps it in really nicely. And Tezo's there for the finish. Amarok draw first blood in game 5.
Certainly do. Amarok past the defense and into the back of the net. 1-0 up here in game number 5. They're going to look to close this first series out in the next 3 minutes here. But will they get that opportunity? Still time to find out, because Deathcloud, we've seen them pushing back here, Char. They've still got a little bit more work to do. Skips, corner, double, infield. Mal looking to dive into the play. Can't quite set that one up.
Oh, a shot. Tezo maybe should have done a bit better with that one. Had a free uncontested shot. There were defenders in the net, and there were defenders in the net there. But that doesn't matter when Ronan's lining up for a double tap. Sometimes there's just nothing you can do.
Sometimes there really isn't. You've just got to stare and watch as the success unfolds before you. A little bit of pushback we saw in that last game, but the bracket reset looks all but inevitable. Nextfox not going to quite make that connection. It's going to drop to the back wall. Tezo looking for a shot towards target. Skips takes it away. And Ronan back infield there. Mal touches that side wall. There's a little bit of disarray being caused in the back lines. It's a demo from Tezo. Ronan almost slotted it, but couldn't quite get the shot on target. Doesn't matter, because the follow-up from Panda is there.
Panda makes it free. Amarok trying to show that that last game was just a blip. Just an adjustment period for Mal coming in. And now they are right back to the domination that they had previously. 3-0, trying to make it 4. Skips manages to get the save. Ronan, though, beat out by Nextfox. This is a chance, maybe. Panda does well to recover it, and a nice read off the backboard, popping that one high. Skips is there for it, into the middle. Nextfox gets beat. Nextfox was last, and Ronan puts in a 4.
This is looking like it could be bracket reset on the horizon in the next 2 minutes or so. As the goals start to pile on, the tally starts to increase. Chrome Amarok absolutely slamming Deathcloud Atmos in the overall goals sort of ratio there. 20 to 5 is what Eddie's counted it as in chat. And I'm just going to go and believe it, because I can't be bothered to do the maths myself. But yeah, I mean, regardless of what the actual number is, Chart, it certainly felt dominant on the field, and it's not really any other way to put it.
Yeah, maybe a chance here for one more, but that's just a boom all the way down. Tezo's there. Can't find the finish. 1 minute 30. Maybe Atmos can scrap something, but that one, surely, if there was any doubt beforehand, then surely it is all but gone now. We will be going to that bracket reset, most likely for the 3rd time this season.
3rd time out of how many, Char?
Out of 3. You'll have, yeah, it's cinema. It's cinema.
Exactly, it's absolute cinema here in the whole of RSC. And we talk about this format as a whole. People often calling for the head of this format. And I think as a whole here, Char, you know, you look at it, it just provides so much entertainment. We get so many bracket resets, and Next Fox is going to find one back here. But realistically, 4 goals, a minute and 20 seconds. Is it really going to happen? It's unlikely. But they've got to start putting some more goals on the board. Otherwise, the bracket reset is imminent. Like you mentioned, 3 out of 3 so far this season. How much can we add to that tally? Well, we'll find out in the next couple of weeks, but what we'll find out in the next minute is how many goals can Amarok put past this Atmos team, because they're stacking them up, and the total is up to 6 here on Beckwith Park.
Yeah, I think I'd love to see 6 out of 6 bracket resets personally. I think
Has that ever happened before?
I have no idea, to be honest. That's one for Archaon, I think, to answer at a later date. But yeah, I think it'd be absolute cinema. It like you say, some people don't like the bracket reset format, and while it is a very late night for the players, a very late night for the production and the viewers as well, it provides so much entertainment, so much higher stakes, I think, and it really rewards staying in that upper bracket and making sure that you don't lose those early series, whereas like just giving like a 1-game lead in the grand final or something to that upper bracket team, it would mean that for me those earlier matches in the upper bracket wouldn't have as high stakes to them.
Yeah, certainly so, right? And I mean, it's always cinema provided either way, like we mentioned. But 15 seconds left of this one. Chrome Amarok from the lower bracket, after Deathcloud sent them down in the upper final, have come back with resurgence, with revenge, with winning on their mind. And it will all come down to a single best of 7 to decide the champion of Challenger. The ball will hit the ground. We go 7 potential more games. The bracket reset is imminent.
Amarok and Atmos 1-1 in series on the day, and they've got one more to decide this matchup once and for all, and to decide the best team in the Challenger tier. Will it be Amarok continuing their domination from this first series, because this was a domination, Hodge? You can't really say any different. 23 goals to 6 and 53 shots to 23. Amarok were just fully on top. Or will Atmos use this time, take the reset, and manage to get back into it? Ronan with the series MVP, 12 goals in 5 games. That should be illegal. Get this guy banned, please.
He was all over the place on that pitch, and I feel like you can really sort of dish out the MVP to anyone on that Chrome team, because they were all, you know, massively impactful. But at the end of the day, their chart, Ronin, a key player, and Chrome Amarok, a key team. They sent it to a bracket reset. They've sent it the distance. They've kept us all up for another hour, excuse me. And, you know, when we talk about today as a whole, with how many sweeps and sort of fast games we've got, this might actually be like the quickest bracket reset close ever. I don't know, who knows, but we're going to get the bracket reset set up. We're going to head to a quick break. We'll be back in 5 minutes or so with your grand finals bracket reset.
This isn't just merch, It's what teams wear when they mean business. Every stitch, every print, every detail, made to perform. Trusted by the grind, from grassroots to championship halls. Build your team store. Wear the brand that wins. SpartanWare, trusted by the grind.
to the rsc-eu Challenger Playoffs. I'm Char, alongside me is Hodge. We're here for the bracket reset of the Challenger Grand Finals. Hodge, are you ready?
I am indeed. You can see the predictions have flipped a little bit. Mal's not very happy, but we don't like Mal anyway, so who cares? But yeah, into this playoffs bracket, we have a look here, Char, and walk us through what we've just seen in that first series, because we've got a bracket reset coming up.
Yeah, it was from the start until Game 4, absolute Amarok domination. They got, I can't remember the exact aggregate scoreline, but a lot of goals, and Atmos only got 2. And then we see the super sub coming in for Atmos in Mal, subbing in, managing to get game for 4 in an overtime, but it proved not enough. Too little, too late, as they fell in Game 5, and Amarok reset the bracket. And as you saw on our predictions just a moment ago, that's flipped our opinions. Both of us went Atmos in the first series. We were both horrendously wrong. Now we've gone Amarok in this series, so we'll probably both be horrendously wrong again.
I can't lie, I think this has been my worst day of predictions ever. Let's hope for Chrome's sake it's not going to continue, because the bracket reset, well, it was only a dream a couple of hours ago, but now we've got here, and now it's time for both of these teams to work to crown themselves champions. A single best of 7, a single match, and one more shot to throw down here on Manfield Night. We're going to get things moving. We're going to get things going. We'll tell the players to go, go, go. As Masters has said in chat, go, go, go. This is it. Let lock. That is what it is time to do here, Char. Let lock for your final series of Challenger. And already, Tezo off to a fast start to this back wall.
After this series, we will have our Challenger champions. Both of these teams had such amazing seasons, prove that they are some of the best teams in this tier. Some of the best players in this tier are on this pitch right now, and there is one question that we need to answer by the end of this best of 7. Will Deathcloud Atmos take this Challenger trophy, or will it be coming Chrome?
Well, let's see. Already a great 50. Will that just find its way in? It will. Cynics back into the roster here after the sub that was made towards the end of last series, and already finding great impact. A demo on the 50. Straight through into the back of the net. Deathcloud Atmos instantly firing first.
Yeah. Off the kickoff, next Fox gets a pinch forward. Tezo has to deal with this one, manages to get it away though. Get another touch on it as well. Panda off the sidewall looking for the shot, skips. Manages to send it away, and now Tezo backpedaling, not a lot of boost. Ronan will take over, trying to get it forward, but Skips is there. Off to the sidewall. Panda got full control and boost, and that is something you never want to give him. Off the backboard, pancake down. Tezo can't reach it though. Deathcloud Atmos, they're on defense. They're trying to defend this. Now, maybe a chance to get it away. The demo comes out, but Ronan just turns on it. Amarok, they're starting to turn up the pressure.
They certainly are, but Skips is also trying to fire it right back. Next Fox, the back wall is going to drop there for Ronan. Takes it into his own hands, picks up this boost in midfield. That ball levitating around the halfway sort of line. Skips first to the punch, and from that corner to the box, Ronan going to pick it up. Amarok looking to re-establish the attack, and it's a shot from Panda that finds its way around the last man on that 50. It's a great beat, it's a great pass, it's a great connection. Chrome Amarok with that response.
We won't go 2 games without a team scoring in this series. Both teams got themselves onto the board. Tezo pinching that one forward, Skips it up for it, off the sidewall, looking for the second touch. Ronan intercepts though, this is awkward. Cynics just leaves it out for next Fox on the backboard. Panda, pass over to Tezo. Amarok, that's something they've been doing really well all series, is finding those passes. Worked well for that first goal. They'll hope it works well for a good few more before this series is over. Panda now turning on that one, just sends it straight to Skips though, and Tezo, a little bit awkward, not a lot of boost. All he can do is get one touch, but one touch seems to be enough. Next Fox gets a pinch. That's a miss coming through. But Ronin's there. Atmos, they're putting on pressure. That one could be in. It's just over and skips. Doesn't find the connection. That really should have been 2-1 Atmos.
Yeah, Cynics was a little bit hesitant to commit back to that, was relying on his teammates to cut back into the rotation, and they were able to alleviate him of that pressure. The counter-attack was starting to look deadly there from both sides, but in the end, it's back into the attack here for Atmos and cleared away. Cynics just going to tap this one back over to Skips. Turns the play on its head. Panda, touch from the corner. Next Fox diving in. You can see Tezo positioned on that front post, and will just sort of sent out there. Skips, dropping it back in field, and Cynics is there for the play, but can't quite find the read. Down the other side, Deathcloud squander another chance.
Yeah, that's 2 now. That really could have been put away. A few more half chances in there as well. Atmos, if they lose this game, they'll look back on it as one that they definitely should have taken, and that won't do great for the mental after that first series. This first game so crucial for Deathcloud Atmos, but now this might be a chance for Chrome. Ronin has the shot. Next Fox able to block it out. Tezo though trying to keep on that pressure. Skips does very well. This is Cynics now. Panda doesn't get the contact. This is awkward. Skips to the backboard. Who's there for it? Tezo just gets a free uncontested ball, managing to take it down the other end for Amarok.
Certainly so. Well, now let's see if Amarok can break through on this attack. Next Fox guiding it away, and Panda looking to challenge this one. That is a great pop there for the side of Atmos, and maybe they can get something working off the back of it. Cynics touch down. It's going to drop to Skips. Flies up this side wall. It will go down the other side. Cynics touch high. Ronin awaiting the touch on this back wall, as both of these teams just looking to break this deadlock, break this tie. We talked about it in the green room before, Char. We said that if Chrome Amarok were able to take this game number 1, it could look to be curtains for the series as a whole. And maybe they're going to be able to do that as they look to force it through. But Skip stands strong on the defense in the final couple of seconds.
So pops that one into the middle. Ronin's there for it, trying to get it off the backboard, but Next Fox manages to make a connection, block that pass, but now a shot from Panda. Who's there? Nobody is home for Atmos. 4 seconds on the clock. Amarok, they take the lead in game 1 of the bracket reset.
How is Panda even allowed to find that angle? How is he even allowed to take that shot? It's incredible. It's textbook, and it's Chrome Amarok who are taking game number 1 here in the bracket reset as they look to surge forward and take down the team that knocked them to lowers in the first place one more time.
Is where it could start snowballing for Atmos, and I know that the 2 people in this VC with me very much enjoy this phrase. It is now a game for Atmos of how is your mental.
Are you trying to say that my mental's bad, Char?
No, you used that phrase. Your mental is absolutely amazing.
He's now got a beef. Okay, now we're just lying, but okay, he's now got beef with the producer and his co-caster. But yeah, no, a great game here from Chrome to kick off the bracket reset. And now we have to see if Deathcloud can answer the call. It is, it's really been against them for a lot of this, Char. And I know you talked about how's your mental. Yeah, that is a big question here from this point forward. Can you bounce back? Will you bounce back? That question has to be answered here on game number 2, because you can't let this series get out of control just as you did in the first one.
Yeah, you've got to try and take this game to here, otherwise you start getting flashbacks to that first series, and that first series is not something that Atmos want to repeat here, because that means they will be losing this chance at a trophy, losing this grand final. But that is a long way away. They need to get back into this, and they could well do just that. But Tezo with the reset to the backboard. No one can get there. Cynics trying to put it forward. Can't get the shot on net though. Panda now into the middle. Tezo doesn't make connection with it, but Amarok, they're looking for those passes. Atmos They need to get this up the pitch, and that's a beautiful pinch, a shot maybe for Skips, as that one just, I think, a lot less secure than it should have done, but it finds the back of the net. I'm not quite sure what happened there, but they'll take it.
You'll take it either way. And Atmos strike first here in game number 2, but they were able to do the same thing in game 1. They couldn't quite close it out. Will this be a different story as Cynics gets the beat there? Panda catching it into the corner. Touch up. Next Fox looking to sink it. Can't quite get the shot on target. Didn't really have the power. But there's some opportunities here that we saw from Deathcloud in game 1 that they squandered, that they weren't quite able to. Now they're bumping each other. These sort of little kinks that they've really been messing up on here, Char, and stumbling over, they need to be sorted out, because I think a lot of this is coming down to, yes, we're seeing great plays from both teams, but Deathcloud are making more mistakes, and you can tell on the pitch.
Yeah, Ronan doesn't have the boost to reach that ball. Now a chance, maybe. Pretty simple save there for Tezo. Now Ronan hits it forward. Tezo's there, but Cynics does really well to cut that one out. Touch forward by Ronan. Cynics to the backboard. Panda controlling it, looking for an air dribble maybe. Gets one more. Skips though, able to cut it out. And now next folks down the other way. Shot on target. Ronan scrambles for the save. Cynics, and Ronan is there again. Double save from Ronan to keep out Atmos.
Double save indeed, and Atmos want a little bit more. Skips is going to follow up that touch to the back wall, looking to dunk it down, but Ronan, that backboard defense coming in clutch here for Chrome Amarok. And now with little boost left in the back lines, it will be Skips who looks to cut it back and allow Cynics to follow up that touch. Atmos going to play things slow here. Skips not able to grab that boost, but is able to get it high touch to the ceiling and drop down to next Fox. Ronan saving it away. Cynics, soft touch, just keeping it close, looking to power it forward. But back it will go, as the lead's still in the hands of Atmos, but only for a second perhaps, because the demos are coming through. It's brutality across the temple, but the bump onto the final man here, Char, is going to make things so much more difficult, and Deathcloud survive with their lead.
Yeah, Panda now, big boom forward. Cynics laying it off the Skips, off the corner. Ronan, big pop up. Panda's up for it, doesn't find the contact though. Next Fox doesn't find it either. Tezo doesn't get the contact on that. Ronan missing that one as well. A lot of whisk coming through in this last 15 seconds. I think I've said the same thing about 5 times in that period. Tezo clearing that one forward. It's a hit up high. Skips trying to get there. Tezo doesn't get the connection, and Atmos, they are holding onto this lead for now, but it still feels a little bit nervy. They want to add another one, another 2 maybe, and they definitely look like they could do that. They're getting the chances, but so are Amarok, and if they don't sink one of these chances soon, you feel like Amarok will surely find a way to come back, and that is exactly what they do.
Yeah, Tezo lurking around this pitch, waiting for chances like that. Absolutely locked in on the rotations here are Amarok. And Atmos, they've held that lead for 3.5 minutes. But if it collapses like that, and we start to see the pressure dial back up, it can all deplete to nothing. Atmos needs something more.
Yeah, Cynics. Skips is actually the one to take that one away. Next Fox, 50 with Tezo. That's an awkward, that's a shot. That's a goal for Panda himself. Adding his name to the hat in this game too. And putting Amarok up in the lead. 1 minute left. Atmos, you need to come up with something very, very soon.
Absolutely do. And Cynics, touch middle there. Ronan up for that, going to get beat out by Skips. This is Deathcloud Atmos' potential chance as Panda is caught on the back wall, but Tezo is there. You've got to have someone middle there. The rotation's got to be a bit quicker because we've seen how Amarok can just dissect them on the pitch. And Panda, they try and keep this one going. It's a great save by Next Fox, but realistically, Char, Atmos, they don't really want to be worrying about a save. They need goals.
Yeah, 35 seconds. Atmos, they need one goal back, but Tezo sending that down the other way. No one on Atmos has the boost, and the crossbar down and up into the net. Tezo all but seals game 2.
That actually, you know, represents how that goal went in. It's what it's felt like to watch Atmos so far in this grand final. Up and down, they're being sort of bounced from side to side. It almost seems like they're being thrown around here by Amarok on the pitch. And as we close out this game 2, the final 15 seconds or so, Amarok looking to go 2-0 up in this series, asserting dominance over their opponents. They won't find a goal back here, Deathcloud, and it doesn't even matter because the timer ticks down. Absolute destruction, absolute dominance. 2 games away from a title here for Chrome Amarok.
Yeah, and this series, it doesn't feel as one-sided as the last one, especially the scorelines have been a lot closer than the first 2 games in the last series. But it still, in both of these games, has just kind of felt inevitable that Amarok would be able to come away with the win. And I do wonder if, once again, at some point, we do see Mal coming in again, because they've showed that they are willing to do it in that first series, and it worked for 1 game, but we'll see if that happens again, or if they just stick it out as a trio, which I definitely think that they have a shot here, right? This second series has been a lot better than the first, all things considered. But Amarok right now, they just look inevitable.
Yeah, they certainly do. We'll get into game number 3 as we've had... No, okay, we do have the call coming through there at the last second for a tactical timeout from the side of Deathcloud. They do slam the button at the final second here. And Chart, they left it late there, but they do press it. I mean, what do you even talk about from this point?
That is a great question. I think that a lot of it is just mentality at this point. Like, you've just got to stop panicking, because it looks like that's what they're doing. They're panicking. They're making those mistakes. And they're kind of handing Amarok some of these goals. And when Amarok do produce those moments of magic, they're not able to really compete with that and try and stop that. The defense just isn't really there for this Atmos team at the moment. They're having the chances on offense. They're getting the goals, just a few goals, but even then there are some chances that they really, really should be putting away. So it's just little things, little mistakes on both ends of the pitch. And a lot of that is probably down to the mentality. They've got to be a little bit nervous. They've got to be a little bit panicky at this point. They've just got to chill, relax. If Razor and Bale are still in the VC, they've got to try and do their part to kind of calm this team down and really just trying to reset the mentality and bring something back in this series.
I can confirm that they are. And this time, no one is deafened, no one's muted. Everyone in full conversation, you'd imagine, here about how you can potentially turn this one around, because it's starting to fall from the clutches here of this team Chart. And we're going to get into the final 30 seconds or so of this timeout. And we're going to see if Chrome Amarok is going to continue their domination of this grand final, of this redemption arc after what we saw in the upper finals, or is Deathcloud going to cling on to some form of belief?
We will find out. Chrome Amarok 2 wins away from being crowned challenger champions through the lower bracket. And yeah, timeout is over. Their last timeout used, and I'm sorry, Skips, I don't quite know what car that is, but I respect it massively.
Is that the potato car?
I think it's the potato car. He's just come out with the potato car.
It's the potato!
I don't hate that. It kind of instills a bit of fun, and I think that's what they need right now. They need that mentality reset. They need that fun. So I surprisingly do not hate the potato car. However, Panda is still unbelievable.
Panda is still unbelievable. It's a great setup there by Ronan, and Panda
My
just
God.
angles that car at the perfect place to put Chrome Amarok in the lead 10 seconds in.
Yeah.
Oh
And
my
that is
goodness.
2 off the kickoff. Possibly, we thought that the way to start after the timeout was bad last time. This is somehow even worse.
It's a baked potato. It's not even just a potato anymore.
It's
I
been
don't know.
cooked.
Give it another 4 minutes and 47 seconds, and it might be a mashed potato. We'll see. But for now, we've got a game to play, and Deathcloud have got some work to do.
Yeah, Tezo off the sidewall, looking to try and make it free. Ronan now with another shot. 25 seconds, 3 goals. Amarok, what are you doing? This is just mean at this point.
They're just piling on the pressure. They're putting up the goals. We've just had the comment from Masters, our producer, that he said this series needs a PEGI 18 warning. And to be fair, I kind of don't blame him. Like, I thought the lower finals was a murder. I thought the upper semi-final between Azteca and Chrome was a murder. This is like an assassination attempt. I don't know if I can even say that on stream, but yeah, I mean, it's certainly something to, behold here between these two teams here, Char. And, well, it looks like Deathcloud, for now, are going to be denied on the defense here by Chrome Amarok. And Cynics is going to dive in, but Ronan with the block are just not getting anything.
Yeah, we've got Twitch chat playing out a 911 call right now, and I think that is very apt for this scenario. Next Fox stops it from making a 4th, and now trying to go down the other end, but Ronan will just be able to cut it out. Cynics, Panda forced into the save. Skips in the potato car is up for it. I'd love to see the potato car score a flip reset or something. I think that would just make my day absolutely amazing. Cynics to the backboard, trying to get a double, can't do it. Skips, pops it high, doesn't get the second touch though, and Tezo's there, just leaves it out for Panda, taking it forward, no boost, doesn't matter to the backboard. Tezo's up for it, but next Fox gets the save.
Certainly does. A drop here for Skips. He gets that one sent towards this corner. It's going to drop down from up high. The ceiling calls for Deathcloud, as it's where you'd expect them to thrive here, up in the stratosphere. But for now, it will be a miss, it will be a whiff, it will be a 51 for Panda. And Amarok are just walking things down here on DFH.
Yeah, and one thing I want to highlight from Blizzy in the Twitch chat, Panda is committing a crime. Right now, this series, this grand final, I completely agree, Panda is committing a crime. 4-0 here for Amarok. And we're only halfway through the game, Hodge, which, if it continues like this could get ugly, just like that 8-0 in the first series. But it does also give some time for Atmos to maybe pull off something. But with this level of domination, it's so hard to see a world where they come back in this game and even in this series, as this could just be a 5th. Tezo does it, and yeah, it's just unreal.
It is. It really is. And this goal, it's an interesting strategy. So, not strategy, an interesting stat line I was trying to say there. For every goal that Deathcloud have scored, Chrome have scored 4 goals across this grand final.
That's ridiculous.
Work that out, Char. Do the maths if you want. It's 32-8 in goals. That is disgusting.
Yeah, like, this is definitely so far the most one-sided grand finals I've seen in the RSC, certainly, and we'll see if it continues that way. That could be a chance for Deathcloud to get one on the board, but everything that could be a chance, there's always just an Amarok car there. This is just 1 minute 30 on the clock, 5-0. It could be more. This could be a chance though, and it is. No Amarok car there that time. Next Fox. They couldn't, could they?
They couldn't, and very likely won't. But 4 goals needed. You've got to start somewhere, and the first one found here for Deathcloud Atmos. Let's see if maybe there's a road back into this one. Kickoff attempted. And Skips will get this one past 2, looking to try and force it through. Oh, not quite. But maybe. Hang on a second. What a bump.
Is he just backwards bumped him?
That's the power of the potato right there.
Oh, it's not backwards, but it's still a brilliant bump there from Skips. And if they keep scoring at this rate, then they could do something. But Amarok, they're not going to make that easy for them. Next Fox off the sidewall, trying to put that shot on net. Needs a save. Tezo able to take it out. Cynics doesn't get the control he would have wanted. Next Fox into the middle. Ronan misses it. That's on target, but Panda able to find the post. Amarok looking a little shaky all of a sudden.
Yeah, they've got a 3-goal lead still, though, so can afford to be. But maybe Deathcloud are going to come back. A little bit of vengeance here in the final minute. I think regardless of what they do, it's a bit too little too late here. But you never know. Anything is possible. Ronan missed that touch. Panda gets past him as well. And Skips is just trying to get this one secured. But Tezo not feared in the 3v1. 30 seconds. We now go into a crucial 30 seconds for Deathcloud, because you lose this one, you're 3-0 down in the series. And I'll be honest, Chart, you can tell that they've given up already. I mean, we're pulling out the potato car, which, you know, all credit to Skips, but you just know that you just know that you've lost it at that point.
Yeah, it's a very tough place to be in, needing a reverse sweep in the bracket reset of the grand final after getting obliterated in the first series. This grand final is all but over, but there is still that slight chance, that slight hope for Atmos. They still have one more game to play with, one more game until they have lost this trophy, and whether they manage to get there or not, they definitely will go down swinging.
They certainly will. They certainly will. It is a domination here once again in Game 3, just like it feels like every other game has been. But now we go to the Coliseum to potentially crown a champion. 5 minutes away. Nothing to lose here for Atmos from this position, and everything to gain. Some teams, you know, come alive under these sort of pressures, and we saw them do it in the last series, Char, where they were able to find a game here. But so many games needed to bring things back from this perspective. You've got to think this one is essentially all but over.
Yeah, and just like the first series, after going 3-0 down, Deathcloud Atmos have pulled out the super sub in Mal. This time, not for Cynics. This time, it's for Nextfox. Let's see if he can shake up the dynamic of this grand final in the Hatsune Miku car. We've got a Hatsune Miku car and a potato car for Atmos. This is possibly the greatest set of cars I've ever seen in a grand final, but whether it works, we'll see.
I mean, the cars are a little bit silly. The game state is a little bit silly. And already we're seeing the pressure come through from Amarok. They're locked in. They want this win. And it looks like Deathcloud doesn't even believe in any potential comeback at this point. But yeah, Mal brought onto the pitch here, made the difference last time. To try and do it again, but double 50. Bit of an overcommit here from Amarok. Could be punished. Skips a pop-up as Cynics dives in to try and put this one into the corner. Amarok looking to try and coronate themselves here in this game. And it's a clash on the Coliseum, but a very one-sided beatdown is what we could be in for if we continue to see the game carry on like this.
Yeah, Panda puts them 1-0 up. The Coliseum in Rome, the history of many great battles, but this one could turn into a bit of a slaughtering if Chrome continue to add on these goals. Ronan can't get the touch on there. Now Mal, a chance to maybe add one of his own, but Chrome, they just get rid of it so easily. Now a 50 off the sidewall. Who's there for it? It skips. Ronan's onto it though, forward to Panda. That's a shot, but Mal is there. The 50 comes through. Ronan is just backwards, can't get the shot onto the net, but Amarok, they're just knocking on the door. They want more than one goal. They want two, they want three, they want as many as they can get to close out this series.
Well, touch there from Skips. Tezo into this corner as Amarok look to try and close out this grand final in a dominant fashion to continue from the form that they've showed us the entire of today. You thought Prospect was one-sided. Say hello to Challenger. This has been one of the most dominant playoff days I have ever seen. And you talked about them knocking on the door, Char. They're kicking down the door as Ronan fires one long from downtown to the top of the trophy. I mean, it is all over the place. And Chrome Amarok are looking to try and seal this one out.
Something that's confused me about this series, but also not confused me in the slightest. We've seen more Unitox propaganda in the chat than propaganda for either of these teams throughout the entire grand final.
I was going to say the same thing. They're making themselves known. They are. Yeah. Until they get a basket, until they get a box, not a basket, I won't buy into it. I've said it time and time again. But yeah, down the other side, it's Death Cloud who are looking to respond. The shot from Skips blocked away by Ronan, and now Panda looks to try and flip the play on its head. Bump onto Cynics. Can't quite get anywhere, and Cynics will collect this one. Tezo not really going to find much there, and Mal's going to get the pop-up. This is now creating the opportunity, opening the doors here for Chrome. But 2 minutes still remaining here, Char. And this series just feels like it's got a ticking time bomb on the end of it.
Yeah, 2 minutes here, Atmos. You're 2 goals down, 2 minutes left. You need to show something at the very, very end. But Amarok, they look like they're poised to just take this grand final, only dropping 1 game throughout 2 best of 7s if it continues like this. An incredible turnaround from that upper final where they dropped down to this very same Death Cloud roster. And they're so close to taking this title. Ronan can't find the shot on net to make it a little bit closer. That's a chance though for Panda himself. 3-0 Chrome.
3-0 Chrome, potentially 4-0 in the next minute at this grand finals. Could be closed out in. And all that can potentially stop the home run here for Amarok is a Hatsu Miku cart and a potato and Cynics.
That is possibly one of the funniest quotes I've ever heard.
Well, it is reality, unfortunately for Death Cloud. For now, 60 seconds on that clock. The timer set, the trophy, one hand, holding it already here for Amarok. And all they need to do is hold on to that lead in the final 45 seconds.
Timer keeps on going. 40 seconds away here for Amarok. At this point, it doesn't really matter what happens for the rest of this game. We can all but confirm our challenger champions here in RSC 17. It will be Ronan, Panda himself, Q Tezo, Slayer Dabs, Chrome Esports, Amarok. Debut season, and what a debut season it has been for Chrome. A great finish in franchise standings, great play throughout the entire season, and now a trophy to add on the end of it. Congratulations to Chrome Amarok.
The Amarok Armada that has taken the challenger tier by storm here today. They stumbled in the upper final, but they climbed back up and soared to new heights. The timer will tick down. The victory parade around the Coliseum reaches its conclusion. Chrome Amarok, your challenger champions, in one of the most dominant fashions RSC has ever seen.
4-1, 4-0 in the grand finals. Unbelievable display here from Chrome Amarok, and you're going to hear a lot of talk about them for the rest of this evening. But first of all, massive plaudits to DeathCloud Atmos for getting to this point, but they just fall short at the final hurdle. A great season from them, but a brilliant grand final from Chrome Amarok, deserved champions of the challenger tier.
Yeah, they certainly are. Post-series stats, let's break it down. 15-4 in the goals. I mean, it's just continued to get more and more disgusting. But yeah, I mean, an incredible series here for one team in particular, Chrome Amarok. What a day of action. And we've got to talk about, series MVPs. We've got to talk about MVPs in general. Panda himself. I mean, there is no better way to put it, Char. Panda himself. I mean, that's all that needs to be said.
Yeah, you cannot argue with that at all. Panda, monstrous display here in this grand final. Monstrous display this entire season, and definitely putting his hat in the running for player of the season alongside both his teammates. I'm sure they will be in there as well. We will get these players in for an interview very, very shortly. We'll go to a quick break to set that up, but make sure you don't go anywhere, as next we will speak to the players.
welcome back, everybody. It is an electric performance that we have seen across tonight from one team in particular, and that team is Chrome Amarok, your challenger champions here. I'm joined alongside Shah, and I'm also joined with the entire team and the management as well here from this Chrome Amarok side. I mean, first of all, guys, congratulations on the win. It was a massive performance. First of all, I've got to come to the two-time himself here, Ronan. I mean, to be back on top after a couple of seasons ago, man. What does it feel like?
Oh, bro, it's incredible. I honestly, after I won for the first time, I didn't even know if I was gonna continue playing because, of course, your goal is to win once. But I enjoyed it so much. I've been playing, and I want to say I can't believe it that I've been so lucky to get such a great team once again. Honestly, I can't say enough how lucky I was with these players on my team this season.
Yeah, it's been a great season from you guys, and big congratulations from me as well. I want to direct my next question towards the GM himself, the man in charge. Stones, you can opt out of this question if you want, but obviously you won last season on Unitox Prospect, and now your org, Chrome, has gotten its trophy in its first RSC season. Oh, is it your first RSC season? I'm pretty sure it is.
I mean, I've AGM'd and stuff before, but yeah, this is my first as a GM.
Okay. Yeah, so which is kind of more special to you, I guess, this or your last season win, or are they both like kind of on equal footing?
Listen, that's a tough one. Obviously, it's awesome to see, a team that, we built. I mean, Ronan built, but just a team under the banner to go and win a championship in our debut season as well, which is really cool. So, but that the way we won in Prospect last season was pretty special as well. So it's tough. I can't decide between the two. I think they're both different. But yeah, these guys are insane. Yeah, super proud of them.
Yeah, fair enough. And I want to also ask a question to you, Panda. Unreal performance from you in both series in those grand finals, but you come into that lower bracket after losing to Atmos in the upper final. You managed to get the sweep over Eclipse. What was kind of going through your mind heading into that grand final, knowing that you'd already lost to that team, and how did you manage to turn it around and win so convincingly?
So we played them kind of last night as a scream, and we knew we can beat them, and we already had a lot of opportunities in the game. We lost against them in upper bracket, so we just locked in and hit our shots basically. We knew we can do it. I don't think we ever thought that they are the better team. No disrespect, but we had confidence. We never lost it, so we just worked on what mattered. I think we just said that we're gonna speed it up a little bit because we thought we can play a lot faster against them, and it kind of worked.
It certainly did. Coming to you here next, Tezo. I mean, across the season, for you guys as a whole team, right? You've had the chances to sort of build up the cohesion across the 5 weeks of league play, obviously to get to where you guys are here now. How have you gotten from a place of getting to know each other when the team sort of came together, to being here now where in that grand final and in this playoff day in general, you guys just look like you were on the same page for every single second? What's the journey been like?
Yeah, I mean, I only got added to the roster on week 3. I came from Bro originally, but yeah, I guess we just all trusted each other, all knew how good each other, like everyone else was, so pretty easy to just trust each other and not overthink everything. So we just had this chemistry, and just went with it. I think that's pretty much it. Like we trusted each other, played off each other's strengths, and then no one was like egoing. We went for a lot of passes all season, and it just worked out.
Perfect, great to hear. And then coming to Slayer Dabs as well here. I mean, what was it like from a perspective of watching the team playing today, but also playing with them on the team for the season as well? I mean, how's it been to team with these guys?
It's been amazing. I mean, I've enjoyed every minute of it. Every time I've played with them, they've been amazing, and every time I've watched them play, it's just been unbelievable. They've done really well today, and they really do deserve the win. And yeah, it's just been great.
Yeah, it was a great grand final to watch and a great season from you guys. And I've got one more question for you, Ronan. Obviously, as the AGM, you kind of built this roster coming into the season. I know that this wasn't the roster you started off with after the draft, but Panda was there from the start. Is he a player that you kind of going into this always knew, yeah, I want to team with him because it evidently worked?
Honestly, yes. I last season already had the opportunity to possibly team with him, but I mean, back then I made the decision to team with someone else, and at the start of this season, I felt like it was something I had to do because honestly, Panda is so good. He came to our tryouts as well, and honestly, I mean, it was just incredible. So even going into the draft, he was very, very high on my list of players I wanted to draft. Let's just say that. And luckily, I was able to get him on my team. And I mean, I don't forget it for a second. It's incredible how good this guy is. I love he personally plays a playstyle I really enjoy. He passes a lot, which I personally like to do in this game a lot. This is my favorite way to play. So honestly, I mean, it's just everything I wanted in a teammate, and I'm really glad it worked out this way.
Yeah, fair enough. And I have one more question before I hand over to Hodge for any final questions he may have. It's gonna go to the way of you, Slayer Dabs. Being the sub on this roster, not being able to play those playoffs, how did it feel watching your team go through these playoffs, and particularly going into the grand final from the lower bracket? How were the nerves watching it, and what did it feel like when they finally got over the line?
Well, for the bits that I did watch, it was just incredible. Like all the matches they played really well. Even the one where they did lose against them, like I didn't watch all of it because I wasn't on early enough, but it was just the matches that I was able to play, just incredible. They always play really well together, and it really showed tonight.
Okay, well, I'm now essentially just going to give you guys the floor to talk about that. Anything you guys want to talk about, if you've got anything that you want to say that we've not necessarily asked you about, and then also if you've got any shout outs that you want to give to anybody who may have helped you along the journey, maybe watching, or maybe just, a good supporter or a good friend.
I'll go first. I mean, first, I of course want to say thanks to my fellow franchise managers. But I mean, I have to give the biggest shout out to my teammates, because honestly, it's incredible how good they've played, each of them, and I'm super lucky that I got such a good team this season. Especially, also I have to give a special shout out to Slayer, because in many times where we did not have a main roster, he was the one that stepped up for us to play any games we needed to. And I mean, for this guy is supposedly a Chelly sub, but honestly, he played incredible. I don't think we lost any series with him. Shout out to Tank for letting us sweep him in the lower round, so we could reach the grand final. So kind of him. And also shout out to other casters, honestly, because you guys make the stream so much enjoyable to watch. I've always wanted to say that. So everyone who casted today and is gonna cast tomorrow, big thank you from me.
W. Anyone else got anything they want to add?
All right, I got next. I got a lot of shoutouts. I gotta get them out of the way. First of all, teammates, very nice job. You did great. My captain, Ronan, honestly, I don't know how you dealt with me whole season. I can only give you like maybe 1 day a week, but we did it somehow. Let's go. And after that, shout out to my friends in 20R, especially Ofunin, because he is the best coach ever, honestly. He is the reason I know how to pass the ball. And Tank for helping me learn how to play trees. The other Tank. And the other Tank for letting us sweep him, of course. He's great. Yeah, and all the 20R boys. And everyone who believed in us in the comments that I'm gonna read later when I watch the VODs back. That's it.
Yeah, I only got shout out to Nick. You will know. He hears this. And shout out to my teammate.
Oh, that's great. Anyone else have anything to add, or is that pretty much it?
I think they said everybody. I mean, I think the only one we might have missed out was franchise management and everybody that works within the franchise. Like, they've all done a great job to make this a good season and everything to run so fluidly. And yeah, that's about it, really.
That's great to highlight there as well. It's a team effort from every sort of margin there. And once again, guys, a massive congratulations. Sharp, we've got to shut this show down, and we're going to get it shut down quickly because everybody wants to go to bed. But yeah, I mean, what a day here for Challenger, and what a season that RSC 17. We're going back in time there a second. Has had so far, right? Because we're at the third playoffs here so far of 6. We've had 3 new franchises take trophies, and we've got 3 more playoffs left to go, and we've got more playoffs tomorrow, right?
Yeah, tomorrow we've got the rival playoffs, and it proves to continue to be some amazing Rocket League here in the RSC that has happened throughout this postseason so far. Definitely been one of the best postseasons since I've been in this community, and I have loved every single second of casting it and just sitting on the sidelines and watching. And I'm sure that will continue with our rival, Master and Elite playoffs, and by the time next Sunday rolls around, this season will be over. We'll be moving on
That's
to
crazy.
RSC 18 and bigger and better things. But for now, we still got those 3 tiers to go. We're at the halfway point of this playoffs kind of calendar here, and yeah, it proves to be a great one and continuing on the trend that has been set already.
Certainly is the case. That's going to be it for tonight, everybody. Thank you for watching the stream. Massive shout out to our sponsors, Badass Studios, SpartanWare, Trophy.ai, and make sure if you're going to be buying anything in the Rocket League item shop, make sure to use code rsc-eu at checkout. It helps the league out a lot massively, and yeah, I think that's going to be it. So thank you everybody for watching. We're going to be back tomorrow, same time for the rival playoffs, 6 p.m. CEST, where we're going to see kickoff for the first match. And until then, hope everyone has a great rest of their evening, and we'll see you all tomorrow. Good night.
Move